Chapter 820. Oh, is there any other information? This bit of information can't save your life, Zhou Xuanji said with a mocking smile. He didn't care why the current sovereign disappeared. Some people said that supremacy was killed by Origin Court War God. Now the Dark Time Deity King said that Jizun retreated because he felt that he was not strong enough. Regardless of the possibility, Zhou Xuanji was not interested. In any case, he was going to be the next supreme martial artist. God King Black Time fell silent, feeling bewildered. Why did it feel like this guy knew everything? If that's the case, why didn't he kill me? God King Black Time racked his brains. He did not wish to die. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes as the Soul Source Orb suddenly protruded from his glabella. The Soul Source Orb immediately radiated a black light and sucked Divine King He Shi into it. Everything happened so quickly that Godly Monarch Black Time was unable to react in time. From how he saw it, he could not escape, so he concentrated on thinking of ways to persuade Zhou Xuanji. He did not expect Zhou Xuanji to act so coldly. Falling into the Soul Source bead, no matter how great the Divine King Black Time's abilities were, he could forget about escaping. Zhou Xuanji laughed condescendingly and was about to leave. At this moment, suddenly he felt a strong sense of danger coming at him. The speed was extremely fast and the target was his back. The tens of billions of sword shadows suddenly fell from the sky and formed a sword net behind him. Bang! A ray of black light pierced through the net of swords and was about to hit Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji's body shined with a silver radiance, and numerous sword souls appeared around him. Layer by layer, they formed into tall silver walls that blocked the black light once again. This time he finally blocked the black light. When he turned around, the black light dissipated and a figure appeared. Zhou Fa. No. Zhou Xuanji's pupils contracted, and his expression changed instantly. This person looked exactly like him, but his expression was not as ferocious as Zhou Fa's. His eyes were also very clear. Anti-Kunlun's supremacy. Why is this guy here? Was the Black Hour Soul Army really sent by him? The Supreme Being's body was within the black aura, and he smiled very strangely. He opened his mouth and said, "My reverse body, we meet again. You almost died just now." With his abilities, how could Zhou Xuanji survive a sneak attack? Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and asked, "What do you want? How did the Anti-Kunlun supremacy come here? Could it be that this fellow had been following him in the passageway between the two worlds?" At the thought of this, Zhou Xuanji frowned even more, and a chill ran down his spine. "What do you want? Once you become a supreme being, you'll understand. However, I'm sorry, but you won't have the chance to become a supreme being. If you want to live, I advise you not to care about anything else. In the future, I'll let you live." The sovereign looked at Zhou Xuanji with a mocking smile. He was like a completely different person from his reserved and calm self. At this moment he became a true supreme being, looking down on all life, overlooking the 10,000 worlds. There was no existence that could enter his eyes. Zhou Xuanji fell silent. He did not believe that the other party was willing to let him live. There must be some reason why Jizun did not dare to make a move against him. Who would want to face their other self for a long time? "I became the Sword Emperor in the Kunlun Origin Court. What about you? Was he also a Sword Emperor?" Regardless, the real Sword Emperor is about to descend upon Anti-Kunlun. When you return, tell all living beings to wash their necks and wait for my sword. The sovereign laughed arrogantly. With a wave of his right hand, Zhou Xuanji felt an unstoppable force coming at him. He broke through the space and fell back into the Kunlun universe. Zhou Xuanji quickly stabilized his body as the space-time crack disappeared. He fixed his eyes on it but could not see the sovereign's figure. "Sword Emperor. I will tell you who the real Sword Emperor is," Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. His eyes sparkling. From then on, he regarded the Anti-Kunlun sovereign as the Sword Emperor. After defeating the Sword Emperor, he would be the one and only Sword Emperor. Namutiani came to his side and asked in confusion, "What's wrong with you? Where did you go just now?" Zhou Xuanji looked back and saw that the battle was over. Zhou Fa was nowhere to be seen. The Black Hour Soul Army had also disappeared. Everyone who participated in the battle was resting. Mortal Sovereign and Luan Pinnacle had already left, leaving only a few powerful cultivators in this universe. Zhou Xuanji told them about the Sword Emperor's attack, but he did not explain his relationship with the Sword Emperor. Anti-Kunlun Sovereign. Sword Emperor. Nam Mutiany's expression changed drastically. Fear filled his eyes. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "You sovereign divine ranges and super divine ranges should have a good discussion. I should go back too." After that, he flew toward the Emperor Sword Divine Range disciples. He had absorbed a massive amount of Black Hour Deity King's divine energy in this battle. He could go into closed-door cultivation for some time after returning. Nam Mutiany was still in a daze. Doesn't that mean that two sovereigns are going to attack the Kunlun Origin Court? Nam Mutiany's scalp turned numb when he thought of this. The strength of the sovereign was extremely horrifying. Even if all living beings worked together, they would not be able to deal with him. In the past, they could only suppress the Dark Sovereign by relying on the sovereigns and other powerful cultivators. But now the Kunlun Origin Court had no sovereign, and they still had to withstand the attack of the anti-Kunlun sovereign. Even Nam Mutiany, who had experienced countless storms, was terrified. Zhou Xuanji waved his right hand and sucked all the disciples into his surroundings. Then he wrapped them in Origin Fusion Divine Energy and flew toward the Emperor Sword Divine Range. Along the way, Zhou Xuanji's face was gloomy and he did not speak. The other disciples followed behind him. They did not notice him and were discussing excitedly. Although this battle did not last long, they had all participated in it. The battle with the Black Hour Soul Army was thrilling and very exciting. Now that they thought about it, their blood was still boiling. "My stupid brother, look, it's all thanks to me saving you," Zhou Shaoxian said with a proud smile. Hearing this, Zhou Tanhua shook his head helplessly. The truth was that he had the confidence to deal with that demon. He just deliberately let the other party sneak attack him. But in the end it was ruined by Zhou Shaoxian. Zhou Tanhua didn't tell the truth. Even if he did, Zhou Shaoxian wouldn't believe him. In any case, he was still very excited. Such a war was really exciting. Thinking of how his father used to fight alone, he became even more excited. One day, he would be as powerful and fearless as Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji was at the forefront. He was still thinking about the Sword Emperor. He didn't feel despair. On the contrary, he felt that this was a good thing. The Sword Emperor and the Dark Sovereign both wanted the Kunlun Origin Court. The two were bound to fight. Of course, it was also possible that they would join forces. However, Zhou Xuanji was an ambitious person. One mountain cannot have two tigers. Both the Sword Emperor and the Dark Sovereign were arrogant and invincible existences. How could they tolerate each other's existence? He took out the Lesser Supreme Sword and told Little Sovereign about the current situation through voice transmission. What? The Sovereign of Anti-Kunlun came to the Kunlun Origin Court? Are you kidding me? Little Sovereign's shocked voice reached his ears. His voice was trembling a little. Zhou Xuanji's heart sank when he heard this. Could it be that Little Sovereign is also afraid? Chapter 821. After returning to the Emperor Sword Divine Range, Zhou Xuanji directly chose to go into seclusion. He didn't spread the news of the Sword Emperor to avoid causing panic. The tribulation of sovereign darkness had already made the Emperor Sword Divine Range uneasy. What would happen if Zhou Xuanji, the anti-sovereign, was added to the mix? Two sovereigns attacking the Kunlun Origin Court without any sovereigns. There was almost no suspense. Inside the cultivation palace, Zhou Xuanji was sitting cross-legged with Little Sovereign hovering beside him. On the way back, Little Sovereign was very excited. He kept saying that it was impossible. In his opinion, it was impossible for the anti-Kunlun sovereign to cross into the Kunlun Origin Court. Such a thing had never happened since ancient times. This was already an unwritten rule. Can you calm down a little? It has already happened. What should I do next? What about the Kunlun Origin Court? Zhou Xuanji asked in a deep voice. This Little Sovereign was usually very confident. Why did he lose his composure at such a critical moment? Little Sovereign's soul emerged from the blade. He crossed his arms in front of his chest. His face was ashen. Anti-Kunlun Sovereign, Sovereign Darkness. This is an unprecedented tribulation. Even if you become the sovereign now, it will be difficult for you to defeat them, Little Sovereign said, gritting his teeth. Little Sovereign gnashed his teeth. He believed that Zhou Xuanji's talent was very strong and unparalleled. But the Sword Emperor was Zhou Xuanji. Their talents were the same. In such a situation, with the addition of a terrifying sovereign darkness, how could they fight? Zhou Xuanji angrily said. You speak as if you can make me the sovereign now. Little Sovereign sighed and said. It seems that we are really going to die. You have no way to deal with the current situation unless the anti-Kunlun sovereign and sovereign darkness fight. What I'm most afraid of is that the anti-Kunlun supremacy arrives first, slaughters the Kunlun origin court, and then fights the darkness supremacy. At that time, no matter how hard they fight, we will all be annihilated. Also, he said that he would protect your life, but in fact he can't kill you. No living being can kill their own reincarnation, but they can test others to do it. Can't kill my own incarnation? Zhou Xuanji immediately understood. It seemed that the Sword Emperor was stalling. He wanted to make him relax his vigilance and then find an opportunity to kill him. When the Sword Emperor sneak attacked him, he clearly felt the murderous aura. Zhou Xuanji frowned and began thinking about how to deal with the Sword Emperor. Don't think about it. He doesn't have a way to kill you for the time being, otherwise he wouldn't have delayed it. I guess he is still preparing for something or is afraid of something, so he didn't show up in person. He deliberately used your mouth to announce his appearance to the Kunlun origin court, just to bluff. Little Sovereign shook his head. Then he changed the topic and said with a playful smile, maybe he's afraid of your little wife, Hongchan Supreme. Back then, Zhou Xuanji had told him about Shun Tang. Back then he was shocked too. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and asked, can mortal sovereign defeat the Sword Emperor? Shun Tang had never truly become a supreme martial artist. She was just a self-proclaimed supreme martial artist. Otherwise, she wouldn't have needed to join hands with the almighties of the Kunlun origin court to deal with the darkness sovereign. She can't, but she can at least pose a threat. She has already reached the peak of the mortal god realm, and can be considered half a step away from being a supreme. She's really strong. Little Sovereign clicked his tongue in wonder. Every time he thought of Supreme Hong Chan, he would sigh with emotion. Space-time causality was really magical. Who would have thought that the little girl who had been cultivating with Zhou Xuanji back then could cultivate to such a level? Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow and stopped talking. After talking for a long time, he could only wait. He didn't like this feeling at all. He put the lesser supreme sword aside and began to cultivate seriously. Little Sovereign floated next to him with a smile on his face. He thought to himself, this kid is getting more and more interesting. I didn't expect the Sword Emperor to want to cross the distance between the two worlds to kill him. What heights can he reach in the future? In a dim palace, Zhou Fa was meditating on the throne, healing his injuries and cultivating. A cloud of black qi was coiling around his body like a dragon and phoenix. The Sword Emperor suddenly appeared in the palace, looking at him with a faint smile. Noticing his gaze, Zhou Fa suddenly opened his eyes and stood up. What are you doing here? Zhou Fa asked with a vigilant look on his face. He looked nervous. He was afraid that the exterminating divine eyes would sweep over him. The corner of the Sword Emperor's mouth rose as he asked with a smile, what's your relationship with the Darkness Sovereign? Hearing this, Zhou Fa's face sank and said, it's none of your business. You and I have already broken off our relationship. If you don't get lost, I will kill you. Hua! A gust of cold wind blew against Zhou Fa's face, and he felt his vision go black. Immediately after, he was grabbed by the neck by the Sword Thearch and lifted into the air. The Sword Thearch's eyes were cold, and he said in a cold voice, you want to kill me? Are you worthy of me? Even if you don't say it, I can guess that the power in your body belongs to me. After saying that, the Sword Emperor raised his left hand and gently pulled out a black aura from Zhou Fa's body. Ah! Zhou Fa felt extreme pain and screamed in pain. Zhou Xuanji, you will die a horrible death. You will die a horrible death. He screamed at the top of his lungs. The skin on his face suddenly split open and blood flowed freely. The Sword Emperor collected the black aura into his palm and casually tossed it. Zhou Fa crashed into the wall and fell to the ground in a sorry state. You don't deserve my looks. The Sword Thearch said coldly. 2 lumps of green flames flew out of his eyes and instantly landed on Zhou Fa's face. Zhou Fa screamed again, clutching his face as he rolled on the ground. At this moment, his divine power had been completely drained, and he had lost all of his stamina. He was like a mortal unable to resist at all. The Sword Emperor looked down at the black aura in his palm with a contemptuous smile and murmured, "Dark Sovereign, you are not worthy to compete with me. In the Kunlun Origin Court you can't compete with me. In this anti-Kunlun you can't compete with me either." After saying that, he disappeared into thin air, leaving Zhou Fa rolling on the ground and screaming. Half a year passed quickly. After absorbing the divine power of Black Time Deity King, Zhou Xuanji failed to break through to Origin Fusion Divine Lord Level 3. He came out of seclusion and wandered around the divine range, observing the cultivation of his disciples. The news of the Sword Emperor's attack didn't spread in the Kunlun Origin Court. However, after the Black Time Soul Army was destroyed, all the divine ranges became peaceful. The Kunlun universe fell into a strange calm. It felt like a storm was coming. Zhou Xuanji strolled in the air as he looked down. Suddenly, Zhou Tanhua flew over. "Father, I don't feel right." He came up to Zhou Xuanji and said, gritting his teeth. Zhou Xuanji looked at him, and his expression immediately changed. Zhou Tanhua's eyes were glowing with purple light as purple runes flowed out from his eye sockets, twisting slightly as if they were alive. Zhou Xuanji immediately probed his eyes with his divine will. Boom! Zhou Xuanji's divine will exploded. He couldn't see anything. "You are the sovereign. You are." A majestic and domineering voice resounded in his mind. The tone was angry and firm. Immediately afterward, Zhou Xuanji retracted his divine will. He opened his eyes and saw that Zhou Tanhua was still looking at him anxiously. "Who was talking just now?" Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown. He shook his head, a little absent-minded. Zhou Tanhua asked hesitantly, "Is there anyone else besides us?" Chapter 822. Zhou Tanhua looked around nervously. This familiar Emperor Sword divine range made him very uneasy at the moment. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and asked, "How did this happen to you?" Just now, when he used his spiritual will to probe Zhou Tanhua's eyes, he felt a strong backlash which surprised him. Could it be that his son's exterminating divine eyes contained a great power that even he did not know about? "I've been cultivating all this while, and just as I was about to break through to the Tao Ancestor level, I encountered such an unforeseen event," Zhou Tanhua said gloomily, making Zhou Xuanji's brow jump. This kid was breaking through to become a Tao father. Although he had expected this day, he did not expect it to come so soon. He asked, "How do you feel now? Does it hurt?" Zhou Tanhua took a deep breath and said, "It doesn't hurt, but I feel that my eyes contain a very strong power that will gush out at any time. This feeling is very comfortable, but it makes me very uneasy." He was most aware of the changes in his body. Although his strength was increasing, it had not reached the point where it could be unleashed. The sudden burst of power made him feel that it was not a good thing. Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. He hesitated for a moment before he once again probed Zhou Tanhua's eyes with his divine will. Boom! Zhou Xuanji's divine sense was impacted again, causing him to fall into a daze. This kind of trance came and went quickly. He quickly recovered and opened his eyes to see that he was above a group of volcanoes. Beneath the black clouds, flames filled the air, lightning flashed and thunder roared. He subconsciously lowered his head to look, and within the sea of fire that covered the mountains and plains, there were figures galloping as fast as ghosts. What are those? Zhou Xuanji was confused. Just when he was about to fly down, the sea of flames changed suddenly. The sea of flames transformed into a horrifying face and roared soundlessly at Zhou Xuanji. Although the face was blurry, it gave him a familiar feeling. Déjà vu. Just as he was about to take a closer look, he suddenly retracted his divine sense. When he opened his eyes again, he had returned to reality. "Father, what did you see?" Zhou Tanhua asked with a worried look. Zhou Xuanji comforted. "It's nothing, I just saw another world. I think your exterminating divine eyes are evolving. Don't worry." He didn't sense any danger, which meant that the power wouldn't harm anyone. "What world?" Zhou Tanhua asked, his eyes fixed on his father. Zhou Xuanji waved his right hand and projected the scene he saw between the two of them. The huge face made Zhou Tanhua's complexion change dramatically. "What? You've seen him before?" Zhou Xuanji asked with narrowed eyes. Could it be that Zhou Tanhua had met someone while he was away? Or perhaps he had obtained some fortuitous encounters? Zhou Tanhua took a deep breath and said, I often dream about him. Perhaps he is my inner demon. On the path of cultivation, one would encounter all sorts of inner demons, but he had yet to encounter one. Perhaps this was his first inner demon. Zhou Xuanji thought to himself. He felt that it was not an inner demon but a sign. Go back and rest for a while. Wait for your eyes to calm down before continuing your cultivation. Don't be too hasty, understand? Zhou Xuanji exhorted. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tanhua nodded and turned around to leave. Looking at his petite figure, Zhou Xuanji frowned again. Zhou Tanhua had always maintained the appearance of a teenager. Even if he was very mature, in the eyes of Zhou Xuanji and the others, he would always be a child. As a father, Zhou Xuanji could not let his son be in danger. He returned to the cultivation hall, took out the lesser supreme sword and summoned little supreme sword. What is it this time? Had the Sword Emperor and the Darkness Sovereign come to fight? Then let's just wait for death. Little Sovereign clamored in an impatient tone. Zhou Xuanji glared at him, and then told him about Zhou Tanhua's abnormality. Oh, hasn't he already inherited the perfect state of your exterminating divine eyes? It's impossible for him to evolve again unless there is another force that doesn't belong to him transforming him. Little Sovereign said in a deep voice. Little Sovereign muttered, his eyes flickering. So many things had happened recently. Zhou Tanhua's abnormality was obviously not a coincidence. Someone was plotting against him. Little Sovereign continued. It seems that we can't just sit and wait for death. I remember you saying that you are a soul guardian, right? Zhou Xuanji nodded, waiting for his next words. Devour the soul source pool and transform you into the soul source pool. At that time your luck will be connected to the Kunlun origin court. The stronger the Kunlun origin court, the stronger you will be. At the same time you can see every corner of the Kunlun origin court with the help of the soul source pool. Little Sovereign said with a sinister smile. Don't worry, even if the Kunlun origin court is destroyed, it won't affect you. As long as the Kunlun origin court becomes stronger, it will affect you. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. Is there such a good thing? How can I not believe it? However, the other party is a sovereign after all. He shouldn't be bragging. After thinking about it, he left the Emperor Sword Divine range with the Lesser Supreme Sword and flew upward. Mortal Plane. Xian Xianghua was sitting in front of Mortal Sovereign with a nervous look on her face. Mortal Sovereign stood upright, looking into the void as he faintly said, A great tribulation is coming, and it is a great tribulation beyond this sovereign's expectations. Are you ready to become a mortal god? Xian Xianghua nodded and replied, I'm ready at any time. Her voice was trembling a little. Once she became a mortal god, she would have hope of chasing after Mortal Sovereign. How powerful was Mortal Sovereign? He was the strongest under the Sovereign. In her heart, Zhou Xuanji would definitely become the Sovereign. Since that was the case, she would become the strongest under the Sovereign. Next, I will use the mortal qi to temper your body. This process will be a bit long, but it will make you change subtly, Mortal Sovereign said with a nod. As soon as he finished speaking, strands of red dust qi surged from all directions and entered Xian Xianghua's body. Xian Xianghua also closed her eyes, waiting for the mortal qi. Outside the mortal plane, Luan Feng paced back and forth in the void impatiently. A red silhouette flew out. It was Mortal Sovereign's clone. What's the matter? Mortal Sovereign asked in a cold tone. Luan Feng gritted his teeth and said, I can no longer divine the future of Kunlun Origin Court. Dark Sovereign might not be our biggest enemy. Mortal Sovereign was surprised and asked, What do you mean? Just when Luan Feng was about to answer, an ear-piercing sound came. Pissing. A black sword pierced through Luan Feng's throat. No blood splashed, but his expression froze instantly. Mortal Sovereign waved his hand, and thousands of mortal qi shot out like a massive red wall. Streaks of sword qi shot out from the darkness, shattering the huge red wall. Black swords flew over and converged into a long black bridge. The Sword Emperor came on the sword bridge. His black robe fluttered in the wind. He had an imposing appearance, and his eyes were filled with a conceited smile. The slight smile on his lips made him look so arrogant. How come it's you? Mortal Sovereign cried out in shock. She couldn't believe her eyes. She recognized at a glance that the Sword Emperor was not Zhou Xuanji, but the anti-Kunlun sovereign. The Sword Emperor smiled contemptuously and said, "Why can't it be me? Little girl, you are much stronger than before. Unfortunately, you are not the sovereign. Trying to forcibly reverse the fate of the Origin Court is simply courting death." Chapter 823. Sovereign Hong Chun was unable to remain calm while facing the Sword Emperor. In the anti-Kunlun, when she faced the Sword Emperor, she was like an ant looking at the sky. She could only feel her own insignificance. Now, even though she had become a mortal exalt, she still felt extremely uneasy when facing the Sword Emperor. "Humph! This is not your turf." Supremacy Hong Chun snorted coldly and raised her right hand. The aura of the mortal world swirled around and condensed into a huge red wheel that spun at high speed toward the Sword Emperor. The red wheel rapidly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, it was over 1,000,000 miles in diameter, as if it was about to swallow the entire universe. The Sword Emperor's eyes turned cold, and a sword light appeared, directly destroying the red turntable. She took a step forward and arrived in front of Supremacy Hong Chun. Two beams of violet light shot out from her eyes. Just as they were about to envelop Supremacy Hong Chun, she suddenly vanished. "You're not qualified to devour the Kunlun Origin Court. Just you wait, we'll definitely be the ones who have the last laugh." Supreme Hong Chun's cold voice sounded in the Sword Emperor's ears. At the same time, the chakra that was pierced through his throat also disappeared. The Arch raised his brows slightly and muttered, "Interesting." He teleported away in an instant and even brought his independent plane with him. He shook his head and smiled. His smile was filled with contempt. He turned into a cloud of black gas and flew forward, disappearing without a trace. Between reality and illusion, Sovereign Hong Chun and Luan Feng appeared. Luan Feng's expression was extremely ugly. The bloody hole in his throat had yet to heal, and blood flowed down from the hole, dyeing his clothes red. Is he really the sovereign of Anti-Kunlun? Luan Feng gritted his teeth and asked. Actually, he wasn't asking, he was just expressing his fear. When he learned that Zhou Xuanji had the inverse chaos divine ability, he knew that the sovereign of Anti-Kunlun was Zhou Xuanji's clone. But he didn't expect that the sovereign could come to the Kunlun Origin Court. This was the first time he had heard of such a shocking matter. Autark Crimson Dust took a deep breath and said, "Prepare to receive your tribulation." She left after saying that. Luan Feng didn't chase after him. Instead, he pondered on the spot. Before the Dark Sovereign could charge in, the anti-Kunlun sovereign had already descended. However, that guy didn't directly declare war on the Kunlun Origin Court. He probably had other plans. He had to get to the bottom of this. Luan Feng suddenly thought of Zhou Xuanji, and his eyes brightened. He immediately flew towards the Emperor's Sword Divine range. In the Cultivation Palace, Zhou Xuanji was observing Zhou Tanhua with his exterminating divine eyes. Ever since Zhou Tanhua had a problem with his eyes, he had been worried. Therefore, he didn't forget to keep an eye on his son while practicing. Fortunately, nothing had happened to this brat. His cultivation was increasing at an even faster rate. It was really strange. "Stop looking. Your son is not simple at all. If it wasn't for you, he might have been able to become a supreme being." Little Sovereign floated next to him and chuckled with a playful smile on his face. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes at him and said unpleasantly, "You make it sound like I'm blocking his way. With your talent, there is no one more suitable than you to become a supreme being. He is the same. It is very difficult for two heavenly geniuses like you to appear in the same era, let alone father and son." Little Sovereign fanned the flames with a strange look in his eyes. He wasn't joking, he really thought so. Zhou Tanhua hadn't experienced any great storms, nor had he received the guidance of a great expert. He didn't even have an illustrious past life. Even so, his cultivation had been advancing by leaps and bounds. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and asked, "Do you think the Sword Emperor and the Dark Sovereign will target my son? Especially the Sword Emperor." How powerful was the Sword Emperor? He was an invincible existence in the Kunlun Origin Court. The smile on Little Sovereign's face instantly disappeared when he heard this. But on second thought, it was indeed possible. The Sword Emperor had no children. Zhou Xuanji's son was like his own son. However, as a sovereign, how could it be easy for him to have a son? What is the Sword Emperor planning? From today onwards, I will slaughter the Kunlun Origin Court in the name of the Sword Emperor. I will destroy a divine range every day until all the divine ranges are destroyed. If you want to linger at death's door, hand over 10,000 heavenly geniuses with 15-star aptitude and 3,000 yuanying with the Origin Court's rules. I will not stop killing even one less. The Sword Emperor's voice suddenly resounded throughout the Kunlun Origin Court. His voice shocked all living beings. The expressions of Zhou Xuanji and Little Sovereign drastically changed. They thought that the Sword Emperor was plotting something and would continue to wait. Little Sovereign suddenly thought of something and cried out in alarm. Not good. So that's how it is. He actually wants to swallow the rules of the Kunlun Origin Court. He wants to break through to a higher realm beyond the sovereign. Is he crazy? If he does this, he will most likely die. A higher realm beyond the sovereign? Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. Although he didn't understand that realm, he also understood that once all the rules were controlled by the Sword Emperor, the Kunlun Origin Court was likely to collapse. All living beings would perish along with it. Suddenly, a terrifying explosion reverberated. Zhou Xuanji and Little Sovereign were taken aback. They subconsciously swept the Kunlun universe with their divine senses. They saw a divine range in the Kunlun universe explode, bursting with a dazzling light that illuminated the entire Kunlun universe. A violent pressure raged across the universe. The surrounding divine ranges trembled violently as if they would collapse at any time. This guy, Little Sovereign gnashed his teeth. He was a little annoyed. Why didn't I see through the Sword Emperor's ambition back then? The Sword Emperor must have come to the Kunlun Origin Court through Zhou Xuanji. The more he thought about it, the more annoyed he became. Zhou Xuanji was also thinking about it. The Kunlun Origin Court had tens of thousands of divine ranges. In other words, it could last for decades. However, it would be bad if the Sword Emperor came to the Sword Emperor divine range one day. At the same time, the entire Kunlun Origin Court was in an uproar. Everyone was in a panic as they discussed this matter. Sword Emperor? Is it Zhou Xuanji? No, Zhou Xuanji isn't that strong. It's Zhou Xuanji, I have heard of this voice. Impossible, why did he do this? Which divine range was destroyed? Is he crazy? Most creatures had watched the superstar competition. They remembered Zhou Xuanji's voice or knew Zhou Xuanji's Sword Emperor name. For a moment, all the divine ranges were dispatched to find out the situation. In the end, they were attacked by the Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor was sitting in meditation before the destroyed divine range. He opened his eyes as his sword qi raged, killing hundreds of millions of creatures effortlessly. He looked exactly like Zhou Xuanji, confirming the rumor that the Sword Emperor was Zhou Xuanji. The Tianyi divine range suddenly announced the existence of the anti-Kunlun, causing an uproar. On this day, Zhou Xiaoxian and Zhou Tanhua found Zhou Xuanji. She excitedly asked, "Father, the Sword Emperor is your reincarnation. Can he protect us? Didn't he help you before?" She was naturally excited to have a supreme as her father. Zhou Xuanji glared at her and said, "What? You want to recognize him as your father? Why don't you try to find him and see if he will kill you?" Zhou Xiaoxian curled her lips and said, "I'm just kidding. We came to you because we have a plan." Zhou Xuanji asked in surprise, "You have a plan in your head?" Chapter 824. Of course. You look down on me. Zhou Xiaoxian screamed indignantly like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Zhou Tanhua couldn't help but cover his mouth and snicker. Seeing how angry she was, Zhou Xuanji said helplessly, "Then tell me, what plan do you have? This girl never grew up. What kind of strategy could she come up with?" Father, with Ji Zun's ability, how could he not be able to find the person he wants? He's forcing the Kunlun Origin Court, causing internal strife in the Kunlun Origin Court. One must know that those geniuses are the treasures of each divine range. As long as a divine range hands them over and the other divine ranges refuse, it will definitely be the beginning of internal strife. Zhou Xiaoxian shook her head and said with a look of a strategist. Zhou Xuanji raised his hand and smacked her head. He then looked at Zhou Tanhua and asked, "Tell me, what's the plan?" As soon as he heard this, he understood that it wasn't Zhou Xiaoxian who came up with this plan, but Zhou Tanhua. Her demeanor was obviously imitating Zhou Tianhua. Zhou Tianhua had a calm personality and liked to think. Hearing this, Zhou Xiaoxian stomped her feet in anger, curled her lips and looked to the side. Zhou Tianhua smiled helplessly and said, "Even someone as strong as a supreme being wants to collect the 3,000 origin laws. This shows that these laws can make him stronger. If it falls into your hands, won't you have the hope to fight against a supreme being? We can also have Autarch Crimson Dust collect them." Zhou Xuanji nodded and asked, "Then the question is, where do we collect them? Will those divine ranges just give it up?" When Zhou Tianhua heard this, he chuckled and said, "I can't think of anything. Isn't it up to you?" From how he saw it, with Zhou Xuanji's connections, there must be a way. Just Supremacy Hongchen, Pinnacle of Wheel, Nan Mutiani, and the others were more than capable of gathering the laws. All right, thank you for coming up with ideas. Don't worry. Train well and protect the Emperor Sword Divine Range as soon as possible. Zhou Xuanji waved his hand, indicating that they could return. It was as good as not saying anything. Zhou Tianhua nodded and couldn't help but continue. "Father, you'd better not go out during this time." Zhou Xuanji smiled and asked, "Why? Are you afraid that your father will die outside?" Zhou Tianhua shook his head and hesitated to speak. Seeing this, Zhou Xuanji gave a profound smile and said, "Your father won't die so easily. If he wanted to die, he would have died long ago." It seemed like this kid had a secret. Could it be related to the mutation of the exterminating divine eyes? Zhou Tianhua nodded, bowed, and left. Zhou Xiaoxian followed closely behind. The siblings muttered as they walked. Naturally, they were talking about the unreasonableness of the plan just now. Watching them leave the cultivation palace, Zhou Xuanji took out the Lesser Supreme Sword and asked, "Did you see that just now?" Little Sovereign's soul flew out with a solemn expression. "It's indeed related to the Sword Emperor. It's really strange. What does the Sword Emperor want to do?" Zhou Xuanji was silent and fell into deep thought. He couldn't figure it out, and neither could Little Sovereign. Immediately, Zhou Xuanji got up and left the Emperor Sword Divine Range with the Lesser Supreme Sword in his hand, flying towards the Soul Source Pool. He had gone to the Soul Source Pool before, leaving Pan Zhen to oversee it. After a while, he arrived in front of the Soul Origin Pool. Gray fog filled the air and the surface of the pool was calm. There were many beams of soul light sparkling in the water. Little Sovereign sighed and said, "You can't absorb such a big treasure." Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes. Why did this derogatory remark sound like a rhyme? Zhou Xuanji immediately sat by the pool and began to absorb the Soul Source Pool. The Soul Source Pool was extremely huge. Although he had absorbed a lot of soul energy last time, it was far from reaching the point of integration. There were a lot of souls in the pool. He didn't consume these souls but stored them in a separate absolute time realm in his body. The pool water was absorbed by him, and the souls were stored elsewhere. According to Little Sovereign, he had to absorb the entire Soul Source Pool into his body in order to master the power of the Soul Source Pool and overlook the entire Kunlun Origin Court. After a while, the All Lives pin suddenly flew out of the Soul Source Pool and fell into Zhou Xuanji's hand. He raised his eyebrows and said in amazement, "This treasure is still here." The All Lives pen was an ultimate treasure not inferior to the Soul Source Orb. It was said that it could control the life and death of all living beings. Zhou Xuanji raised his hand and grabbed the All Lives pen. He carefully looked at it to see if the All Lives pen could be its master. Not bad. With the All Lives pen and the Soul Source Orb, you will be able to absorb the Soul Source Pool faster. Little Sovereign cried out in surprise. Little Sovereign cried out in surprise. His gaze fell on the Soul Source Pool as his expression turned strange. The Kunlun Origin Court was in chaos, but no one came to snatch the All Lives pen. It was really amazing. Zhou Xuanji began refining the All Lives pen. In the dim palace, Zhou Fa was lying on the ground. Black lightning wrapped around his body like an electric rope, making him unable to move. He opened his eyes with difficulty. The dim palace was quiet and very depressing. Damn it! How can I be humiliated like this? He gritted his teeth and tried to stand up, but he couldn't break free from the lightning rope. How many times do you want to try? You can't break free. A cold voice came from the darkness. This person was none other than Xiao Jinghong. He was wearing black clothes with golden threads. He had a cold expression on his face. 2 swords were hanging from his waist. His gaze fell on Zhou Fa with a hidden killing intent. Zhou Fa gritted his teeth and said, "What the hell do you want? Why don't you kill me?" Right now, his life was worse than death. He had to be tortured every day. He might as well die. Xiao Jinghong walked up to him, squatted down, looked down at him and said with a sneer, "Your face is useful. But don't worry, you will die sooner or later." After speaking, he suddenly pulled out his sword and stabbed it into Zhou Fa's back. Zhou Fa's face twisted in pain. "Your face's self-healing ability is quite strong. I'm curious, what's your relationship with my revered teacher? More accurately, what's your relationship with my revered teacher's reverse body?" Xiao Jinghong said coldly. He looked at Zhou Fa disdainfully as though he was looking at an ant. Zhou Fa said furiously, "I won't tell you. You piece of trash." Ah! Xiao Jinghong exerted force with his right hand. Sword chi ravaged Zhou Fa's body. Zhou Fa was furious. Just when he was about to curse, Xiao Jinghong knocked him out with a palm. Trash. Xiao Jinghong smiled disdainfully and got up slowly. At this moment, a few more figures walked out from the darkness. They did not reveal themselves, only their silhouettes. "Master, why did you keep him? I'm so bored. Why don't we go to Kunlun Origin Court to play? I want to have my reverse body." Boring. Their cultivation is weaker than ours, including our revered teacher's reverse body. The anti-Kunlun will be delayed after the Kunlun Origin Court. Just wait for the Darkness Sovereign to arrive. These figures chatted casually. They did not put Kunlun Origin Court in their eyes at all. Xiao Jinghong looked back at them and said faintly, "All right, let's not talk about this. Just wait here patiently. Don't anger revered teacher. Otherwise you will die." As soon as he said this, the hall instantly fell silent. Chapter 825. At the edge of the Soul Source Pool. Zhou Xuanji was still absorbing the water of the Soul Source Pool. The All Lives brush was suspended above his head, rotating on its own. The brush looked ordinary, but it could shake the surrounding space, producing slight fluctuations. Little Sovereign had been quietly watching him from behind. "Very good. Your absolute infiltration immortal physique is absorbing the Soul Source Pool faster and faster. As long as you completely absorb the Soul Source Pool, your strength will skyrocket. At that time you will have the power to protect yourself," Little Sovereign said with a satisfied smile. Little Sovereign smiled with satisfaction. His gaze fell on the All Lives brush as his eyes revealed a profound meaning. Zhou Xuanji replied, "Don't talk nonsense all the time." Little Sovereign was speechless. This kid is too arrogant. He suddenly thought of something and said with a playful smile, "Find a time to fuse the Soul Source Orb with the All Lives brush. Maybe you can create an artifact that can injure the Sovereign." Legend has it that a long time ago, the primogenitor sovereign who established the Kunlun Origin Court had an extremely powerful artifact. It was divided into 2 and became the All Lives brush and the Soul Source Orb that stabilized the order of the Kunlun Origin Court. Zhou Xuanji's eyes lit up as he asked, "How do we fuse them?" Just as Little Sovereign was about to answer, a thunderous roar came from above. The billowing black clouds above the Soul Source Pool violently surged as a great heavenly might enveloped the Soul Source Pool. Zhou Xuanji and Little Sovereign looked up. The rolling thunderclouds turned into a pair of eyes. It was a pair of purple eyes. Billions of stars were shining in the eyes, like 2 universes. "Not good. Retreat." Little Sovereign cried out in alarm. Zhou Xuanji was puzzled, but he didn't dare to delay. He quickly flew out of the world where the Soul Source Pool was located with the All Lives brush. He came to the Kunlun universe and looked up. The space above the Kunlun universe was constantly fluctuating. It was glowing with a colorful glow as if it would collapse at any time. Little Sovereign's soul body drilled into the blade as he communicated with Zhou Xuanji through voice transmission. This phenomenon must be an array left by the Sovereign. No wonder no one dares to take the All Lives brush. This is bad. Sovereign. Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. He had never seen the current Sovereign. After experiencing so many things, he always felt that the current Sovereign was just SOSO. Is this array powerful? He continued asking. His gaze locked onto the phenomenon above. He could vaguely see many divine statues, majestic and domineering. Little Sovereign replied in a dignified tone. I'm not sure, but looking at this momentum, it's likely to be the Sage Manifestation Great Array. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes wide in disbelief. He had once seen records of the Divine Manifestation Array in the Evil Sky Divine Ranges library. It was said that it was an invincible array that could only be used by a supremacy. It could condense the will of a supremacy. It couldn't be opened unless the Kunlun Origin Court was destroyed. When he first learned that Supreme Darkness was coming, he had thought of this formation. However, Supreme Darkness wasn't here, so no one could use the virtuous formation. This is too vicious. To actually leave a virtuous manifestation great array in the soul source pool. This guy definitely predicted that there would be such a calamity and deliberately set up the array to wait for the enemy to sneak in. Little Sovereign sighed with emotion. He suddenly felt admiration for this sovereign. From the looks of it, this supreme being's departure wasn't impulsive, nor was he deceived. Rather, it was all planned out. At this moment, the phenomenon suddenly dispersed. Came and went quickly. Zhou Xuanji frowned tightly, but his gaze never shifted. He was very interested in the current supreme martial artist. He had a premonition that nothing had happened to Sovereign. Perhaps she was spying on everything that was happening in the Kunlun Origin Court. It's gone. It seems that this formation was used to deal with the Sword Emperor in Supreme Darkness. Tisketeske, that Origin Court war god turned out to be a pawn, Little Sovereign said with a mocking smile. Little Sovereign joked. After seeing the Sage Manifestation Great Array, the pressure on him suddenly disappeared. He continued speaking with a smile. Brat, you can cultivate in peace from now on. This situation is interesting. Even I can't see through it. Zhou Xuanji was surprised and asked, could it be that the Sword Emperor can't feel the virtuous manifestation Great Array? The momentum just now wasn't small. Once the Sword Emperor felt it, would he still enter the formation? This is the power of the virtuous manifestation Great Array. As long as the person who enters the formation can see it, you won't pose a threat to the Kunlun Origin Court. Even if you have the Origin Court's luck, the virtuous manifestation Great Array will no longer target you. Little Sovereign explained. Little Sovereign explained with a fanatical look on his face. In the past, I also used the virtuous manifestation Great Array. It was extremely powerful. It was fascinating. It was a powerful force that even sovereigns would find difficult to achieve. Listening to Little Sovereign's words, Zhou Xuanji became even more curious about the virtuous manifestation Great Array. This was the first time he had heard Little Sovereign speak in such a tone. Can I still go back to the soul source pool now? Zhou Xuanji asked. The virtuous manifestation Great Array still gave him a lingering fear. He didn't dare to rush in rashly. Little Sovereign replied. First, fuse the All Lives brush with the Soul Source Orb. Then you can rush in. Zhou Xuanji nodded and rushed towards the Emperor Sword Divine Range. After a year, Zhou Xuanji finally made the All Lives brush recognize him as its master. Next, it was time for the All Lives brush to fuse with the Soul Source Orb. During this time, hundreds of divine ranges had been destroyed. The Kunlun Origin Court was in a state of panic. Sovereign divine ranges and super divine ranges were holed up. They didn't dare to make a move. The current Kunlun Origin Court was a slaughterhouse for the Sword Emperor. Everyone was waiting for death. Despair was spreading. Most divine ranges were already in chaos. Zhou Xuanji took out the Lesser Supreme Sword again and asked Little Sovereign. Use your Soul Source Orb to absorb the All Lives brush. Then, use your divine energy to fuse them. This process will still take a long time, Little Sovereign said with a smile. Little Sovereign said with a smile, his tone full of expectations. Zhou Xuanji nodded. His glabella split open as the Soul Source Orb emerged. He then directly absorbed the All Lives brush into it. He first crushed God King He Shi inside the Soul Source Orb before squeezing the internal space of the Soul Source Orb and pressing it against the All Lives brush. A powerful repulsive force erupted from the All Lives brush, resisting the spatial compression of the Soul Source Orb. Zhou Xuanji was seriously fusing the two treasures. But what he didn't know was that a figure had appeared outside the palace. This person was Zhou Tanhua. Zhou Tanhua's eyes were bursting with purple light. Purple runes could be seen on the edge of his eyes. He looked very strange. He looked at the palace gate and opened his mouth, silently saying something. The stone surface of the gate cracked open as words appeared one after another. All lives fusion. Court toppling. Unique sword emperor. Unparalleled in both worlds. Zhou Tianhua took a step forward. But just as he took 2 steps, he suddenly disappeared. After 3 breaths, Zhou Shaoxian landed in front of the gate and shouted, "Father, I have something to tell you. It's urgent." Boom! The gate of the cultivation palace suddenly opened and Zhou Shaoxian immediately rushed in. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and looked at Zhou Shaoxian, who was rushing over. He asked, "What's wrong?" Zhou Shaoxian anxiously replied, "Tianhua is gone. He even injured Ran Niming before he disappeared." Zhou Xuanji's expression changed upon hearing this. He immediately disappeared from the spot. Outside the Emperor Sword Divine range, in the Kunlun universe, Zhou Tianhua was moving forward at an extremely fast speed. His expression was cold and the purple light in his eyes had never disappeared. Zhou Xuanji suddenly appeared in front of him, raising his hand and placing it on his shoulder. Bang! The 2 fists collided. Zhou Tianhua's right fist moved up from the bottom towards Zhou Xuanji's abdomen, but it was blocked by Zhou Xuanji's fist. Chapter 826. This kid's strength. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes as he exerted force with his right arm, pushing Zhou Tianhua back. At this moment, Zhou Tianhua seemed to be possessed. Facing his father, his expression didn't change at all. He raised his hands as 2 light swords appeared in his hands. He stabilized his figure and immediately charged at Zhou Xuanji. He sped through the air as halos of light appeared under his feet, making him look like he was walking on flat ground. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before Zhou Xuanji, brandishing the 2 light swords in his hands as he launched an attack. Zhou Xuanji easily blocked all his attacks with the lesser supreme sword in hand. "What's wrong with him?" Zhou Xuanji asked in his heart, his brow furrowing. His eyes were locked on Zhou Tianhua's eyes. "I don't know. Maybe the Sword Emperor's eyes are controlling him. Be careful," Little Sovereign replied solemnly. Zhou Xuanji had no choice but to find a way to subdue Zhou Tianhua. As their eyes met, Little Sovereign immediately cast the Extreme Nightmare Abyss, creating a dream to hypnotize Zhou Tianhua. Boom! Zhou Xuanji felt his consciousness explode as his vision was filled with a bright light. There was a figure in front of him that he couldn't look at directly. "This kid is destined to become the strongest law. You don't deserve him. Let him go, or I will slaughter the Emperor Sword Divine range." The Sword Emperor's voice came. His tone was filled with killing intent. Zhou Xuanji immediately became angry when he heard this. He said in a deep voice, "You want to threaten me? Just you." The Sword Emperor couldn't kill him with his own hands. Naturally, he wouldn't be too afraid of the Sword Emperor. "Very well, you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. You will regret it." The Sword Emperor coldly snorted. Zhou Xuanji immediately used his divine will to forcibly break the dazzling illusion around him. The Sword Emperor didn't dare to attack him. Therefore, he didn't dare to stop Zhou Xuanji's resistance. In the eyes of the Sword Emperor, Zhou Xuanji was just an ant that could be easily trampled to death. When Zhou Xuanji returned to reality, Zhou Tianhua was frantically attacking him. But no matter how he swung his sword, he couldn't hurt Zhou Xuanji. The invading saint body could not only ignore the law, but it also had a very strong defense. How could Zhou Tianhua hurt Zhou Xuanji without borrowing the Sword Emperor's power? Zhou Xuanji took out the soft velvety sword and stabbed it. Zhou Tianhua instantly lost his strength and collapsed in his arms. The soft velvety sword's grade was very low, but with Zhou Xuanji's divine energy, the soft velvety sword's power underwent a qualitative change. He picked up Zhou Tianhua and flew towards the Emperor Sword Divine range. After returning to the divine range, he summoned his avatar Panjun, Demon God Tianwu, Demon God Nanming, Demon God Jihuang, and Demon Ancestor to jointly suppress Zhou Tianhua. He unleashed his divine powers and countless sword shadows appeared in the surroundings of the Emperor Sword Divine range. The sword tips pointed outwards and densely packed together, surrounding the huge Emperor Sword Divine range. This scene caused all the nearby living beings to widen their eyes. What happened? Is that the Emperor Sword Divine range? Are they preparing for war? What a terrifying divine ability. It must be Zhou Xuanji. Could it be that someone wants to attack the Emperor Sword Divine Range? Will the Emperor Sword Divine Range attack the surrounding divine ranges? It's possible. The creatures fled in fear, not daring to stay any longer. The neighboring divine ranges were in an uproar as well. The various range masters unleashed their protective range formation in preparation for the Emperor Sword Divine Range's attack. The Kunlun cosmos fell into silence. Zhou Xuanji's divine ability attracted all the disciples' attention. Jiang Shui, Changxian, Daoya Old Man and the others found him. He didn't hide anything and told them the truth. Everyone turned pale with fright when they learned that Zhou Xuanji was going to destroy the Emperor Sword Divine Range. The talent and fortune of the Emperor Sword Divine Range was almost the same as the main body, and the other party was Zhou Xuanji, who had reached the highest stage of growth, the Sovereign. Could the Emperor Sword Divine Range resist the attack of the Sovereign? Is he crazy? Why does he want to attack his own son? Zhou Xiaoshuan's eyes widened in anger. But as soon as she spoke, she felt that something was wrong. Jiang Shui glared at her. Changxian worriedly said, "Your Emperor Sword Divine Range can't attack you. But he can destroy the Emperor Sword Divine Range. How can you guard against such a situation? He's the Sovereign. He's definitely not alone. He might have brought many experts from the anti-Kunlun." As soon as she said this, everyone panicked even more. Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but furrow his brow. He just realized that he had overlooked this problem. The Sword Emperor was the Sovereign. How could the Sovereign not have powerful subordinates? Everyone fell into silence. Should we call back all the disciples of the Emperor Sword Court? Xian Daoya asked. He also looked nervous. Who could remain calm in the face of the strongest in the Origin Court? Zhou Xuanji pondered and said, "Forget it. Let them continue to train outside. Maybe this will save them from trouble. The Sword Emperor is the Sovereign after all. He won't go to deal with those disciples outside just to deal with me. Their cultivation is not high." Everyone nodded, feeling that it made sense. "Zhou Xuanji, come out." A loud roar resounded throughout the Emperor Sword Divine Range. Everyone, including Zhou Xuanji, was so shocked that they immediately sent out their divine senses. There were 7 figures outside the divine range. They were Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, Lin Changge, Ning Zifeng, Chan Bantian, Meng Tianlang and Bei Xiao Wangjian. Each of them had a powerful aura and had reached the Origin Fusion Divine Lord realm. They were all Emperor Sword Emperors from the anti-Kunlun. They are so strong. Huang Lianxin's snow-white forehead was overflowing with cold sweat. These guys, whose cultivation was similar to hers, had actually grown to this level. Zhou Xuanji left after leaving a sentence. "You guys wait, don't come out." He came to the Kunlun universe with a single step. The Yu Shangchang broken sword and previous life dream realization sword appeared in his hands. 7 pairs of eyes fell on him. Some were mocking, some were complicated, some were mocking, and some were filled with murderous intent. "Zhou Xuanji, you dare to stop my revered teacher's plan. You must die," Xiao Jinghong said with a sinister smile as he raised his sword. Xiao Jinghong raised his sword and grinned evilly. His personality was completely different from the calm Kunlun Origin Court. Zhou Xuanji said expressionlessly, "Cut the crap. If you want to fight, let's fight. Didn't I teach you before?" Xiao Jinghong heard him, and his face turned livid. "TSK. Just like Master, your mouth is so sharp. You're still so stubborn even when you're about to die. Not bad. Kill him. Origin Fusion Divine Lord is Air Ming. I reckon that he has the power of 7 Ming. We can't let him continue to grow. Be careful of his swords. Not just his swords but his eyes too." The other 6 spoke one after another. Each of them drew their swords and charged toward Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji immediately activated the Greatly Divine Suppressor technique. Countless Greatly avatars flew out from his body and charged toward Xiao Jinghong and the others. Boom! 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 A great battle broke out. The Greatly avatars were slain one after another. Xiao Jinghong and the others charged toward Zhou Xuanji with extreme speed like phantoms. Zhou Xuanji's swords were equally fast and blocked each of their attacks. His eyes beamed with a purple radiance as he used the suppressing the universe and froze the entire universe. The 7 slowed down. With a thought, Zhou Xuanji's purple sword qi burst out from his body and turned into a vast ocean that covered a radius of billions of miles. Delusion sword C. Be careful, Chun Bantian said in a deep voice. Next, he turned into a gigantic yellow dragon that rampaged in the Sea of Swords. Chapter 827. It's really exactly the same. Zhou Xuanji snorted coldly. Facing his beloved disciples and sword slaves, he showed no mercy. He activated the sword fusion technique, and his aura skyrocketed. His hands danced like the wind. Sword qi swept across the surroundings with unstoppable momentum. The delusional sword sea surged. Even though Xiao Jinghong and the others dodged, the sword qi was still absorbed by the delusional sword sea and came back at them. It was like reincarnation. Master's reverse body indeed, Ning Zifeng said, gritting his teeth. His eyes were burning with rage. He held his sword with both hands and chanted a spell that Zhou Xuanji couldn't understand. Bolts of lightning wrapped around his body like sword qi, silver and sharp. His robe fluttered non-stop, and his pupils turned silver blue. Numerous blue swords of light appeared behind him, opening like a fan and stacking into a full circle. He swung his sword with the tip pointing at Zhou Xuanji. The blue swords of light behind him shot out simultaneously. These blue swords of light quickly turned into a blue statue of a god. It was tens of thousands of meters tall. It raised the giant sword in its hand and slashed at Zhou Xuanji. The delusional sword sea was pushed away by the blue statue. Its giant sword was about to land on Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji didn't panic in the face of danger. He looked up and opened his eyes. Two exterminating divine light swept out and instantly covered the blue statue, immobilizing it. Ning Zifeng's expression changed slightly as he mumbled to himself, "Such powerful divine power? Origin Fusion Divine Lord Erming already had such powerful divine power. What would happen if he reached the peak of Origin Fusion Divine Lord?" Lin Changge and Zhao Zongjian rushed to Zhou Xuanji's front and back and besieged him. Their swords were the fastest among the seven. They had almost surpassed the definition of speed. The two swords in their hands turned into billions of swords and attacked Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji activated the inverse chaos divine ability and turned their attacks around. They were horrified. They couldn't understand what was happening. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji's image in their hearts rose rapidly. He became extremely mysterious. Zhou Xuanji's eyes focused. The soul source orb suddenly opened between his brows, sucking Lin Changge and Zhao Zongjian into it. "You!" Northern Valiant Sword was enraged. He turned into countless afterimages and attacked. Every afterimage turned into a flaming sword with great momentum, creating many gaps in the delusional thought sea of swords. The scene was spectacular. Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes. The delusional sword sea exploded, bombarding the entire universe. Boom! 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 The surrounding divine veins were protected by vein-protecting formations and only shook slightly. Intense light filled the Kunlun universe, making countless living beings nervous. The experts of the various divine ranges were all watching. So powerful. Where did those guys come from? Zhou Xuanji is still more powerful. There is actually someone in the Kunlun origin court who has such attainments in the sword Dao. Who said magic treasures are mere worldly possessions? Look at this vast sword qi. It's a complete fusion of man and sword. Who is targeting Zhou Xuanji? Will it affect us? Everyone be careful. Don't leave the divine range. While the various divine ranges were engaged in discussions, the members of the Emperor Sword Divine Range were even more anxious. Jiang Shui clasped her hands before her chest and prayed for Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xiaoxian cheered loudly for Zhou Xuanji. Seeing Zhou Xuanji defeat the reverse bodies one after another, she was extremely excited. "He's really amazing," Ren Niming muttered to himself with a complicated look in his eyes. Ever since he was subdued by Zhou Xuanji, he thought of establishing his own sect. But Zhou Xuanji's rise was too fast. It was so fast that he was reluctant to leave. By following Zhou Xuanji, he could enjoy all kinds of resources. If he were to rely on himself, only God knew if he could climb to such a level. Seeing how powerful Zhou Xuanji was now, he felt extremely complicated. As destiny, he suddenly felt that he was so insignificant. In the vast Kunlun origin court, what was the rule of destiny? Shangtiandao barbarian god Huangluo Qiuhu Si Mingyan Su Qing. And the old beggar felt the same way. However, they were already convinced by Zhou Xuanji. Other than feeling their own weakness, they were more excited. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji relied on the inverse chaos divine ability and various sword Dao divine abilities to defeat Xiao Jinghong, Ning Zifeng, Chan Bantian, Bei Xiao Wangjian, and Meng Tianlang. He had already figured out the strength of these five. They were not a big threat to him. What he was most worried about was that the Sword Emperor had other more powerful subordinates. In the end, all five reverse bodies were sucked into the Soul Source Orb and suppressed. They no longer had the ability to overturn rivers and seas. Zhou Xuanji turned around and prepared to return to the Emperor's Sword Divine range. At this moment, applause came from behind him. He looked back and saw the Sword Emperor looking at him with a faint smile. The two stood facing each other. One had an evil smile on his face, while the other looked calm. This scene was captured by the divine will of many creatures. To Zhou Xuanji? Is that Zhou Fa? No, could he be the Sword Emperor? It's him. I saw him destroy the divine ranges with my own eyes. At that time I thought it was Zhou Xuanji's doing. Oh my god, what's going on? Zhou Fa, Zhou Xuanji, the Sword Emperor. Could they be from the same race? You think they are triplets? Everyone was in an uproar. They were all shocked by the appearance of Zhou Xuanji and the Sword Emperor. The disciples of the Emperor's Sword Divine Range had a weird look on their faces. However, they were not too excited because of Zhou Fa. At this moment they were all worried for Zhou Xuanji. The other party was the sovereign of Anti-Kunlun, a horrifying existence that had destroyed hundreds of divine ranges. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Aren't you angry?" The Sword Emperor mocked. "Why should I be angry? I have so many sword slaves. It's a good time to test your power." "Not bad, you are even more powerful than me at the same time. Your constitution is not simple. Could it be the legendary Exalted Invasion physique? You should have cultivated it in the space-time chaos. TSK, that girl is really loyal to you." He looked at Zhou Xuanji and felt more and more satisfied. It was as if he was looking at a mirror. There was no atmosphere of mortal enemies. With your power, do you still need to wait for the divine ranges to compromise? Zhou Xuanji asked the question that he had been wondering the most. The Sword Emperor shook his head and smiled. "I'm not the sovereign here." "That's right. It's because you are not the sovereign of Kunlun Origin Court that you have not reached the level of invincibility." Namutiani's voice came suddenly. Thousands of meters away, a hole was torn open in the void. Namutiani walked out from it, followed by the 12 ancestor. The 12 ancestor each held a chain in their hands. They were connected together as though they were tying an invisible object. Zhou Xuanji glanced over, and his pupils contracted immediately. Holy Ghost! The undying existence that would bring misfortune wherever he went. He suddenly laughed. Namutiani was really daring. The Sword Emperor could also see the Holy Ghost. He shook his head and said with a smile, "You want to defeat me with him? You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Even if the sovereign who created him came, your anti-Kunlun would still be destroyed." Swoosh! A sword light rose from the top of his head and turned into a gigantic sword that was millions of meters tall. It was shining with a blinding light. Chapter 828. Seeing that the Sword Emperor was still arrogant and disdainful of the Holy Ghost, Namutiani said coldly, "Sword Emperor, since you are not afraid, then give it a try." He waved his right hand, and the chains in the 12 ancestors' hands broke instantly. The ferocious and formless Holy Ghost roared and charged toward the Sword Emperor. The gigantic sword of light above the Sword Emperor's head spun at high speed. A violent gale blew, shaking the universe and preventing the Holy Ghost from getting close. Zhou Xuanji's expression changed slightly. He immediately moved away from the Sword Emperor. The nearby divine ranges were shaken by the violent gale. The divine range protection array trembled violently as though it would break at any moment. Namutiani channeled his divine energy to resist the wind pressure. The 12 ancestor did the same. Looking at the dazzling gigantic sword of light, they were extremely nervous. This guy is too powerful. Are we really going to fight him? For the Origin Court. Why can't the Holy Ghost get close? Isn't it invisible and unaffected by divine energy? This guy did not obtain the sovereign's power from the Kunlun origin court. How can he be so powerful? His sword's Tao is extraordinary. We must be careful. The 12 ancestor communicated telepathically. They were afraid that the Sword Emperor would kill them. If they were not afraid of death, the Kunlun origin court would not have ended up like this. The divine ranges were killing each other. The violent gale did not stop. Instead, it grew stronger. The Sword Emperor, facing the gigantic sword of light, laughed condescendingly. Are you afraid? Before Namutiani and the others could reply, the sword of light above his head exploded. In an instant, Zhou Xuanji's vision blurred, and he fainted. Everything turned pale. Nothingness, absolute darkness. Zhou Xuanji felt a gust of hot wind in his daze. He slowly regained consciousness. Memories flooded into his mind like a tide. He opened his eyes. What entered his eyes was a gigantic dragon head. Its body was like the surface of a volcano. Its eyes were crimson, and smoke was coming out of its nostrils. The smoke landed on his body and fluttered his robe. It was a dark void. Zhou Xuanji was tied to a stone pillar. The pillar's surface was boiling hot, and the surrounding space was rippling visibly. The bottom of the pillar was boundless, and the dragon's body was submerged. Zhou Xuanji looked to the side and saw Namutiani and the 12 ancestor. They were also tied to the pillar. They had already woken up. Their heads were lowered, and their faces were gloomy. What's going on? Zhou Xuanji tightly frowned. Why had the Sword Emperor not killed them? Although the Sword Emperor couldn't kill him personally, he could find someone else to kill him. What was that fellow thinking? He couldn't figure it out. His mind was a mess. He took a deep breath and asked, what on earth happened? What is the situation in the Kunlun origin court? No one answered him. Everyone was silent. The atmosphere was silent. After a while, Zhou Xuanji could not help but curse. Are you all King dead? These people were the pillars of the Kunlun origin court, but now they were all dejected like walking corpses. How could he not be angry? Sai, let's give up. Our divine power has already been absorbed by the Sword Emperor. There's no hope for us to escape. Namutiani sighed. He seemed to be in a trance, and no longer had the elegance of the past. The 12 ancestors kept their mouths shut as if they were dead. Zhou Xuanji frowned and asked, then what do you know? Namutiani glanced at him with hollow eyes and said faintly, we have already lost. Don't ask anymore. I don't know either. You and I can't do anything now. Just like Zhou Xuanji, they woke up in this place. They were once as furious as Zhou Xuanji, but the disappearance of their divine power pushed them into the abyss of despair. Zhou Xuanji frowned. He realized that his origin fusion divine power was still there. Why did the Sword Emperor leave him alone with cultivation? Just because he was the Sword Emperor's reincarnation? Something's wrong. There must be other reasons. Namutiani stopped talking, and Zhou Xuanji began to think of a solution. He must escape and return to the Emperor's Sword Divine Range. What he was most worried about was the Sword Emperor destroying the Emperor's Sword Divine Range. The silence lasted for 2 hours. Zhou Xuanji decided to act. He activated the Inverse Chaos Divine ability to deflect the suppressive force from the chains and escaped. Namutiani and the 12 ancestors looked at him instinctively. Next, they were all stunned. They were dumbfounded and could not believe their eyes. How did you do it? An ancestor asked in a trembling voice. Their confidence had been destroyed by the Sword Emperor's power. How could Zhou Xuanji, who was weaker than them, break free from the seal? Namutiani's eyes widened as he asked in astonishment. Your divine power is still there? Zhou Xuanji nodded slightly. He took out the Lesser Supreme Sword and prepared to rescue them. These people were the top experts of the Kunlun origin court. One more meant one more force. Just when he was about to act, he felt a strong hand clasping his shoulder. He turned around instinctively and saw Ran Niming behind him, looking at him with a cold face. Zhou Xuanji wanted to break free, but he couldn't. This guy must be Ran Niming's reincarnation. Damn, the anti-Kunlun has already invaded the Kunlun origin court? Zhou Xuanji frowned, looking vigilant. Ran Niming said in a cold voice. Where do you think you are going? He swung his right hand. Zhou Xuanji felt the world spinning before he was thrown onto the stone pillar. The chains wrapped around his body again. When Zhou Xuanji came back to his senses, he was already sealed. He looked at Ren Niming and asked in a deep voice, "What the hell do you want?" Ren Niming calmly replied, "Master wants 3,000 geniuses with 15-star aptitude and origin law. You meet this condition. You just wait. We won't take your lives for the time being." The dragon raised its head and spewed billowing dragon flames, burning the void. "How is the Kunlun origin court now?" Zhou Xuanji asked, staring at Ren Niming's eyes. Ren Niming coldly snorted and said, "Of course it's fine. Master is the sovereign. He doesn't need to oppress the origin court." His figure flickered as he arrived on the dragon's head, sat down cross-legged, and began to meditate. Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. He was in a very irritable mood right now. This feeling of being helpless was really uncomfortable. "Don't worry, the Sword Emperor is not nearby. You still have a chance to escape." Little Sovereign's voice suddenly came into Zhou Xuanji's ears, making his furrowed brows relax. At this juncture, hearing Little Sovereign's voice made him feel at ease. After all, this guy was also a sovereign. The other party is also a manifestation of destiny, but he is much more advanced than the one under you. He should be the supreme destiny of the anti-Kunlun. He is extremely powerful. Compared to mortal sovereign, he isn't weak. Little Sovereign continued to speak. Little Sovereign continued to speak with a solemn tone. Zhou Xuanji asked in his heart, "Then what should I do?" Little Sovereign excitedly replied, "Devour him." "Devour?" Zhou Xuanji was stunned. He couldn't understand what Little Sovereign meant. "I already understand everything. The reason why that guy kept your cultivation is because he wants you to devour this supreme destiny." Little Sovereign's next words made him even more confused. Chapter 829. The Sword Emperor deliberately left the supreme fate to guard Zhou Xuanji, just to let him devour it? This doesn't make sense. Zhou Xuanji frowned as he racked his brain to guess. It's very simple. Because he wants to transcend everything. He doesn't want to be bound by the supreme fate. If you devour the supreme fate, you will become stronger. And if he kills you, there will be no conflict. This is killing two birds with one stone. To put it simply, as long as you devour the supreme fate, the Sword Emperor can kill you with his own hands. Little Sovereign transmitted his voice with a smile. He sounded very excited. Zhou Xuanji was still very puzzled. He asked in his heart, "He has many ways to kill me. Why does he have to beat around the bush like this?" Little Sovereign replied with a faint smile, "Don't you have an energy technique that can absorb other people's cultivation?" Zhou Xuanji immediately understood. It turns out that the Sword Emperor also knows it. If so, does the Sword Emperor have the supreme legendary sword system? Wait a minute. Could it be that there is a miraculous effect by absorbing my reverse fate? Zhou Xuanji thought of many things in an instant. His brow furrowed deeper and deeper. This guy is too conceited. He thinks that he can eat you. You only have one chance now. Live or die. It's up to you, Little Sovereign sighed. He suddenly felt that Zhou Xuanji was a little unlucky. This was the first person in history who was suppressed by his own reverse fate technique. Zhou Xuanji's eyes flickered as his gaze fell on Ren Niming. Ren Niming is very strong. How can I devour his cultivation? At this moment, Zhou Xuanji suddenly saw a figure flying over. It was the Holy Ghost. It quietly approached the giant dragon sneakily with a horrifying and hideous smile on its face. Why is it here? Zhou Xuanji thought in surprise. Could it be that the Sword Emperor didn't capture the Holy Ghost? No. The Sword Emperor deliberately released the Holy Ghost to help him devour Ren Niming. Thinking of this, he looked at Ren Niming with pity in his eyes. This is the result of following the wrong person. Zhou Xuanji once again used the inverse chaos divine ability to break free from the shackles of the iron chains. He then used the sword fusion technique to fuse all the legendary swords into his body. Holding the lesser supreme sword, he walked toward Ren Niming step by step. On the dragon's head, Ren Niming opened his eyes and asked with a frown, "What kind of divine ability do you have? Why can't I seal you?" He raised his hand and waved it behind him, easily repelling the Holy Ghost. He stood up as well, and a blood moon appeared above his head. It was like a crescent blade, emitting an extremely oppressive aura in the dark void. He looked at Zhou Xuanji disdainfully and said, "If you insist on suffering, then don't blame me." Zhou Xuanji suddenly appeared in front of him and slashed with his sword. With a flash of sword light, the blood moon suddenly descended and blocked his blade. Separated by the blood moon, Ran Niming's expression was still so cold. A clone of Zhou Xuanji suddenly appeared behind him. The two of them attacked at the same time, using their palms as sharp blades. Zhou Xuanji focused his eyes and used suppressing the universe to freeze the void. However, Ran Niming's palm did not slow down. He could only use the inverse chaos divine art to reverse the direction of Ran Niming and his avatar. Ran Niming felt that Zhou Xuanji had disappeared into thin air, and was greatly shocked. Suddenly he heard the sound of something tearing through the air behind him, and he immediately dodged. Zhou Xuanji's sword missed. The inverse chaos divine art is really omnipotent. Namu Tianyi sighed in amazement as he watched Zhou Xuanji and Ran Niming fight. The 12 ancestors also saw hope. They were all praying for Zhou Xuanji. As long as Zhou Xuanji could defeat his opponent, they would have a chance to escape. Fighting with all their might was better than living a life worse than death. Zhou Xuanji's divine energy was not as good as Ran Niming's, but with the inverse chaos divine art, he could contend with Ran Niming. After a few exchanges, Ran Niming became more and more furious. He could no longer maintain his cold expression. He felt that he was being played. "Very good. Do you really think you can defeat me with such a small divine ability?" Ran Niming said coldly. Suddenly his body exploded into black and white qi that spread out. Zhou Xuanji was quickly engulfed by the black and white qi. He did not panic but activated the Great Li avatar. Hundreds of thousands of Great Li avatars flew out and scattered the black and white mist. Bomb! Ran Niming's knee hit Zhou Xuanji's chest and sent him flying. In an instant, Zhou Xuanji felt a burning pain in his chest. Two strange and domineering forces drilled into his body, destroying his bones and muscles. Fortunately, his extermination saint physique was powerful enough. After activating the world internalization, he instantly suppressed these two forces and fused them into his own divine energy. Ran Niming raised his brow. His expression changed drastically. How could it be? His power of destiny had been absorbed? A chill ran down his spine, and he suddenly thought of the Sword Emperor. That's right. He is the Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor is him. Ran Niming did not dare to be careless anymore. He drew out a spear from his left sleeve and charged toward Zhou Xuanji with one hand. The spear's radiance arrived first. The tip of the spear pointed and millions of stars flew out. The stars grew larger and crashed toward Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji swung his sword and activated the ultimate chaos Dao. His sword qi wreaked havoc and shattered the stars one after another. A violent gale blew at Namu Tianyi and the 12 ancestors, forcing them to lower their heads. The giant dragon did not join the battle but looked at Ran Niming and Zhou Xuanji with squinted eyes. Zhou Xuanji got close to the dragon and attacked with all his might. He was prepared to launch a barrage of attacks. At the same time, in the higher darkness there was a sphere of light. The Sword Emperor was in it. He sat on a throne made of many swords. His eyes reflected the battle between Zhou Xuanji and Ran Niming. The corner of his mouth rose as he murmured, "Destiny, it's time for you to put an end to those thoughts of yours. It's not a shame for you to die in my hands." He laughed mockingly as if Ran Niming had already died tragically. Suddenly, a figure of light appeared beside him. He half knelt and said in a deep voice, "Sovereign, the seal of the Anti-Kunlun Sovereign of Darkness is about to be broken." The Sword Emperor was not moved by this. He still smiled calmly and said, "Let's talk about it after it's broken." The figure of light nodded and continued, "In addition, I also found the whereabouts of the Sovereign of Anti-Kunlun. It turns out that he did not leave but reincarnated in Anti-Kunlun. His fate is closely related to your reincarnation. I haven't found out the reason yet." The Sword Emperor raised his brow and slightly frowned. "Connected to my reincarnation's fate?" Zhou Tanhua's face suddenly appeared in his eyes. Could it be that brat? No. Although that brat's talent was outstanding, he was just a source law. How could he be the reincarnation of the sovereign? The Sword Emperor fell into deep thought. Sovereign Zhou Xuanji cannot be left alive. It's better to get rid of him as soon as possible. The figure of light continued to persuade. His tone was thought-provoking. The Sword Emperor snorted and said, I have my own conclusion. Next, you need to stabilize the passage between the two worlds. Prepare for the war between the two worlds at any time. In the future, it may be a game between the three sovereigns. It will be unprecedented. We must be prepared. Yes, the figure of light replied. He waited for a few breaths. After confirming that the Sword Emperor had no further instructions, he left. The Sword Emperor sat on the sword throne. His eyes flickered as he murmured, Will that dream come true? Humph! Even if it comes true, I will destroy it with my own hands. Chapter 830. Zhou Xuanji did not know that the Sword Emperor was looking at him. He was fully focused on fighting Ren Niming and thinking about how to defeat him. This Ren Niming was the supreme fate of the anti-Kunlun. His strength was unfathomable, and his divine power was inexhaustible. He was also proficient in many strange divine arts, which made him feel helpless. If not for the inverse chaos divine ability and the absolute infestation saint form, Zhou Xuanji would have lost without a doubt. His sword principle couldn't hurt Ren Niming at all. Ren Niming's heart was equally heavy, and he was even more nervous than Zhou Xuanji. His cultivation far surpassed Zhou Xuanji's, and he was supreme fate. Yet, he had been toyed with by Zhou Xuanji. How could he not be angry? This was the Kunlun origin court, and he couldn't use his fate power to its fullest, causing such an awkward scene. With a flash of sword light, Zhou Xuanji and countless greatly avatars moved around Ren Niming. Their attacks were swift and fierce, and Ren Niming was beaten senseless by the inverse chaos divine ability. Damn it! If this goes on, Ren Niming gritted his teeth. He could sense that Zhou Xuanji would absorb his divine energy with each attack. If this continued, he would definitely lose. Not only that, but Zhou Xuanji would also become more powerful and even surpass him. Thinking of this, Ren Niming became even more anxious. Zhou Xuanji had been looking for an opportunity. All the divine energy in the Tianxia map poured into the Soul Source Orb. Xiao Jinghong and Zhao Congjian's divine energy was also sucked dry and condensed together, ready to erupt at any time. This divine power was ready to be unleashed. As long as he found the right opportunity, he would be able to kill Ren Niming with one strike. Very good, let's wear him out like this. Little Sovereign's voice reached Zhou Xuanji's ears. He sounded extremely excited. Zhou Xuanji did not reply but focused on the battle. During the battle, he had an inexplicable epiphany. His understanding of the destiny law. A very long time ago, he'd suffered a blow from destiny, and he'd almost died. Ren Niming's destiny law was far stronger than the heavenly law universe's destiny law. In such an intense battle, he could clearly feel the existence of the destiny law. The 12 ancestors of law began to discuss. They all saw hope. Zhou Xuanji has a chance to win. What exactly is his divine ability? This is the first time I've seen such a mystical divine ability. I have to be quick in case the Sword Emperor notices. I feel like he's already lurking around. I feel like I'm being watched. No, it's very difficult for Zhou Xuanji to win in a short time. It's already very impressive that he could fight to this extent. They watched the battle nervously while discussing it. Nam Muqiani said nothing, his gaze never leaving the battlefield. The battle continued. The Holy Ghost sneaked over again and tried to sneak attack Ren Niming, but it was blocked by the power of fate. Misfortune was actually a branch of fate, so the Holy Ghost was nothing to Ren Niming. However, Ren Niming couldn't kill him. The Holy Ghost was forced back again and again, but it didn't compromise. Instead, it became even more furious. How annoying! Ren Niming's eyes were cold and his heart was burning with anger. Why did the Holy Ghost come out? What was Ji Zun doing? You can't even handle a Holy Ghost? His pupils constricted as if he thought of something. His body trembled, and he hurriedly pulled away from Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji noticed the look in his eyes and immediately understood that he already knew the scheme behind all of this. At this moment, a ray of black light that was indistinguishable from his physical body and divine sense descended and quickly enveloped Ren Niming. Zhou Xuanji, who had the perfect exterminating divine eyes, saw everything clearly. In the eyes of Nam Muqiani and the 12 ancestor, Ren Niming suddenly stopped for no reason. Zhou Xuanji wouldn't stop. Taking advantage of the victory, the soul source orb suddenly opened between his brows. Boom! A ray of purple light containing extremely horrifying origin fusion divine power burst out. It tore through the space and swept past Ren Niming instantly. The exterminating divine light, which had been accumulating for a long time, directly turned Ren Niming into ashes. At the same time, an unimaginably massive divine power poured into Zhou Xuanji's body. World internalization. Zhou Xuanji immediately activated the Tianxia map and the soul source orb to help him absorb most of the divine power, lest he explode and die. Fortunately, he had the absolute infiltration saint physique. He could quickly convert the origin fusion divine power of others. Namutiani and the 12 ancestors' jaws dropped. What did they just see? Zhou Xuanji killed Ren Niming instantly. How is this possible? Zhou Xuanji didn't let his guard down, nor did he go to save Ren Niming. Instead, he remained motionless. He could feel the invisible pressure. The Sword Emperor was spying on him. He could attack at any time. What should I do next? Let him do whatever he wants? Zhou Xuanji asked in his heart. If it weren't for the Sword Emperor, it would have been very difficult for him to kill Ren Niming. Now that the Sword Emperor had made a move, it meant that the Sword Emperor was already next to him. He might even be staring at him, waiting for an opportunity. Get ready to escape. I will mobilize my soul power. Stay alert. Don't relax. Little Sovereign's voice resounded in his mind before he started counting down. 3, 2, 1. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Xuanji disappeared into thin air. Namutiani and the 12 ancestor were stunned. He left just like that? The Sword Emperor suddenly appeared where Zhou Xuanji had disappeared. Namutiani and the others immediately lowered their heads in fear. What's going on? Could it be that the sovereign soul is helping him? The Sword Emperor furrowed his brow. His face was gloomy. Anger flashed in his eyes. He was angry at himself for neglecting the sovereign's soul. He swept his divine will, trying to track Zhou Xuanji. But he wasn't the sovereign of the Kunlun Origin Court. He couldn't see the Kunlun Origin Court and all the universes below it at a glance. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji blinked. He felt the world spinning. His body was squeezed by a terrifying force. It was extremely uncomfortable. After a long while, he finally landed on the ground. He propped his hands on the ground as he knelt on the slippery mud. He shook his head and looked up, trying to wake himself up. The pitter-patter of rain fell on his body and into the mud. The Lesser Supreme Sword floated behind him. Little Sovereign then emerged inside. You finally escaped. Kid, next you should absorb the divine power of the Supreme Destiny. Try to become stronger first. He was worried that Zhou Xuanji would go back for the Emperor Sword divine range. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath. He slowly straightened his upper body and looked around. This was a mountainous area shrouded in dark clouds. The forest was covered in a layer of mist. A few black wolves were lying on the ground under the trees in the distance, looking at him nervously. Other than them, there were no other creatures. He didn't look for a place to take shelter from the rain. Instead, he sat down and meditated. I can use this rain to wake myself up. He began to absorb Ren Niming's origin fusion divine power. It wasn't just divine power but also the supreme destiny rule. It wasn't the credit of world internalization but the soul source orb. Seizing the rule, his cultivation began to grow rapidly. He wanted to use this opportunity to break through to the origin fusion divine lord level 3. The lesser supreme sword floated behind him, protecting him. Suddenly, two figures flew over from the horizon. It was a man and a woman. They were flying on their swords toward Zhou Xuanji. Chapter 831. A man and a woman flew toward Zhou Xuanji. They were dressed in similar blue ancient clothing and looked like a celestial couple. The woman looked like a celestial being and was beautiful and graceful. The man had a dignified appearance, sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, and a jade-like face. They chatted as they flew. Soon, the woman discovered Zhou Xuanji's silhouette and said in surprise, "There's someone ahead. He's cultivating in the rain?" The man heard him and looked over. His gaze locked onto Zhou Xuanji. He frowned. Seeing Zhou Xuanji's back, he felt an indescribable sense of unease. This person was definitely not an ordinary person. Junior sister, Let's take a detour to avoid unnecessary trouble, the man said in a low voice. The woman nodded, having no objections. The pair immediately changed their direction and distanced themselves from Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji also noticed them passing by, but he did not open his eyes and focused on cultivating. He had used his divine will to scan this world. It was a great thousand world, and the continent was as vast as the Wanshan Great Thousand. There were countless races living here. Of course, in Zhou Xuanji's eyes, this world was incredibly small. The pair of brother and sister left and never came back. In the following period of time, no one came to disturb Zhou Xuanji. 2 months later, Zhou Xuanji began to break through. With the absolute invasion saint form, the rules of the tribulation did not dare to obstruct him, so he broke through very easily and did not cause too much of a commotion. 3 enlightened origin fusion divine lords. At this level he could use the reverse divine sword and the non-existence divine sword. First he took out the reverse sword. The sword was silver gray in color and the blade was a little thick, but it did not feel heavy when he held it. As for the non-existence godly sword, he naturally could not see it. It was almost non-existent, but Zhou Xuanji could sense its presence. These 2 omni-fusion divine swords contained power that surpassed all the previous divine swords. This sword is not simple. Also, there seems to be some kind of power around you. Little Supreme Being said in bewilderment as his soul body flew out of the Lesser Supreme Sword. At this time the sky was clear and boundless. The Lesser Supreme Sword stood in the middle of the grass, shining with a strange light under the sunlight. Zhou Xuanji did not reply to him. He stored the 2 legendary swords and continued to absorb Ren Niming's astral fusion divine power. About 10 minutes passed. I finally found you. The Sword Emperor's voice suddenly sounded out, causing Zhou Xuanji to open his eyes in shock. He immediately got up and took out the reverse sword and non-existent sword, preparing to fight. The Sword Emperor stood in midair and looked down at him with a smile that was not a smile. Zhou Xuanji gritted his teeth. He had never thought that the Sword Emperor would find him as soon as he broke through. Although his cultivation had multiplied, it was nothing compared to the Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor didn't make a move. Instead, he was sizing him up. As expected, you are absorbing the Supreme Destiny. Impressive. Don't worry, I won't kill you for now. Emperor Sword Divine Range is safe and sound. The Sword Emperor smiled. His smile was so cold that it made people shudder. What do you want to do? Zhou Xuanji asked in a low voice. Not only did he not heave a sigh of relief when the Sword Emperor didn't attack him, but he was also very unhappy. He hated this kind of helpless situation. I originally wanted to kill you, but now I need a helper to help me deal with the 2 sovereigns. Once you and I win, I will not endanger the Kunlun Origin Court. I just want to advance to a higher realm. At that time, let me devour 3,000 origin rules. I can leave a part of each of them. This way, I can ensure the normal development of the Kunlun Origin Court, the Sword Emperor said, staring at Zhou Xuanji. The Sword Emperor said as he looked at Zhou Xuanji, making Zhou Xuanji feel quite stunned. Join forces? 2 sovereigns? Zhou Xuanji immediately thought of the long-lost sovereign of the Kunlun Origin Court. That guy is still alive. From what the Sword Emperor said, that sovereign will be back soon. The Sword Emperor landed in front of him and said, My subordinates found out that your sovereign is not dead. He has reincarnated and he is related to your fate. This means that you know him, and it's not just a simple acquaintance. Zhou Xuanji was the same as the Sword Emperor. He immediately thought of Zhou Tanhua. He couldn't help but frown. He shouldn't be your son. His fate has just begun. There are no traces of his previous life, the Sword Emperor said, shaking his head with a smile. This dispelled Zhou Xuanji's worries. He asked, In that case, why did you take my son away? The Sword Emperor smiled and explained. He was very talented. He was the same in the Kunlun Origin Court where I was. But that kid died early. Back then the evil Sky Divine Range was besieged. Origin Court War God was taken away. In order to save him, Beast Sovereign used me as a ransom. That kid Tanhua died in front of me to save me. This is also why I hate Origin Court War God so much. Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow again. Why is this past the same as the future Zhou Fa saw? He asked doubtfully. Wasn't Beast Sovereign and Origin Court War God at odds with each other in your place? Origin Court War God was killed by Beast Sovereign himself. The Sword Emperor shook his head and explained with a smile. Origin Court War God betrayed the evil Sky Divine Range and Beast Sovereign. The two became enemies. It's that simple. Zhou Xuanji's pupils suddenly shrank. He suddenly fell into a trance. What is the relationship between the anti-Kunlun and the Kunlun Origin Court? If it's the opposite, why is the development trajectory so similar? Little Sovereign suddenly flew out. He crossed his arms over his chest, closed his eyes and coldly snorted. Junior, what are you plotting? You can't talk about the matter between the two realms like this. It will cause chaos. The Sword Emperor glanced at him and said with a contemptuous smile, That's you. What I'm going to do is what you dare not to do. Hearing this, Little Sovereign opened his eyes and said in a deep voice, Don't tell me you want to. The Sword Emperor shook his head and turned his gaze back to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji's heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat. He was extremely curious. He asked, What are you talking about? Little Sovereign replied, You will be qualified to know all this when you step into the Sovereign Pursuing Realm. If you know in advance, you will die a very ugly death. The Sword Emperor nodded with a smile. The atmosphere was no longer as tense as before. Zhou Xuanji looked at the Sword Emperor and asked, What are your plans next? The situation forced him to bow his head. Since the Sword Emperor didn't want to kill him, he had to seize the opportunity to survive and counterattack in the future. You should go back and become stronger first. That sovereign will definitely come into contact with you in the future. At that time, if you find out his identity, give this sword to him or use this sword to hurt him. The Sword Emperor flipped his right hand, and a small green jade sword appeared in his hand. He then handed it to Zhou Xuanji. After taking it, Zhou Xuanji began to play with the sword. This small green jade sword didn't seem to be anything special. Zhou Xuanji swept it with his divine will, and couldn't sense any energy from it. It was like a toy from the mortal world. Zhou Xuanji asked, Aren't you afraid that I will play tricks on you? The Sword Emperor smiled meaningfully and said, You better pray that the sovereign dies. If he wins, you won't be able to become the sovereign for a long time. If I win, I can help you ascend to the sovereign's position. Chapter 832. The Sword Thearka's words were filled with attraction. How many living beings could reject the position of a supreme being? Becoming a supreme was tantamount to becoming the strongest in the myriad of worlds. Although the position of a supremacy was replaced by the old, the shortest period of a supremacy's reign was hundreds of millions of years. Zhou Xuanji did not have the right to refuse, so he could only agree. After that, he asked the Sword the Arch to release Nanmutiani and the others as well. After all, Nanmutiani was considered half a subordinate of his. The Sword Emperor had no objections and agreed. Then the Sword Emperor left and disappeared without a trace. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and continued to cultivate. Little Sovereign floated to the side, not saying a word. He stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. After a long while he lamented, What a great Sword Emperor! This is truly a good method. If you succeed, perhaps you can really become the most powerful supreme being throughout the ages. Zhou Xuanji, who was cultivating with his eyes closed, asked, What do you mean? The most powerful supreme being? Currently, the position of a supreme martial artist was not too far away from him. He naturally wanted to understand this domain. Supremes are also divided into strong and weak. Since ancient times, the strongest should be a cardinal heaven expert. At that time, he also encountered attacks from other supremes, but with absolute strength he instantly killed the predecessors, created the divine meridians, and expanded many rules. Be it in terms of strength or contribution, he is second to none. Little Sovereign replied with a look of reminiscence on his face. However, since ancient times, it's extremely rare for the anti-Kunlun supremes to slaughter their way to the Kunlun Origin Court, let alone become the strongest supremes. Zhou Xuanji's emotions surged as he listened, and his eyes were filled with anticipation. Cardinal Heaven, the title of the strongest supreme martial artist. It was unknown if such an existence was still alive. I've always been curious. Since paragons are invincible, why would there be paragons appearing one after another? The previous paragons all went to explore unknown domains, so what are these so-called unknown domains? Zhou Xuanji could not help but ask. This was his biggest doubt. Little Supreme said meaningfully, "The unknown domain is a blank space that the mind can't think of. The Supremes created it with their supreme power. It is above the Kunlun origin court. It belongs to a higher level. Only the Supremes can step into it. Others can't even feel its existence, let alone step into it. Every single Supreme being opens a different higher plane, so it's very easy to get lost within. Back then I tried it and almost died. In the end, I was saved by your opportunity, becoming a soul body." When he mentioned this, he was a little proud, as if he was very proud. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and asked, "Could it be that my serendipity comes from a higher realm?" It was also very difficult to find the origin of the two words Hongmeng in the Kunlun origin court. Little Sovereign shook his head and said, "I don't know. Maybe it is. With the development of sovereigns, there are too many fields and things that I don't understand." Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and threw these distracting thoughts to the back of his mind before focusing on his cultivation. Ren Niming's divine power was huge enough for him to continue breaking through. Previously, it took a long time because of the interference of the Supreme Fate, but now that he had removed the Supreme Fate and moved it into the Soul Source Orb, the next step was much more convenient. In less than half a month, he forcefully broke through to the Origin Fusion Divine Lord Fourth Enlightened, and his divine power was far greater than before. He got up and flew toward the Kunlun Origin Court. Next, he planned to absorb Supreme Fate in the Emperor Sword Divine Range. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly noticed a woman flying toward him. The woman's clothes were covered in blood. Her hair was messy and she was holding a short sword in her hand. From time to time she would look back. Obviously she was being chased. Zhou Xuanji glanced at her but didn't care. "Senior, save me!" The woman suddenly cried out. Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but take another look at her. He suddenly remembered. Isn't this woman the senior brother and junior sister I met before? In this world he had seen these two people. Naturally he had memories of them. It was fate that brought us together. Never mind. Zhou Xuanji was waiting for her to fly over. Behind her, thousands of cultivators flew over like an army of locusts. All of them were stepping on their artifacts. Their cultivation was very weak, far from the Saint Realm. In Zhou Xuanji's eyes, they were no different from mortals. The woman flew behind him and cried out in horror. "Senior, save me! I will give you a treasure after this." Zhou Xuanji's face was expressionless. With a wave of his right hand, he directly teleported all the cultivators to the other side of this world. The woman was stunned. She was immediately dumbfounded. Zhou Xuanji stepped into the air and prepared to leave. "Senior, this treasure is for you. To repay you for saving my life," the woman said anxiously. She flipped her right hand and took out a crescent moon-shaped jade. Zhou Xuanji seemed to have noticed something. He raised his right hand and the crescent moon-shaped jade fell into his hand. Immediately afterward, he disappeared from the spot. The woman was stunned. She hurriedly called out, "Senior? Senior?" Unfortunately, no matter how she called out, Zhou Xuanji didn't show up because he had already left this world. In the space-time tunnel, Zhou Xuanji was flying on the Lesser Supreme Sword, while playing with the crescent moon-shaped jade in his hand. This thing actually contains a trace of the power of law. Interesting. Little Sovereign, floating above Zhou Xuanji's head, said in amazement. The power of law in the crescent moon-shaped jade was very thin. It was almost non-existent. But in this mortal world it seemed very special. Zhou Xuanji carefully observed this trace of power of law. He felt a little familiar. It was very similar to the power of time and space. Back in the passage between the two worlds, he had been with the law of time and space day and night. It should be related to the passage between the two worlds. It seems that Kunlun Origin Court and Anti-Kunlun are getting closer. Once they merge, it will cause unprecedented consequences. Everything may change, Little Sovereign murmured to himself, his eyes turning sharp. Zhou Xuanji crushed the crescent moon-shaped jade and directly absorbed the power of law inside. As for the matter of the two worlds getting closer, he didn't think much about it. As long as I can kill the Sword Emperor, this matter can be solved. He flew forward at full speed. A few hours later, he returned to the Emperor Sword Divine Range. The Emperor Sword Divine Range didn't suffer any damage. It was just that the atmosphere was very quiet. No one was walking around the various layers of the city. It was very desolate. "I'm back. Don't worry, disciples." Zhou Xuanji's voice resounded throughout the Emperor Sword Divine range, making everyone excited and pleasantly surprised. Zhou Tianhua and Zhou Shaoxian, who were cultivating, also opened their eyes. Zhou Xuanji came up to Jiang Shui. Jiang Shui was studying arrays under a tree. She wasn't surprised to see Zhou Xuanji. Instead, she smiled sweetly and said, "I knew you were still alive." Zhou Xuanji walked up to her and said with a smile, "I can't die for you." Next, he took the initiative to talk about what had happened during this period of time. Jiang Shui listened quietly. After he finished, she asked with a frown, "Then the most dangerous time is coming. Before, you were only targeted by the Darkness Sovereign and the Sword Emperor. But later on, you might anger the current sovereign." Zhou Xuanji nodded. He then shook his head and said with a smile, "I can only deal with it when it comes." Although he was smiling on the surface, he was very anxious in his heart. He desperately needed to become stronger. The two chatted for a while before Zhou Xuanji returned to the cultivation palace to cultivate in seclusion. After entering the palace, just as he sat down, a bright purple light suddenly burst out of his eyes. Chapter 833. The abnormality of the exterminating divine eyes made Zhou Xuanji very uncomfortable. He subconsciously rubbed his eyes. They even stung a little. He immediately probed his eyes with his divine will. He saw strands of power of destiny pouring into the exterminating divine eyes from the soul source orb. The exterminating divine eyes were absorbing the power of destiny. It contained the power of time and space. It seemed that the crescent jade had catalyzed this process. Zhou Xuanji calmed down and circulated his energy to help the exterminating divine eyes absorb the power of destiny. Perhaps after this, the exterminating divine eyes would undergo a transformation. Little Sovereign also popped up and said excitedly, "Awesome! Brat, your exterminating divine eyes are about to evolve. Strange, fate and space-time rules have such a miraculous effect." He carefully looked at Zhou Xuanji, trying to see through him. Zhou Xuanji focused on fusing the exterminating divine eyes and destiny rules. During this process, the discomfort he felt was gradually decreasing. The greatly divine suppressor technique was the most suitable cultivation technique for the exterminating divine eyes. It was a powerful cultivation technique improved by the previous owners of the exterminating divine eyes. It had a great effect on creation. Even the supreme fate could be absorbed. Of course, the soul source orb also played a role in this. Little Sovereign looked at it for a while before entering the lesser supreme sword and continuing to sleep. He had consumed most of his soul power to help Zhou Xuanji escape last time. He needed a long time to recuperate. This time the evolution took a very long time. It took a full 4 months before the evolution of his exterminating divine eyes was completed. But now his vision was completely different. As he swept his gaze around, all the disciples fell into his eyes. He could see each other's fate. Some were as thin as smoke, some were as strong as a fire, and some were as violent as a gale. When he focused his attention on these gray chi, he could see the fate of these disciples. Fate really exists. According to a person's character and environment, there would be rules to deduce their fate. The entire system was extremely huge and complicated. Even he, who was a four-enlightened origin fusion divine lord, couldn't see through it completely. He turned his gaze to Jiang Shui and found that he couldn't see through her fate. He then looked at Zhou Tianhua, Zhou Shaoxian, Changxian and the others. In the end he came to a conclusion. He couldn't see through the fate of those who were close to him, but he could see the fate of those who were relatively distant. He wasn't too shocked. After all, he grasped the supreme fate, which was equivalent to jumping out from fate. Everything related to him was a variable. He smiled and retracted the supreme fate in his exterminating divine eyes, no longer prying into the fate of others. Supreme fate was vast and profound. He had only fused it. If he wanted to fully grasp it, he would need more time to cultivate. No matter what, his exterminating divine eyes had become much stronger. Zhou Xuanji's mood turned for the better. He got up and left the cultivation palace to teach the Emperor Sword divine range disciples. While he was becoming stronger, he also hoped that the Emperor Sword divine range would become stronger as well. The current Kunlun origin court was still desolate and tense, and very few creatures dared to go out. All the origin cities were like dead cities. All the living beings were holed up in their respective divine ranges, not daring to come out easily. The Sword the Arch was still massacring the divine ranges. The divine ranges that he had found could only survive by handing over a 15-star prodigy, or an origin law inheritor. Zhou Xuanji did not stop the Sword Emperor. Right now he did not have the right to stop him. The various super divine ranges and sovereign divine ranges frequently interacted with each other. They wanted to gather the strength of various parties through negotiations. Among them, the Tianyi divine range, the revered Emperor divine range, and the mortal divine range were the most eager. The other 7 sovereign divine ranges were very low-key. They were so low-key that they almost didn't exist. Among the super divine ranges, the most active one was naturally the evil sky divine range. Beast Sovereign was ambitious. He felt that this turmoil was a good opportunity for him to rise. He recruited soldiers and bought horses, taking in those homeless creatures. The Emperor Sword divine range stayed in a corner and didn't participate in the affairs of the world. Zhou Xuanji devoted himself to cultivation. Under his preaching, the cultivation of all the Emperor Sword divine range disciples rose steadily, making the atmosphere in the divine range more and more uplifted, sweeping away the previous panic. Another few years passed. On this day, Zhou Xuanji was teaching Zhou Tanhua how to use the exterminating divine eyes. Changxian appeared beside him, bowed and reported, "Master Tianyi divine range's range master, Namu Tianyi, has come to visit you." Zhou Xuanji replied without turning his head. "Bring him in. That old guy came to see me. Does he have another plan?" Unfortunately, he had already reached an agreement with the Sword Emperor. Namu Tianyi reckoned that he didn't know that he would survive. It was Zhou Xuanji who had spoken. Changxian left. Soon she brought Namu Tianyi to Zhou Xuanji. The young-looking Zhou Tanhua retracted his eyes and obediently flew to the opposite peak. Namu Tianyi looked at him and sighed. "This is your son, right? I have long heard of him. Even the Sword Emperor wants to snatch him." This sentence wasn't a compliment or sarcasm. Zhou Tanhua's talent had already spread in the Kunlun origin court. He had perfectly inherited Zhou Xuanji's exterminating divine eyes and cultivation aptitude. At such a young age, he was already breaking through to the Tao ancestor realm. Maybe he could reach the 9 vast heavens in less than 1,000 years. He could be regarded as the star of tomorrow. Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile. "What's the matter?" Namu Tianyi said with a straight face. "Recently, the divine ranges are going to gather all the range masters and integrate the power of all the divine ranges to resist the Sword Emperor. We have the whereabouts of the sovereign. When he returns, he will definitely defeat the Sword Emperor." Zhou Xuanji wasn't surprised. He asked with a faint smile, "Is the sovereign as strong as the Sword Emperor?" The Sword Emperor was the reverse of him. In his opinion, if he became the sovereign, he would be the strongest among the sovereigns. As for the sovereign, in his impression, he didn't have any particularly great achievements or contributions. He had to be deceived by his subordinates. This made him feel that the sovereign was just SOSO. At least he was much worse than the other sovereigns. Of course. He's the most powerful existence, Namu Tianyi said excitedly. His face and neck instantly turned red. Although the Sword Emperor is the reverse of you, you can't think that he is absolutely invincible. The danger our sovereign encountered in the past wasn't much weaker than now. But he still managed to break through the encirclement and become the sovereign in the decisive battle that concerned the life and death of the Kunlun origin court. He is definitely stronger than the Sword Emperor. At this moment, Namu Tianyi was like a crazy fan in Zhou Xuanji's eyes. Is he that strong? Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and said, "Well, tell me, where is the location and when is it?" He didn't say anything about the sovereign's reincarnation lest Namu Tianyi questioned him further. At that time he wouldn't be able to explain himself. "It's in the Sovereign Emperor divine range. You must arrive in 76 days, Namu Tianyi replied. He took a deep breath and tried his best to calm his emotions. He hated the Sword Emperor to the bone. The sovereign was his hope. He couldn't allow Zhou Xuanji to destroy this hope. Zhou Xuanji nodded. Namu Tianyi still seemed a little unhappy. He chatted with him briefly before quickly leaving. Zhou Tianhua appeared beside Zhou Xuanji and mumbled, "Is his Dao heart unstable?" Chapter 834. Zhou Xuanji glanced at Zhou Tianhua and snappily said, "He is the sovereign range master. Can a kid like you see through his Dao heart?" Zhou Tianhua scratched his head and smiled, looking a little shy. "Father, are you really going next? The Sword Emperor is your reincarnation. Even if a sovereign returns and defeats the Sword Emperor, your crisis will not end." Zhou Tianhua reminded, "In the battle between the sovereign and the Sword Emperor, no matter who won, Zhou Xuanji's life would be in danger. The Sword Emperor would prove Zhou Xuanji's potential to the sovereign. Could even be said that he was a threat." Zhou Xuanji chuckled and said, "Don't think about things that are too far away. If the Sword Emperor is not defeated, the Emperor Sword Divine Range will not survive either. Maybe after the Sword Emperor is defeated, I will also have the power to fight against the sovereign. Who knows?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Tianhua's eyes lit up. That's right. Perhaps his father would have already become a supreme martial artist by then? All right, let's continue cultivating. Zhou Xuanji's tone changed and became stern. Zhou Tianhua's aptitude was indeed amazing. In terms of aptitude alone, he wasn't any worse than him. Such a genius was his own son, so there was no need for Zhou Xuanji to hide anything. Now that Zhou Tianhua had grown up and matured, it was time for him to soar into the sky and grow unscrupulously. Under Zhou Xuanji's guidance, Zhou Tianhua's cultivation increased day by day. In the blink of an eye, the day of the gathering of the divine ranges finally arrived. The Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage was quickly shuttling through the universe. Inside the carriage, Zhou Xuanji, Zhou Tianhua, and Zhou Xiaoxian were chatting. Zhou Xiaoxian seemed to be the most excited. She clapped her hands and smiled. "Father, this is a great opportunity. If you can grasp it well, you might be able to become the leader of all the divine ranges. How impressive would that be? That's equivalent to half a supreme martial artist." Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed. Why was this girl's personality so similar to Xian Xianghua's? On the contrary, Zhou Tianhua looked like Jiang Shui. Zhou Tianhua said helplessly, "Elder sister, whoever becomes the alliance leader will become the target of public criticism. What would the supreme expert think if he saw this? The enemy is father's face, and the most powerful subordinate is also father." When Zhou Xiaoxian heard this, she thought about it and realized that it was indeed not a good idea. If it was her, she most likely would not have a good impression of Zhou Xuanji either. Then I'll really be a spectator this time. Zhou Xiaoxian sighed and leaned against the wall. Zhou Xuanji looked at Zhou Tianhua and said, "This time you have to observe carefully. If you become the range master of the Emperor Sword Divine Range in the future, you have to know about the range masters of the Kunlun Origin Court. You have to distinguish who is worth roping in and who you have to stay away from. Under such circumstances, it is the easiest to see one's nature." Zhou Tianhua nodded, his eyes revealing a look of anticipation. Zhou Xiaoxian curled her lips and said, "Tianhua is the branch master? What do I think? Should I learn from Auntie Xian and establish a sect outside?" After saying that, she actually became excited. Zhou Xuanji was speechless. This girl really looked like Xian Xianghua when she smiled. Zhou Tianhua said with a smile, "All right. How about this? Us two siblings will work together to assist father." The siblings began to talk about this matter, and the more they talked, the more excited they became. Zhou Xuanji did not interrupt but observed them with a smile. It wasn't bad to have such a pair of children in one's life. They talked and laughed along the way, and they did not encounter any danger or obstacles. The Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage stopped in front of the Venerable Emperor Divine Range. The vicinity of the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range was quiet. Very few creatures came and went. Those creatures disappeared into thin air as soon as they got close to the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range. Zhou Xuanji wasn't surprised. When the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage was less than 10,000 feet away from the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range, a powerful space-time force moved it away. From the outside, the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage seemed to have disappeared into thin air. The next second, the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage entered the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range. Inside the revered Emperor Divine Range, every layer was filled with people. This time, the Divine Ranges are gathering. It is said that the Sovereign is there. Is it true? If the Sovereign is there, The Kunlun Origin Court can restore peace. With so many heroes gathering, who do you think will become the leader of the Origin Court? Probably Nanmu Tianyi. Sovereign Emperor Dragon. Didn't you see that all the divine ranges are gathering in the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range? The Mortal Divine Range Master is also possible. Zhou Xuanji heard many voices. In the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range, the news about the Divine Range Coalition Army had already spread. The whole range was looking forward to it. Too soon, Nanmu Tianyi sent a voice transmission to Zhou Xuanji. Brother Zhou, please come to my place. I will ask for the first seat for you. Zhou Xuanji immediately maneuvered the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage and flew toward Nanmu Tianyi. After half an hour, the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage landed in a mansion in a giant city. After getting off the carriage, Zhou Xuanji put away the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage and moved forward with Zhou Tanhua and Zhou Shaoxian. Along the way, many Tianyi Divine Range disciples were looking at Zhou Xuanji with curious or complicated gazes. The existence of anti-Kunlun had already spread in the Kunlun Origin Court. Everyone knew that the Sword Emperor was Zhou Xuanji's incarnation. Therefore, many creatures hated Zhou Xuanji, especially those who had no home to return to after their divine ranges were destroyed. Zhou Xuanji was expressionless. He ignored the strange gazes from all directions. Walking along the stone steps, he saw Nanmu Tianyi and Wang Buao waiting in the courtyard ahead. As soon as he saw Zhou Xuanji coming over, Wang Buao immediately got up. There was a complicated look in his eyes. Back then, he wanted to experience the power of the Dark Sovereign. In the end, he ended up in a sorry state. Therefore, he was a little embarrassed when facing Zhou Xuanji. However, he was very excited in his heart because he had developed a strong interest in the destiny manifestation technique. He also wanted to learn such a powerful divine ability. Brother Zhou, you are finally here. Come and sit. Nanmu Tianyi waved his hand and said with a smile. Nanmu Tianyi waved his hand and said with a smile. His gaze swept over Zhou Tanhua and Zhou Shaoxian, and he was secretly surprised. Why did this kid bring his children here? After taking a seat, Zhou Xuanji introduced Zhou Tanhua and Zhou Shaoxian to Wang Buao. Wang Buao didn't put on airs. As soon as he saw Zhou Tanhua, he couldn't take his eyes off him. This kid's aura. Wang Buao narrowed his eyes. He remembered that Zhou Xuanji was very young. He didn't expect Zhou Xuanji's son to already have half a foot in the Dao ancestor realm. Such talent inheritance was too terrifying. Zhou Xuanji and Nanmu Tianyi started chatting while Wang Buao kept staring at Zhou Tanhua. This guy wouldn't have some of the hobbies that Grandmaster mentioned. Zhou Tanhua furrowed his brow as he thought about it. His heartbeat began to speed up. He felt disgusted with Wang Buao. Wang Buao, however, didn't know what he was thinking. He just stared at him, wondering if he should accept him as a disciple. In this gathering of divine ranges, I want to compete for the position of Heavenly King of the Origin Court and lead the Kunlun Origin Court on the road to victory. Nanmu Tianyi went straight to the point. He stared into Zhou Xuanji's eyes and continued, I hope you can support me. After all, you are the reincarnation of the Sword Emperor. Zhou Xuanji replied with a teasing smile. Okay. He could see through Nanmu Tianyi's thoughts at a glance. He didn't point out that his vision had already surpassed the internal strife of the Kunlun Origin Court. Chapter 835. After Zhou Xuanji agreed to support Nanmu Tianyi was in a great mood and began chatting with him. This guy didn't get carried away. He still treated Zhou Xuanji as the future sovereign. Zhou Xuanji exchanged pleasantries with him and time passed. 10 hours later, all the range masters gathered on the Venerable Emperor Divine Range's Meridian Convergence Tower. The tower was located at the edge of the city, towering into the clouds, and its top was connected to a platform with a diameter of 10,000 miles. On its edge stood the guards of the Venerable Emperor Divine Range, all of whom were Dao-treading saints. Zhou Xuanji, Zhou Tanhua, and Zhou Shaoxian followed Nanmu Tianyi and Wang Buao into the Meridian Meeting Tower. As soon as they arrived, they attracted the attention of many creatures. Regardless of whether it was Zhou Xuanji or Nanmu Tianyi, both of them were extremely famous and had high statuses. Naturally, they were eye-catching. Why is Zhou Xuanji with Nanmu Tianyi? It has long been rumored that the reason why the Evil Sky Divine Range was able to avert disaster was because of Nanmu Tianyi. Could Zhou Xuanji have already joined the Tianyi Divine Range? Even if they didn't join, their relationship is definitely not ordinary. Otherwise, how could the Emperor's sword divine range be established so stably? Namutiani must want to support Zhou Xuanji just like the previous sovereign. TSK. It seems that Namutiani is determined to be the heavenly king of the Origin Court. Hearing the discussions around her, Zhou Xiaoxian furrowed her brows and showed a displeased expression. She knew about the relationship between Zhou Xuanji and Namutiani. It was Namutiani who had shamelessly offered to help her father. Why did it sound like Zhou Xuanji had sided with Namutiani? Zhou Tanhua's eyes flickered as he glanced at Zhou Xuanji without saying a word. Namutiani was expressionless as he led everyone to the first row of seats in the center of the pagoda. For the pulse meeting, the seats were spread out in a circle, with a diameter of 1,000 feet in the center. The adjacent seats were separated by 100 feet. There were only 13 seats in the first row, and 6 of the branch masters were seated. Sovereign Vein Master. Zhou Xuanji glanced at them and found that he had seen them all before. When the Holy Ghost had disturbed the Kunlun Origin Court, these guys had appeared to threaten him. When the Paragon Vein Masters saw him, they were also moved. Especially old ancestor Hongqian, who looked at Zhou Xuanji as if he wanted to eat him alive. Brother Zhou, you can sit on the throne beside me. Namutiani smiled and sat down. Wang Buao stood behind him and scanned the surroundings. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He walked to the throne and sat down. Zhou Tanhua and Zhou Xiaoxian, who accompanied him on both sides, were a little nervous. After all, the range masters of the entire Kunlun Origin Court were gathered here. Tanhua. Guess how high their cultivation is? Zhou Xiaoxian sent a sound transmission to Zhou Tanhua. She wanted to find someone to relieve her tension. However, Zhou Tanhua did not answer. His gaze locked onto a figure opposite him. That person stood at the side of a supreme Vein Lord. He wore a red-line golden robe, his face clean and bald, looking like a pretty monk. His palms were joined together, his eyes closed. He felt Zhou Tanhua's gaze, so he opened his eyes and smiled at him. Zhou Xuanji saw the exchange of glances between the two of them. He felt that it was quite funny, but his face remained calm. His son's life had begun. As time passed, more and more range masters took their seats. Seeing Zhou Xuanji take his seat among the range masters, many creatures were questioning him. Beast Sovereign led 2 people to take their seats. It was Ji Huanglin and the withered old man who had stopped Zhou Xuanji from leaving the Evil Sky Divine Range. Does that kid deserve to sit in front? The withered old man said, gnashing his teeth. In his eyes, Zhou Xuanji was a traitor. Ji Huanglin slightly furrowed his brow. He looked at Zhou Xuanji with a very complicated gaze. Beast Sovereign, with an expressionless face, said, "The Sword Emperor is his reincarnation. He is likely to become the sovereign in the future. He is naturally qualified to sit there." The junior he once thought highly of was sitting in front of him. He had mixed feelings, but he couldn't show it. He had to pretend that he didn't care. The withered old man let out a cold snort and said no more. After about half an hour, all the range masters took their seats. Of the 13 thrones in the first row, only 2 remained. No one dared to sit. The range master of the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range was called Li Xianhuang. He was older than Namutiani, but he looked like a young man with a warm smile on his face. Yuan Ruzhen stood beside him, glaring at Zhou Xuanji. How long has it been? Zhou Xuanji, whom he regarded as prey, was actually sitting on the same level as the Sovereign Range Masters. It was ridiculous. What made him the most furious was that the Sovereign Range Masters didn't have any objections. Everyone. Li Xianhuang opened his mouth. Just these 2 words silenced the entire Range Master Tower. He continued, "Now the Kunlun Origin Court has been attacked by the anti-Kunlun Sovereign, the Sword Emperor. Thousands of divine ranges have been destroyed. In the future, the Dark Sovereign will also attack. The Kunlun Origin Court is now in an unprecedented difficult situation. As the Range Master of the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range, I will not talk nonsense with you. I hope that all the divine ranges will unite and fight the Sword Emperor together. Since we want to unite, we need a leader. Our Sovereign Range Master has decided to call him the Origin Court Heavenly King. If you want to become the Origin Court Heavenly King, you must have the strength to dominate the Kunlun Origin Court. At the same time, you must be able to convince the majority of the divine ranges. Remember, it's the majority, not every divine range. He began to talk incessantly. His voice clearly reached the ears of all creatures. Zhou Xuanji listened quietly. He didn't take it to heart. He only had one thought right now, and that was to find out the whereabouts of the sovereign as soon as possible. The Sword Emperor said that the sovereign's fate was related to him. It meant that this person was an old friend of Zhou Xuanji, and it wasn't as simple as a nodding acquaintance. Zhou Xuanji's divine will looked at Beast Sovereign and thought to himself, could it be him? Impossible. If it was him, would the Sword Emperor allow Beast Sovereign to survive in the anti-Kunlun? Zhou Xuanji looked at Ji Huanglin again. Could it be him? Just as Zhou Xuanji was wondering, Li Xuanhuang's speech ended. The Range Master Tower was in an uproar again. All the Range Masters only brought a few people with them. Even so, it was still very noisy when everyone's discussion was added together. Li Xianhuang began to wait. Now, the Range Masters who wanted to become the Origin Court Heavenly King could stand up. If no one else stood up, they would be chosen from these standing Range Masters. For a moment, no Range Master dared to stand up. The Origin Court Heavenly King required strength and fame, and all the Range Masters were gathered here. Even the Sovereign Range Master didn't dare to act rashly. Zhou Xuanji looked at Namutiani and asked with his eyes, why haven't you stood up yet? Namutiani shook his head slightly. He didn't explain through voice transmission. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. He turned to Li Xianhuang and asked, the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range is in charge of the range meet. Presumably, you are the divine range that knows the whereabouts of the Sovereign. I hope Senior Li can tell us the whereabouts of the Sovereign. As soon as he said this, the uproar came to an abrupt end. All eyes fell on Li Xianhuang. The reason why the Range Masters didn't dare to act rashly was because they weren't sure whether the Sovereign could return or not. Without the Sovereign, the Origin Court Heavenly King was definitely going to die. Chapter 836. Li Xianhuang remained calm in the face of countless gazes. He looked at Zhou Xuanji and said with a smile, if the revered Emperor Divine Range dares to say it, then naturally there is. But this news can only be told to Heavenly King Origin Court. I hope everyone can understand. He didn't say the reason, but anyone who could become a branch master was a shrewd person and understood immediately. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. It seemed that the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range did not know where the Sovereign was. This was like forcing a duck onto a perch. Once he became the Origin Court Heavenly King, even if he told the other party that there was no supremacy's whereabouts, would he dare to abdicate the position of Origin Court Heavenly King? At that time, regardless of whether he unloaded it or not, he would still die. Zhou Xuanji knew about the Sovereign, but he was not sure who the Sovereign had reincarnated into. After that, he stopped talking and waited for the branch master to stand up. Time ticked by. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, no one stood up. If it were a peaceful time, there would be a lot of range masters vying for the position of Origin Court Heavenly King. But now, the position of Origin Court Heavenly King meant that they would charge into the enemy lines and face the Sword Emperor. Who would dare? Since that's the case, let me take over. After all, I have experienced many tribulations in the Kunlun Origin Court. Namutiani said. After he finished speaking, he slowly stood up and a majestic aura erupted, enveloping the entire pagoda. At this moment, he displayed his terrifying aura without restraint. If he wanted to be the Origin Court Heavenly King, he had to let all the range masters feel his strength and make them trust him. Li Xianhuang frowned upon seeing Zhang Xian standing up. Obviously, Li Xianhuang didn't know that Namutiani wanted to compete for Origin Court Heavenly King. Zhou Xuanji watched with interest. He leaned forward and supported his chin with his right hand as he watched the show quietly. Namutian stood up one by one, and two of the Paragon branch masters also stood up. Li Xuanhuang's cold expression instantly returned to normal, and a smile reappeared on his face. I am also willing to become an Origin Court Heavenly King, and lead the Kunlun Origin Court to fight against the Sword Emperor. A familiar voice came from behind. It was Beast Sovereign. Zhou Tanhua and Zhou Shaoxian subconsciously looked back, but quickly turned their heads back. After all, they used to belong to the Evil Sky Divine Range, so they would always feel a little awkward looking at Beast Sovereign. Among the super divine ranges apart from Beast Sovereign, no other super range master dared to stand up. All the creatures began to discuss Beast Sovereign. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Beast Sovereign is too arrogant. He doesn't even know his place. The prodigies nurtured by others are on the same level as the sovereign range lords. It's only natural for him to feel inflated. TSK, it's funny to be surpassed by a junior. Beast Sovereign is overestimating himself. Let's watch him make a fool of himself later. Most of the living beings were either mocking or joking. In their opinion, it was impossible for Beast Sovereign to become an Origin Court Heavenly King. Namutiani shot a cold glance at Beast Sovereign. He really hated Beast Sovereign. He felt that Beast Sovereign was like a reptile that couldn't be trampled to death. If it weren't for Zhou Xuanji, he would have already killed Beast Sovereign and flattened the Evil Sky Divine Range. Now this guy wanted to compete with him for Origin Court Heavenly King? Why? Zhou Xuanji noticed Namutiani's gaze but did not speak. He remained silent. Another half an hour passed. In the end, Li Xianhuang stood up and said, I am the Range Lord of Sovereign Emperor Divine Range. I believe that my strength is not weaker than anyone here. I also want to be the Origin Court Heavenly King. If I become the Origin Court Heavenly King, I will take the lead and fight the Sword Emperor. Of course, as for who will become the Origin Court Heavenly King, I don't have the final say. The other Range Lords also don't have the final say. His voice silenced the entire tower. Although he said it very casually, it made all the living beings feel the pressure. He was determined to win. Namutiani smiled and said, Range Lord Li, who do you think has the final say? The other sovereign Range Lords also revealed a faint smile. Naturally, it's decided by the will of the sovereign, Li Xianhuang said with a smile. He raised his right palm toward the sky. In an instant, billowing thunderclouds gathered out of thin air, making all the living beings feel oppressed. Zhou Xuanji looked up. A look of doubt appeared in his eyes. Could it be the sovereign? He wasn't vigilant. If the sovereign really appeared, the Sword Emperor would probably come too. Although the divine ranges had been very secretive, the Sword Emperor was the sovereign. How could he not know? Zhou Xuanji felt that the Sword Emperor was spying in the distance, waiting for the sovereign to appear. The reincarnated sovereign shouldn't be able to recover his strength in a short time. In other words, as long as the sovereign dared to appear now, he would die without a doubt. The thunderclouds parted as a divine figure appeared. It was towering and majestic like a beam of light. It was impossible to see its formation clearly. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. He thought of the virtuous Great Formation. How many backup plans did the sovereign leave behind? Could it be that the sovereign is planning something? Wah! All the living beings were shocked. The sovereign still has a will? The expressions of Namutiani, Beast Sovereign, Old Ancestor Hongqian, and the others changed drastically. None of them had thought of this. If the sovereign's will was helping Li Xianhuang, how could they fight against him? Sovereign, tell all living beings, who should be the Origin Court Heavenly King? Li Xianhuang shouted loudly. His voice resounded throughout the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range. The drama queen is here. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. If his guess was right, the sovereign's will would say Li Xianhuang. Not only him but other living beings also thought so. If Li Xianhuang dared to do this, how could he not be confident? If the will of the Supreme Being did not choose him, why would he stand up and embarrass himself? Shening raised his right hand and pointed his index finger downwards. A beam of light shot out from his index finger and quickly descended. Li Xianhuang smiled and opened his arms. Boom! The beam of light suddenly accelerated and fell on Zhou Tanhua, who was beside Zhou Xuanji. Silence! Li Xianhuang's smile froze. All the living beings were stunned. Namutiani's eyes were wide open. What happened? Zhou Xuanji's son was chosen by the sovereign to be the Origin Court Heavenly King? Even Zhou Xuanji was stunned. Zhou Xiaoxian said excitedly, Tanhua, amazing! I'm going to soar into the sky. She was so excited that she forgot herself, completely ignoring the ugly expressions of the vain masters around her. Surrounded by the strong light, Zhou Tanhua was extremely nervous. He wanted to rush out, but he couldn't move his feet and could only wave his hands. He instinctively looked at Zhou Xuanji and called out in fear, Father! Zhou Xuanji took out the lesser supreme sword and pretended to fight. But in fact, he wanted to communicate with little sovereign. Don't panic. I'm here. You won't be in danger. Zhou Xuanji comforted, calming Zhou Tanhua down quickly. Little sovereign's voice resounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind. Huh? Is this the sovereign's inheritance? The sovereign's inheritance? Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. He immediately asked if there would be a price to pay for accepting the inheritance. It shouldn't be. Although your son's talent is terrifying, what does the sovereign want at this moment? Even if it's a possession, it needs time to grow. Presumably, this sovereign's will is left to choose an inheritor. Your son's aura and aptitude just match the sovereign's will, Little Sovereign said in a solemn tone. Little Sovereign said in a solemn tone. Chapter 837. The Meridian Convergence Tower was silent for a while before it suddenly exploded. How is this possible? This kid wants to be the Origin Court Heavenly King? Are you kidding me? Li Xianhuang is stupid. What's going on? His divine ability isn't done well? Is this a joke? We came all the way here. Do you think we are fools? Do you really dare to let this kid be the Origin Court Heavenly King? He is only half a step into the Dao Ancestor realm. The Sword Emperor can kill him with a sneeze. Not necessarily. What if the Sword Emperor treats him as his son? The creatures were discussing among themselves, causing the Meridian Convergence Tower to fall into chaos again. Zhou Tanhua slowly closed his eyes and entered a state of epiphany. The revered Emperor Divine Range's spiritual qi and Dao energy immediately rushed toward him. Li Xuanhuang's face turned ugly at the sight of this. Namutian asked Zhou Xuanji through voice transmission. What's going on? Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and shook his head slightly, indicating that he also didn't know the situation. Indeed, could it be that the sovereign chose Zhou Tanhua because Zhou Tanhua is his reincarnation? But Zhou Xuanji had repeatedly checked Zhou Tanhua's soul. It was very pure, exactly the same as a newborn soul. After all, he had been in the soul source pool and had a deep understanding of souls. How wonderful, Wang Buao muttered to himself. Wang Buao muttered to himself as he looked at Zhou Tanhua with a strange look in his eyes. The handsome monk next to Li Xianhuang narrowed his eyes, deeply remembering Zhou Tanhua's face. Old Ancestor Hongchen coldly snorted and said, Everyone has seen this kid's cultivation. Are you really going to let him be the Origin Court Heavenly King? Isn't this a joke to the Sword Emperor and the Dark Sovereign? His words made the other Sovereign Range Masters nod in agreement. In their opinion, it was best for the Origin Court Heavenly King to be themselves. Next, it could only be one of the Sovereign Range Masters. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to command the Kunlun Origin Court and wouldn't be able to bring hope to the Kunlun Origin Court. Zhou Xuanji said, My son is indeed not qualified to be the Origin Court Heavenly King. You should find someone else. But I hope that the seniors will not disturb him. If he can become stronger, it will be the Origin Court's fortune. Hearing this, the expressions of the Sovereign Range Masters changed. It was a good thing that Zhou Xuanji could give them a way out. But seeing Zhou Tanhua obtain the opportunity of the Sovereign, they were very jealous. Li Xianhuang sighed and said in a clear voice, The person chosen by Sovereign is talented, but he still can't mature at the moment. We have to be responsible for the Kunlun Origin Court. Now let everyone here vote for the Heavenly King of the Origin Court. Choose from the branch masters who have stood up. Remember, this is not the selection of the Supreme Being. The Supreme Being will return soon. What you are choosing is the strong man who will lead you to resist the Sword Emperor. Strength and ambition are the most important. Those who have powerful cultivation but no courage are not Heavenly Kings of Origin Court. Domineering. Who else but me can do it? Although Li Xianhuang didn't say it directly, everyone could hear the determination in his voice. It was as if he wanted to perish together with the Sword Emperor. Namutiani snorted and said, That's right. For example, I have already faced the Sword the Arch head-on and even escaped from his hands. I have experience in dealing with the Sword the Arch. His voice reverberated throughout the entire tower, and Zhou Xuanji was speechless. How shameless! Old Ancestor Hongchen also said, I am not afraid of the Sword Emperor. Presumably, the branch masters who dare to stand up are fearless people who are not afraid of the Sword Emperor. and Sovereign Hongchen has an inseparable relationship with our mortal divine range. She will definitely help me, help the Kunlun origin court. Li Xianhuang and Namatian's eyelids twitched. The other sovereign branch masters spoke up one after another, stating their advantages. All of them looked determined, making the branch masters in the tower discuss among themselves. Zhou Xuanji was the most relaxed. Most of his attention was focused on the beam of light next to him. Zhou Tanhua was still receiving the inheritance. His cultivation was rising steadily. He had already begun to bear the Dao flower fruit. Once the flower bloomed, he would become a true Dao ancestor. Zhou Xiaoxian stood on the side, waiting nervously. Her face was full of expectation. She could also see that this was an inheritance, and it was the inheritance of the sovereign. She asked in a low voice, "Father, how powerful will Tanhua become?" In her memory, Zhou Xuanji's speed of breakthrough was a legend. When she was sensible, Zhou Xuanji was still wandering in the mortal world. In the Kunlun origin court, their age gap was like that of brothers and sisters. If Zhou Tanhua could be like Zhou Xuanji, then the Emperor Sword Divine range would really rise. Zhou Xuanji replied, "Wait patiently. We can't see how powerful he is right now." Although he was looking forward to it, he had to pretend that he didn't care. Only in this way could the other branch masters not find fault with him in public. Just like that, all the branch masters began to vote. They directly said the name of the origin court Heavenly King. There was no need to count the votes. All the creatures present had high cultivation. It was easy to remember the names. One by one, the branch masters began to say their names. Starting from the outermost seats, they moved inwards one after another. Li Xuanhuang's voice was the loudest, followed by old ancestor Hongchen. Namutiani's voice was far inferior to the first two. This made his face gloomy. He was in a bad mood. He even wanted to leave on the spot. When it was Zhou Xuanji's turn, many gazes fell on him. He smiled and said, "Namutiani." Namutiani, who was next to him, forced a smile upon hearing this. By now Namutiani had no hope. There was no suspense in the final result. Li Xianhuang was chosen as the origin court Heavenly King. He said in a loud voice, "I won't say much nonsense. The Kunlun origin court is in dire straits. I need you to gather the Dao ancestors of your respective divine ranges to the Sovereign Emperor divine range. You don't need to think too much. As long as you gather a certain number, I will personally lead the army to fight against the Sword Emperor. After the war is over, as long as we are still alive, you can all go back. My position as the origin court Heavenly King will also disappear at that time." His tone was serious, not allowing anyone to refute him. The branch masters were immediately in an uproar. But no one dared to stand up and question him. Namutiani and old ancestor Hongchen almost exploded in anger, but they couldn't say anything. TSK, origin court Heavenly King, I think it's a joke." Right at this moment, a cold laughter descended from the sky, causing everyone to raise their heads in shock. Sword Emperor. He was dressed in black with his arms folded across his chest, looking down at the pulse-gathering tower. Whoosh! All the creatures immediately got up, ready to fight. Zhou Xuanji was expressionless as he thought to himself, "This guy is really here. Father, what should we do?" Zhou Xiaoxian asked in a low voice, looking at Zhou Tanhua anxiously. "The Sword Emperor is attacking and her brother is still receiving the inheritance. What should I do?" Zhou Xuanji said softly, "Don't panic. There are so many powerful experts here. What are you afraid of?" Just as he spoke, the Sword Emperor raised his hand, and a black sword of light appeared in his hand. Boom! Li Xianhuang burst out with an extraordinary aura. His whole body was burning with yellow flames as he slowly flew up. The handsome monk also flew up. A faint golden light radiated from the surface of his body. His eyes were filled with a silver light, covering his pupils. The other sovereign range masters also entered a state of battle. Their murderous aura soared into the sky. Chapter 838. The atmosphere in the Meridian Gathering Tower was tense. Other than Zhou Xuanji, all living beings were anxious and looked at the Sword Emperor in shock. This was Anti-Kunlun's supreme being, and his strength had long been proven. Even though all of the range masters were gathered here, it still made them feel uneasy. The Sword Emperor looked disdainfully at Li Xianhuang and said with a smile, "In our Kunlun origin court, you died at my hands. Do you want to know how you died?" Li Xianhuang frowned, but he didn't stop. He had just become a heavenly king of the origin court, so how could he be timid in front of the Sword Emperor? Even if he was not confident, he still wanted to fight. He asked in a low voice, "Arcane dragon painting, are you ready?" The handsome monk smiled and said, "It is my honor to fight and die together with you." As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them turned into two streaks of light and soared into the sky. Boom! The two of them collided with the Sword Emperor, but they were blocked by a layer of formless sword energy, unable to touch the Sword Emperor. "You overestimate yourself." The Sword Emperor laughed in disdain. Sword chi burst forth from his body and sent the two of them flying. The various bloodline masters slapped their chairs and rushed towards the sword. The arch, super divine ranges and sovereign divine ranges attacked as well. Zhou Xuanji was still sitting on his throne without moving. The Sword Emperor didn't suppress all the experts directly. Instead, he smiled and looked at the various divine abilities. Zhou Xuanji turned his gaze to Zhou Tanhua and asked in his heart, "Can I use a divine ability to move him away without interrupting the inheritance process?" If one was forcefully interrupted in the midst of enlightenment, it would be very easy for one to go berserk. Of course, don't forget your soul source orb. Absorb him directly into it. Little Sovereign replied, making Zhou Xuanji raise his brow. The soul source orb also had such an effect? Generally speaking, all creatures absorbed by the soul source orb would fall into a deep sleep, except for the Holy Ghost. The soul source orb represents death, and the all lives brush represents life. With the two combined, you can live or die depending on your thoughts. In his opinion, Zhou Xuanji had underestimated the power of the all lives pen and the soul source orb. Zhou Xuanji immediately got up. The space between his eyebrows split open as the soul source orb suddenly appeared and directly sucked Zhou Tanhua into it. He looked at Zhou Xiaoxian and transmitted his voice. "Stay close to me and be ready to retreat." Zhou Xiaoxian nodded and walked to him obediently. At the same time, the battle above continued. After seeing Zhou Tanhua being taken into the soul source orb, the Sword Emperor showed a contemptuous smile and said, "Is that all you have?" Rumble, the thunder clouds scattered, and light swords appeared in the sky. The tips of the swords pointed downwards, covering the entire sky. The distance between the swords was no more than 5 feet. As far as the eye could see, it was estimated that there were over 100 billion of them, and every single one of them exuded an extremely strong sense of oppression. As the pressure converged, the Meridian Convergence Pagoda shook violently, and the pagoda below began to snap. All living beings flew up to avoid falling. Zhou Xuanji flew far away with Zhou Xiaoxian, distancing himself from the battlefield. Primordial Chaos Sword Shadow. Zhou Xiaoxian said excitedly. In the past, she liked the Primordial Chaos Sword Shadow the most, but as her cultivation increased, she no longer liked this kind of gaudy divine ability. However, when she saw the Sword Emperor's Primordial Chaos Sword Shadow, she was once again astonished. Too domineering. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. He could also sense the horrifying might of the Primordial Chaos Sword Shadow above him. Truly powerful. It was so strong that it made him feel powerless. He felt that even if he was 10,000 times stronger, he would still be far from this level. All the powerful cultivators were shocked. They all distanced themselves from the Sword Emperor and looked up at the sky in horror. This? Nan Muqiani's scalp turned numb, and his voice trembled as he spoke. The other sovereign range lords were the same. Xu Longhua furrowed his brows and raised his arms suddenly. Numerous golden halos flew out from his body and grew rapidly, forming a layer of golden ocean under the Primordial Chaos Sword Shadow. The golden ocean covered the sky and tried to block all the Primordial Chaos Sword shadows. "Just you?" The Sword Emperor waved his right hand, and billions of light swords descended suddenly, as though the world was collapsing. The golden ocean disintegrated immediately. Xu Longhua vomited blood and almost fell down. Fortunately, Li Xianhuang caught him in time. Billions of light swords rained down like a storm. All the powerful cultivators used their divine abilities to block them. Zhou Xuanji teleported away with Zhou Xiaoxian and quickly flew out of the Sovereign Emperor divine range. Not only them but many other living beings also chose to flee. Just when they flew out, The Sovereign Emperor Divine Range exploded. Boom! The violent impact sent all the escaping living beings flying. Zhou Xuanji relied on the inverse chaos divine ability to escape. He looked back and saw the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range bursting out with countless sword qi, wreaking havoc in the Kunlun universe. The surrounding divine ranges shook along with it. A powerful aura enveloped most of the Kunlun origin court. Everyone was in an uproar. Zhou Xuanji's expression changed. Zhou Xiaoxian, who was beside him, was even more dumbfounded. It was the first time she had seen the Sword Emperor in action. Too powerful. He was not on the same level as everyone else. Such an enemy really made people feel despair. "Father," Zhou Xiaoxian mumbled to herself. Her voice was filled with fear as she subconsciously moved closer to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji tried his best to remain calm. He knew that the Sword Emperor was powerful, but he did not expect him to be this powerful. Almost all the living beings in the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range had died, and it was just a divine ability. The Sovereign Emperor Divine Range had gathered the top fighting power of the entire Kunlun origin court, but they were all wiped out by the Sword Emperor just like that. "Submit to me and prosper, or oppose me and die. If your anti-Kunlun dares to play any more tricks, I will really flatten you and destroy everything." The Sword Emperor's rampant laughter resounded through the entire Kunlun origin court, making countless living beings shudder. At the same time, the scene of the battle just now appeared in the minds of all living beings. This was the Sword Emperor's doing. He deliberately increased the fear and despair in the hearts of all living beings. He wanted all living beings to not dare to resist him anymore. Zhou Xuanji said nothing and flew back to the Emperor Sword Divine Range with Zhou Xiaoxian. After witnessing this battle, he was even more eager to fuse the Soul Source Orb in the All Lives Pen, and then devour the Soul Source Pool to make himself as strong as possible. Zhou Xiaoxian, who had always been talkative, also fell into silence. She had yet to recover from the shock and fear just now. A moment ago, the range masters were still fighting for the position of Origin Court Heavenly King. But now, those arrogant range masters had all been turned into ashes. It made her feel surreal. They flew forward at full speed. Suddenly, they disappeared into the starry sky. When the two opened their eyes, they had already arrived in a crimson space. A figure was floating in front of them. It was Sovereign Hongqian. This time, Sovereign Hongqian looked at them with his true appearance. "So beautiful." Zhou Xiaoxuan's eyes widened as she murmured. Sovereign Hongqian's expression was cold and elegant. Staring at Zhou Xuanji, she said, "You see, the current Kunlun origin court is just a dish that the Sword Emperor can eat at any time." Zhou Xuanji sighed and said, "You don't need to tell me, I know. But it's useless to look for me now. If you want to look for someone, you should look for the Sovereign." Sovereign Hongqian stared at him and said meaningfully, "Don't you know? The Sovereign is you, whether in the past, present, or future." Chapter 839. "I'm the Supreme Martial Artist?" Zhou Xuanji asked in astonishment, frowning. How could he be a Supreme Martial Artist? If he was, why didn't the Sword Emperor know about it? Zhou Xiaoxian was shocked and couldn't help but look at her father again. "It's you, but you haven't realized it yet. The Kunlun origin court and the anti-Kunlun have many similarities, but there are also many differences. This is the biggest difference between you and the Sword Emperor. I had my suspicions before, but you didn't have the aura of a paragon on you. It was only when the paragons chose your son that I realized what was going on. If you were Jizun, who would you choose to be your successor?" Zhou Xuanji's frown deepened. If he was the sovereign, he would definitely choose his son to inherit. After all, a son would inherit his father's legacy. However, just based on this point, how could he make such an assertion? Wait a minute. Could it be Zhou Xuanji thought of this, and his pupils contracted? His forehead was covered in cold sweat. He was completely enlightened. Supreme Legendary Sword System. Supremacy. It was formed by Jizun. It was no wonder that even the powerful Sword Emperor in Mortal Supremacy couldn't find the reincarnation of a supremacy. The more Zhou Xuanji thought about it, the more shocked he was. He asked in his heart, "Sword Spirit, could the system be the reincarnation of the sovereign?" The Sword Spirit quickly replied, "The Sword Spirit also doesn't know the origins of the Supreme Legendary Sword System. I only know that I want to serve the Sword Master and help the Sword Master become stronger without end." Its voice was as emotionless as before, just like any other artifact spirit. Zhou Xuanji frowned and fell into deep thought. If the supreme legendary sword system was formed by Ji Zun, then he had to be on guard. What if the supreme martial artist was plotting something? As long as you activate your supreme power, you'll be able to contend against the Sword Emperor. I will do my best to help you. Hongqian's sovereign's voice came, interrupting Zhou Xuanji's thoughts. Zhou Xuanji said helplessly, "Don't put your hopes on me. If I could do it, would the Sword Emperor be so arrogant?" He understood the supreme legendary sword system very well. It was impossible for it to explode with power that exceeded its current level. If he could refresh the number of times he could use the wish-fulfilling sword, that would be great. Unfortunately, there was no other way. Autark Crimson Dust waved his hand. "I have my ways." Seeing how determined she was, Zhou Xuanji felt even more helpless. He glanced at Zhou Xiaoxian and kept her in the Tianxia map. Then, he flew in front of Supreme Hongqian. He said seriously, "I am definitely not the reincarnation of a supreme being, but I might have a supreme being's manifestation treasure, but I am temporarily unable to use this power. Not to mention that the truth of this matter still needs to be verified." Supreme Hongqian frowned when she heard this. She couldn't help but waver. Could she have guessed wrongly? If this possibility was wrong, then how should she find a way to defeat the Sword Emperor? The Sword Sovereign told me that the Supreme Being has already reincarnated, and his fate is connected to mine. Perhaps it's someone I know, but this range is too large. Why don't you think of a way to let the Supreme Being of Darkness in advance? Zhou Xuanji said, shaking his head. The Sword Emperor hoped that Zhou Xuanji could help him fight against the Sovereign and Dark Sovereign. Now Supremacy Crimson Dust wanted him to use his supremacy's power to resist the Sword Emperor. He was stuck in the middle, feeling very aggrieved. He was clearly not strong enough, but he still wanted to place the fate of the Kunlun Origin Court on his shoulders. Supremacy Crimson Dust let out a long sigh and said, "Well, even if you are really the sovereign, it will take time for you to recover your cultivation. By the way, you have to be careful. If I can make such a guess, the Sword Emperor and the Dark Sovereign can too. Once the Dark Sovereign comes, no matter who wins or loses, you may be targeted by them. The current Kunlun Origin Court no longer has the power to resist any of them." Zhou Xuanji nodded. The incident at the Pulse Gathering Tower made him very uneasy. The current Kunlun Origin Court could be said to be crippled. If the sovereign didn't appear, the Sword Emperor's plan might succeed in advance. The two no longer said anything. Supremacy Crimson Dust sent Zhou Xuanji out of the mortal plane. Only Supremacy Crimson Dust was left in this crimson space. Her eyes flickered as she murmured, "If you aren't the sovereign, then who is qualified?" No one answered her. She thought about it alone. Maybe it's a good thing. The corner of Supremacy Crimson Dust's mouth rose. The smile on her beautiful and cold face looked so sinister. After returning to the Emperor Sword Divine range, Zhou Xuanji released Zhou Tanhua and Zhou Xiaoxian. Zhou Tanhua was still receiving the inheritance, causing the others to worry. Fortunately, Zhou Xuanji and Zhou Xiaoxian explained the situation. After learning that Zhou Tanhua had received the sovereign's inheritance, everyone was very excited. Doesn't this mean that Zhou Tanhua's future fortune won't be any weaker than Zhou Xuanji's? The sovereign's inheritance, no matter how weak it is, should be able to make him reach the level of Supremacy Crimson Dust. "You take care of him, I'm going to cultivate," Zhou Xuanji said to Jiang Shui. Zhou Xuanji said to Jiang Shui before entering the cultivation palace. He took out the Lesser Supreme Sword and sat down cross-legged, continuing to fuse the Soul Source Orb and the All Lives Brush. Little Sovereign flew out, rubbing his chin as he murmured, "Could it be that the light that took me away was the power of the current sovereign?" Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes and replied, "It should be. You are also weak enough to fall in the hands of the younger generation." Little Sovereign's eyes widened as he angrily snorted, "No way. When I returned to the Kunlun Origin Court, only my soul was left. How could he lose to the younger generation?" Zhou Xuanji smiled but didn't answer. His heart was shrouded in a dark cloud. If the sovereign really became the supreme legendary sword system, how would he face the system? In any case, the top priority was to refine the Soul Source Orb and the All Lives Brush. He stopped thinking about it and focused all his attention. A month later, Zhou Tanhua's inheritance was successful and he woke up. After he woke up, he immediately went into seclusion. No one disturbed him. Everyone was looking forward to him becoming stronger. Zhou Xuanji didn't look for him either. He was still busy fusing the Soul Source Orb in the All Lives brush. About 2 years passed. Zhou Xuanji finally fused the Soul Source Orb and the All Lives brush together. Boom! The cultivation palace shook slightly as Zhou Xuanji suddenly opened his eyes. The Soul Source Orb flew out from between his eyebrows, followed by the All Lives brush. The gap between his eyebrows also recovered. He fixed his eyes on it and saw a bright light ahead. In the light he could vaguely see the Soul Source Orb and the All Lives brush intertwined. With a thought, the two treasures began to transform. The artifact he wanted was naturally in the shape of a sword. Its level might surpass Rong Wansheng and touch the floor of the Origin Court overturning. You finally reached this step. A voice rang in Zhou Xuanji's ears. Immediately afterward, the Lesser Supreme Sword was absorbed into his body. Zhou Xuanji's eyes widened. Just as he was about to speak, a humanoid figure appeared in front of him. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice, "Are you the sovereign?" Controlling the Lesser Supreme Sword to return to the Supreme Warehouse. Apart from the Sword Spirit and him, who else could do it? Or the system itself? "Yes, I am the current sovereign. You can call me Wu Zhou," the light figure replied with a smile. His voice didn't sound dignified at all. On the contrary, it sounded very kind. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Why did you reincarnate?" At this moment his heart was in chaos. Chapter 840. You don't have to be nervous. I mean, you no harm. Since you have already fused the Soul Source Orb and the All Lives brush, I will tell you everything, Wu Zhou, who had turned into a shadow, said with a smile. Wu Zhou, who had turned into a silhouette of light, laughed. His tone made Zhou Xuanji a little dazed. He inexplicably thought of the old immortal. I have never stopped cultivating since I became the sovereign. I always felt that the end of cultivation should not end here. Otherwise, the sages would not have created unknown domains one after another. Wu Zhou didn't wait for Zhou Xuanji to speak and started talking. The serendipity of world in your body is actually my serendipity. I once relied on it to rise to the sovereign's position. But in the end I couldn't figure out its origin. When I decided to wander outside the court, I erased my mark on this serendipity and sent it into the mortal world. Now I am just a wisp of consciousness. I will tell you everything. The serendipity of world is the most mysterious existence in the Kunlun Origin Court. It is omnipotent. It will transform into different auxiliary systems according to different masters. Your sword Dao is destined. TSK. I really look forward to your future achievements. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji felt relieved. It turned out that the Supreme Legendary Sword system wasn't transformed by the sovereign. The sovereign was just the previous owner of the system. He asked doubtfully, I know that your reign is far shorter than the previous sovereigns. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? If Wu Zhou didn't leave, he wouldn't be here today. This was karma. Because I found that most of the previous sovereigns didn't fall. They might be trapped in another place. I want to save them and see if the sages have opened up new domains. As for why I left so early, it's because I'm too invincible. I once released the Dark Sovereign. Unfortunately, he was too weak and wasn't my opponent at all. Later, he sent his son to get close to me. I deliberately followed him, and then created the illusion that I was stubborn to lure the Dark Sovereign back. After Wu Zhou finished speaking, he burst into laughter as if he was mocking the Dark Sovereign's stupidity. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. So all of this was Sovereign Wu Zhou's plan? Why did he do this? Now that the Kunlun Origin Court was almost destroyed, if what Wu Zhou said was true, then he was the culprit. He could easily defeat the Darkness Sovereign, so how could the Sword Emperor be his match? Seeing Zhou Xuanji frown, Wu Zhou smiled and said, Don't worry, the current situation is nothing. I'm doing this because I want to choose a new sovereign as soon as possible. Otherwise, I will have to wait for hundreds of millions of years, or even tens of billions of years before I can leave. Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji frowned even more tightly. Just because of boredom, the Kunlun Origin Court ended up in such a state? Look at how furrowed your brows are. I already know what's going on outside. Just wait and see. Whether it's the Darkness Sovereign or you making a comeback, they're all just clowns. Your future achievements will surpass yours. You have the primordial destiny, but he doesn't. Wu Zhou continued. He spoke with incomparable confidence, completely disregarding the Sword Emperor and the Darkness Sovereign. Zhou Xuanji could not help but cry out. But what about those dead creatures? Almost all of the Kunlun Origin Court's range masters are dead. This guy must be crazy. So what? It's not like all the divine ranges have been destroyed. It's a good time to have a new range master. Wu Zhou said indifferently, which made Zhou Xuanji even angrier. Before Zhou Xuanji could lose his temper, Wu Zhou continued. You have already fused with the Soul Source Orb. The All Lives Brush, the primordial destiny will belong to you completely. You can give it a new name. Primordial destiny is just a domain that I once encountered. It was opened up by a sovereign. It's very beautiful. Okay, this strand of my will is about to dissipate. It won't be long before my true body arrives. At that time, I will return peace to the Kunlun Origin Court. But after sweeping them away, I will leave again. Whether you can become the sovereign or not depends on your own efforts. After speaking, Wu Zhou disappeared in front of Zhou Xuanji. The cultivation palace fell into silence. Zhou Xuanji was still deep in thought. It turned out that the sovereign didn't reincarnate. He just left his true inheritance to him. Since that's the case, it's up to you. Zhou Xuanji breathed a sigh of relief as he looked ahead. The Soul Source Orb and the All Lives Brush had already fused together. A sword as wide as a palm appeared in the ball of light. The hilt and the guard of the sword seemed to have a dragon wrapped around it, twisting slightly in the light. From today onwards, you will be called the Life and Death Emperor Sword. Zhou Xuanji muttered to himself with a smile. Zhou Xuanji smiled as he muttered to himself. Even before he held this sword in his hand, he could already feel how powerful it was. After all, the Soul Source Orb and All Lives Brush had already recognized him as their master. Naturally, the new sword that had been fused also recognized him as its master. He raised his right hand. As the light dissipated, the Emperor Sword of Life and Death fell into his hand. The blade of this sword was white on one side and black on the other. The middle part was like a willow leaf. It had beautiful lines. And the guard of the sword, which was connected to the hilt and the blade, was a dragon head with 2 dragon claws. It was lifelike, mighty and domineering. Holding this sword, he felt high-spirited. This sword contained infinite power. It was stronger than any previous sword. No, there was also the wish-fulfilling sword. It was unfathomable. The Sword of Life and Death. It contained all the abilities of the Soul Source Orb and the All Lives Brush. Its power of life and death had undergone a metamorphic upgrade. He immediately prepared to put the Emperor Sword of Life and Death into the Supreme Storage. But he found that he couldn't put it in. The Emperor Sword of Life and Death was resisting the Supreme Storage. The Supreme Storage was also resisting the Emperor Sword of Life and Death. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and mumbled to himself with a smile. Interesting. He let go of the Emperor Sword of Life and Death and let it follow him. He stepped out of the cultivation palace, ready to visit Zhou Tianhua. Wu Zhou had already said that he would come back. Naturally, the pressure on him had been reduced sharply. At this moment, Zhou Tianhua was cultivating on the edge of a large lake, leaning against a mountain. He was holding a long sword glowing with blue light in his hand. He stood motionless like a wooden stake, quietly contemplating. Zhou Xuanji appeared beside him, but he didn't even notice it. This kid has already condensed 5 Dao flowers. It seems that the sovereign's inheritance is really amazing. Zhou Xuanji smiled with satisfaction. But just as he was about to leave, Zhou Tianhua suddenly opened his eyes. Father! He opened his eyes and called out with excitement on his face. He took a step forward and said excitedly, Father, I have already obtained the cultivation method of the sovereign. I will tell you first. You can teach me after you have cultivated it. How about it? Zhou Xuanji shook his head and couldn't help but laugh. He said, Silly child, this is your opportunity. You don't have to tell me everything. It will be the same in the future. You must keep a trump card for yourself. Zhou Tianhua could only nod. His heart was filled with gratitude. To have such a considerate father, it was indeed his good fortune in 3 lifetimes. Zhou Xuanji asked, Is there anything wrong with your eyes recently? Last time the Sword Emperor had manipulated Zhou Tanhua and made him lose his mind. Zhou Xuanji still remembered it clearly. No. After obtaining the sovereign's inheritance, I have already eliminated the darkness in my eyes. The Sword Emperor can forget about harming me again. In addition, I have also received the sovereign's instructions. He will be back soon, Zhou Tanhua said with a smile. Zhou Tanhua smiled. His eyes flickered with confidence. Chapter 841. Oh, what else did Jizun tell you? Zhou Xuanji asked out of curiosity. Wu Zhou's divine ability was truly incredible to be able to leave behind so much scattered will. He didn't completely trust Wu Zhou. This guy was a supreme, yet he didn't care about the life and death of the Kunlun origin court at all. All living beings were not as important as his loneliness. Such a person was completely self-centered. Who knew when he would deal with his inheritors? He told me to cultivate hard and strive to become the origin court war god. He told me to join forces with you and your son to lead the Kunlun origin court to an unprecedented prosperity. He looked at Zhou Xuanji with eyes full of worship. Even though he had received the sovereign's inheritance, the sovereign still believed that Zhou Xuanji could become the sovereign. What kind of talent and power did he need? Zhou Xuanji frowned slightly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Killing a person's heart. These words seemed to be a matchmaker, and they had good intentions. However, when placed in the position of a supreme being, they definitely harbored malicious intentions. Many people fought for the position of range master until their families were ruined, not to mention the position of supremacy. If it weren't for the close relationship between Zhou Xuanji and Zhou Tanhua, and the lack of estrangement between the father and son, Wu Zhou's words might have caused the father and son to kill each other. Seeing him frown, Zhou Tanhua instantly understood what he meant. Father, don't worry. I won't let my imagination run wild, and I won't develop absolute worship and trust towards Jizun. Just like what you taught me, we can only trust ourselves the most. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. He stared at his son and examined him. Your sword Dao has matured quite a bit. Do you want to learn a new sword Dao divine art? Upon hearing this, Zhou Tanhua's eyes lit up and he quickly nodded. As such, Zhou Xuanji taught him the ultimate chaos Dao. The interior of the Emperor Sword Divine Range was harmonious and all the disciples were actively cultivating. However, outside the Emperor Sword Divine Range it was hell on earth. Following the destruction of the majority of the range masters and the venerable Emperor Divine Range, the various divine ranges were in complete chaos. Without the suppression of the branch master and facing death, the darkness in everyone's hearts was awakened. Since they were going to die anyway, they began to do things that they normally wouldn't dare to do. For a time the entire Kunlun origin court was in chaos. The Sword Emperor was still forcing the divine ranges to hand over the 15-star geniuses or inheritors of the origin of laws. The Kunlun origin court was facing an unprecedented dark period. At the end of the Void Realm, in the endless darkness, hundreds of powerful figures stood there. Paragon Crimson Dust, the apex of Wheel, the 12 forefathers of law, and the others all had very serious expressions on their faces. Luan Feng was still holding the Origin Court War God in his right hand. This guy was actually not dead yet, but he was now like a cripple. His body was tied up by the silver light chains, unable to move. Begin! After he finished speaking, he waved his right hand, and the silver chain wrapped around Origin Court War God directly exploded, turning into countless light stars that drifted away. Origin Court War God took a deep breath and stepped forward. Everyone stared at him, ready to attack at any time. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Origin Court War God took 7 steps forward. After stopping, he raised his hands, palms facing forward, and slowly closed his eyes. After a while, the darkness ahead was suffused with light, like a whirlpool on the surface of a lake. The range of spatial distortion grew larger and larger. Everyone held their breaths in rapt attention. Even Crimson Dust Supremacy narrowed his eyes as the aura of the mortal world swirled around him. Who wouldn't be nervous when facing a darkness sovereign? Father, come out! Origin Court War God shouted. His body quickly shriveled, then ignited into flames, turned into smoke, and drilled into the dark vortex ahead. Boom! A terrifying beam of light broke through the center of the black vortex, brutally tearing open the hole, and gradually expanding it. An overbearing and peerless aura came in, making all the powerful experts' hair stand on end. Even someone as strong as Crimson Dust Supremacy was shocked. This? Luanfeng's scalp went numb, and his face was overflowing with cold sweat. He knew that the Darkness Sovereign was very strong, but he didn't expect him to be so strong after being sealed for such a long time. It was incredible. Boom! Another beam of light broke through the darkness, as if the dark universe ahead was about to collapse. Ha 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 ha! I'm finally back. An unruly and rampant laughter resounded through the universe, his tone full of madness and violence. Darkness Sovereign. He had been sealed for too long. It had been so long that he had already gone crazy. He wanted to slaughter. He wanted to destroy. The powerful experts could feel his emotions as soon as they heard this. They took out their magic treasures and prepared to fight. Darkness Sovereign, the Kunlun Origin Court is currently being suppressed by Anti-Kunlun Supreme. If you come in, how can the Sword Emperor let you go? Luanfeng shouted. His voice was trembling. It was obvious how scared he was. Darkness Sovereign didn't answer him. More and more beams of light broke through the darkness, and the void boundary began to shake violently. Space collapsed and space-time lightning flooded in like a group of dancing dragons. The powerful experts panicked. They looked at each other in dismay. Retreat! Crimson Dust Supremacy ordered. The powerful experts immediately felt relieved and turned to flee. Although they hadn't seen the true appearance of Darkness Sovereign, his aura was too terrifying. It made them feel like they were facing death. In the blink of an eye, all the powerful experts disappeared without a trace. More and more beams of light appeared, shattering the dark universe. Anti-Kunlun. Sword Emperor? A clown dares to disturb the Kunlun Origin Court. What a joke. Darkness Sovereign's voice resounded. His words were full of sarcasm. Emperor Sword Divine Range on the edge of the Great Lake Zhou Xuanji, who was teaching Zhou Tanhua cultivation, suddenly furrowed his brow. He looked up at the horizon and cast the 10,000 Worlds Piercer to spy on the outside world. Soon he saw the space at the edge of the void boundary shattering. A billowing black fog was approaching the Kunlun Origin Court at an extremely fast speed. He fixed his eyes on it and saw countless evil ghosts in the black fog. They were clad in armor and riding mounts, galloping wantonly. He also saw a figure. It was towering and majestic like a shadow. He couldn't see its true appearance. Darkness Sovereign. This guy is finally here. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. He couldn't help but be curious. Between Darkness Sovereign and Sword Emperor, who is stronger? If he could notice the arrival of Darkness Sovereign, so could the Sword Emperor. Ha 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 ha. Kunlun Origin Court. Your sovereign is here. That anti-Kunlun kid dares to disturb the Kunlun Origin Court. He is really overestimating himself. The Kunlun Origin Court can only be destroyed by this sovereign. Prepare to die. Darkness Sovereign's insolent laughter resounded throughout the Kunlun Origin Court. Everyone wasn't surprised. On the contrary, they were even more desperate. Whether Darkness Sovereign or Sword Emperor won, they wouldn't be able to escape death. Sword Emperor didn't respond to Darkness Sovereign. The Kunlun Origin Court once again returned to silence. Zhou Tanhua asked while practicing his sword. Father, who do you think will win? I hope they are evenly matched. The longer the two sovereigns dragged on, the more advantageous it would be for them. Zhou Xuanji muttered. It should be the Sword Emperor. He wasn't boasting. But the Sword Emperor had a kind of domineering aura. A domineering aura of invincibility. Even Wu Zhou didn't have such an obvious domineering aura. However, he heard it clearly. Every sovereign thought that they were invincible, and that the other sovereigns were vulnerable. Chapter 842. After the Darkness Sovereign returned, Zhou Xuanji modified the Emperor Sword Divine Range's defensive array to strengthen its defense. He even refined the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus and built many teleportation formations inside it to supply his needs when he was escaping. He returned to the cliff in front of the training hall. He was dressed in white and stood against the wind. His purple eyes were observing the battle outside. The Emperor of Life and Death sword floated beside him. He could already see the figures of the Supreme of Darkness and the Sword Emperor fighting. The two Supremes seemed to have used some kind of divine ability, causing the battle to be confined to one side of the void, not affecting the Kunlun origin court or the myriad worlds. In fact, not even the slightest sound could be heard. Their battle silhouettes were extremely fast. Zhou Xuanji's exterminating divine eyes couldn't capture them. After watching for a while, he even felt a little dizzy. Is this the power of a supreme being? Just watching him fight is enough to make me fall head over heels for him. Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Sooner or later, he would reach the supreme being realm. With that thought, he disappeared on the spot. He jumped directly into the space-time turbulence and rushed towards the soul source pool. According to the situation of the battle between the Sword Emperor and the Darkness Sovereign, it would be hard to determine the victor in a short period of time. When he arrived at the soul source pool, the virtuous great array was not triggered. The Emperor's sword of life and death glowed, protecting Zhou Xuanji's head. He quickly walked to the edge of the soul source pond, sat down cross-legged, and began to swallow the water in the soul source pond. The Lesser Supreme Sword appeared on another layer of his body, and the Lesser Supreme Sword's soul floated out. He sized up the Emperor's sword of life and death and praised, "You are indeed a swordsman. This sword is incredible. It is definitely a good treasure." The veins on Zhou Xuanji's forehead bulged, but he did not speak. Little Sovereign continued to sigh. The auras of the Darkness Supreme and the Sword Emperor are really strong. Looking at the past and present, they aren't weak among the Supremes. It's a good thing that they are evenly matched. Let them continue to fight. You can take this opportunity to absorb the Soul Source pool. Stab your sword into the pool. The Soul Source bead and All Lives brush are supreme treasures that can help you absorb the Soul Source pool. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji immediately put the Emperor's sword of life and death into the Soul Source pool. Bang! The ripples in the Soul Source pool gradually turned into raging waves. Zhou Xuanji was pleasantly surprised to find that the speed at which he absorbed the pool water had greatly increased. The efficiency was 10 times higher than before. Every 2 hours, the water level in the pond would drop by an inch. Nothing much could be seen in an hour, but after a day, after a month, one could clearly see the water level of the Soul Source pond dropping. During the absorption process, Zhou Xuanji's cultivation did not increase significantly. He only felt that his soul had become heavier, and there was a strange energy circulating within his body. Soul origin. The souls of all living beings were also supported by laws. The soul origin was not artificially created. It was the original origin that existed from the very beginning. According to Little Sovereign, the origin of soul origin was unknown. Even if one became a sovereign, it would be difficult to trace its origin. 3 years later, the soul source pool was already halfway down. Zhou Xuanji's black hair was shining with a faint light. His whole body was wrapped in soul qi. At first glance, he looked like a twisting shadow that would dissipate at any time. Little Sovereign flew out and said with satisfaction, "Soon I'll help you. Your body has already transformed under the quenching of the soul source pool's water. Fortunately, you have the invading venerable physique. If it were someone else, they wouldn't be able to absorb it so quickly. They might not even be able to bear it." After that, before Zhou Xuanji could say anything, he pressed his palm against Zhou Xuanji's back. In an instant, the pool water rose up and turned into a water dragon that entered Zhou Xuanji's body. It was as though he had been enlightened. Zhou Xuanji gritted his teeth slightly, and his face twitched. His face alternated between blue and red. Even though he was accustomed to the water in the soul source pond, it was still difficult for him to bear such a large amount. Amazingly, with the help of Little Sovereign, Zhou Xuanji was able to persevere even though it was uncomfortable. He immediately closed his eyes and activated the greatly divine suppressor art. Meanwhile, the first battle between the Sword Emperor and the Darkness Sovereign ended. The two of them stood facing each other, less than 1,000 feet apart. Their faces were solemn. The Sword Emperor spoke in a low voice. "What a darkness exalt! I underestimated you." Supreme Darkness's body was shrouded in a black aura. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his face was sinister. His eyes were bloodshot, and there were streaks of lightning like blood tattoos on his cheeks. Especially between his eyebrows there seemed to be an eye. He wore a deep purple robe and looked mighty and domineering. Facing the Sword Emperor, he didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. The Sword Emperor was truly very strong. The shock in his heart was no less than the Sword Emperor's. If we continue to fight like this, it's only a matter of time before both sides suffer heavy losses. The eyes of the Darkness Sovereign flickered. He fell into a dilemma in his heart. His goal was to destroy the Kunlun Origin Court, while the Sword Emperor's goal was to devour the Kunlun Origin Court. Both of their goals were to destroy the Kunlun Origin Court. But if he gave in, the Sword Emperor would rely on the Kunlun Origin Court to become stronger. If they fought again in the future, could he still defeat the Darkness Sovereign? Darkness Sovereign, if you and I continue to fight, we will be giving Wu Zhou a chance. Don't you know how powerful Wu Zhou is? The Sword Emperor said with a strange smile. He had never met Wu Zhou of the Kunlun Origin Court, but in the anti-Kunlun, he had taken over the position of sovereign from Wu Zhou. The Darkness Sovereign sneered. Oh? Could it be that you want to join forces with this sovereign? But how will the Kunlun Origin Court be divided? Half of the inheritors of the Origin Law? The Sword Emperor's face instantly turned gloomy. He didn't expect that the Darkness Sovereign had already guessed his purpose. A gloomy expression flashed across his face. He then said with a smile, "By the way, what's the relationship between you and Zhou Fa? He is still with me." This fellow was truly audacious and presumptuous. He actually wants to snatch the Origin Law from me. He must be tired of living. Zhou Fa? He's just a mortal who strayed into the outer world. After receiving this sovereign's guidance, he mistakenly thought that he could become the sovereign of the Kunlun Origin Court. A chess piece doesn't know its fate. Ridiculous. The Darkness Sovereign snorted, making the Sword Emperor laugh. But the Sword Emperor's smile was very cold. He thought to himself, it seems that this kid has been kept alive for nothing. The two sovereigns fell into silence once again. They were both thinking of countermeasures to kill each other. Boom! The two attacked almost at the same time, colliding once again. A bright light burst out, filling the void universe. Phew! Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and slowly stood up. Following his gaze, the soul source pool in front of him had already disappeared, leaving only an empty sea of clouds floating. With the help of Little Sovereign, he absorbed the remaining water of the soul source pool in less than 2 months. Zhou Xuanji seemed calm, but in fact, his body was in turmoil. The violent soul origin was running around in his body. It was very difficult to suppress. Can you do it? Zhou Xuanji cursed, gritting his teeth. Little Sovereign immediately flew out from the Lesser Supreme Sword next to him. With a speechless look he said, "I have helped you so much. The rest depends on your luck." Zhou Xuanji glared at him and asked, "What if I fail?" The soul origin was so powerful that he felt that his body would explode at any time. If it weren't for the exalted immortal physique, he might not have been able to hold on until now. He felt that he had been cheated. Chapter 843. If you want to reap the benefits, you must bear the pain. Little Sovereign smiled proudly, as if he was taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. Zhou Xuanji was infuriated, but he tried his best to keep his expression calm. He was doing his best to suppress the source of his soul. The spiritual qi and Tao energy of this world gathered towards him, causing his robes to flutter incessantly. The power of the invading venerable body began to take effect, suppressing the soul source in his body. Xiao! The life and death emperor sword sped over and directly entered Zhou Xuanji's body. Bang! Zhou Xuanji's pain subsided in an instant, and the violent soul source in his body calmed down and became docile. The absolute invasion saint form began to absorb the soul source, and a steady stream of origin fusion divine energy flowed through his bones and muscles, helping him recover and even increase his cultivation. He soared into the air, crossed his legs and cultivated in the air. After recovering, his cultivation began to soar. He sprinted toward Origin Fusion Divine Lord Wu Ming. About 3 days passed. A vast divine might descended, enveloping the Kunlun Origin Court and suppressing all worlds. At this moment countless living beings looked up. Even the Darkness Sovereign and Sword Emperor, who were fighting, stopped and looked up in fear. This aura! How is this possible? What realm is he in? Autark Darkness cried out involuntarily. He had already lost to Autark Wu Zhou once. He had worked hard in his cultivation, and it wasn't easy for him to catch up, but when faced with Autark Wu Zhou's aura, His heart was filled with a sense of helplessness. He couldn't accept this fact. Supreme Wuxia had actually far surpassed him. The Sword Emperor's expression was also very ugly. Ever since he fought with Sovereign Darkness, he realized that he had underestimated the strength of the Kunlun Origin Court's sovereigns. However, he hadn't expected Sovereign Wuxia's strength to be so terrifying. It was so terrifying that his scalp went numb. This sovereign is the Kunlun Origin Court's sovereign Wuxia. Demons and monsters dare to disturb my Origin Court. Don't be afraid. I will destroy the demons and resurrect the dead. Wuxia's voice suddenly rang out like a clap of thunder, exploding in the ears of all living beings. The supremacy had returned. Resurrecting the dead? Everyone was in an uproar, overjoyed. Zhou Xuanji also opened his eyes in shock and asked, "You can revive?" Little Sovereign had a complicated expression on his face as he sighed with emotion. It seems that he has reached the creation realm. He created something from nothing and was reborn from death. Creation realm? Just when Zhou Xuanji was about to ask further, thunderclouds billowed above him. His expression changed drastically as he understood that the virtuous display formation was about to be activated. He immediately teleported to the Kunlun universe and continued to suppress the soul origin in his body. The Lesser Supreme Sword floated behind him. Little Supreme Sword had already shrunk into the blade, not daring to come out again. Zhou Xuanji channeled his energy while looking at the top of the Kunlun Origin Court. The thunderclouds churned, and one imposing figure after another stood up from the clouds. They were like towering mountains, and their auras were vast and boundless. Each figure was ridiculously tall, and it was impossible to distinguish them with the naked eye. Wise sages. The will of the past supreme beings. Zhou Xuanji even saw the figure of Little Sovereign. Among the sages, he looked very inconspicuous. Sure enough, it's Little Supreme Sovereign. He muttered with an expectant look on his face. With Wu Zhou's arrival, the calamity of the Kunlun Origin Court should have ended. In a situation where he was powerless, he naturally hoped that someone would resolve the crisis. Regardless of whether it was him or the Emperor Sword Divine Range, they both needed a stable environment and time to develop. Humph! Just because I'm called Little Sovereign doesn't mean that I'm weak. Little Sovereign's voice resounded in his mind. He sounded extremely dissatisfied, as if he had been humiliated. The Sage Manifestation Great Array was set up. Every creature in the entire Kunlun Origin Court, no matter where they were, could see the majesty of the Sage Manifestation Great Array. Even within the Divine Range, such a spectacular scene appeared in the sky. Emperor Sword Divine Range, Zhou Tanhua was sitting by the lake, looking at the figures of the sages in the sky with a look of longing on his face. So domineering at this moment, he suddenly felt a desire for the sovereign's position for the first time. However, this desire wasn't strong because he knew that he still had a long way to go. The first thing he had to do was to cultivate hard and help his father become the sovereign. He was very clear about one thing. With his father's character, it wouldn't take long for him to leave after becoming the sovereign. Just like Sovereign Wuxia, or even faster than Sovereign Wuxia. Zhou Xuanji had proven this many times in the first half of his life. All the disciples of the Emperor Sword Divine Range were looking up at the sky. At the top of the Kunlun Origin Court, above the figures of the sages, a halo appeared as a figure in a blue robe with a phoenix pattern descended. His silver hair swayed like raging flames. His face was majestic and his eyes had multiple pupils. They were bottomless, as if they contained the entire universe. Sovereign Wuxia. The entire sky was under his feet. He was the supreme sovereign looking down on all living beings. His divine might was vast and mighty. The corner of his mouth rose. His smile was so conceited and contemptuous. Two reptiles dare to disturb this sovereign's palace. Next, this sovereign will let you feel despair. Sovereign Wuxia said to himself with a smile. Autarch Wuxia chuckled to himself. He lifted his right hand, then gently waved it downwards. All the figures of the sages raised their right hands high above their heads. At the same time, the Sword Emperor and the Darkness Sovereign felt their blood run cold. What should we do? Join hands or run? Sovereign Darkness asked in a deep voice. His eyes were already filled with the intention to retreat. He had already suffered a crushing defeat. He didn't want to be defeated by Sovereign Wu Zhou again. The Sword Emperor snorted. Naturally, we will join hands and fight. Boom! Sword radiance burst out from his body like a peerless sword being unsheathed. Sovereign Darkness nodded. The two sovereigns disappeared at the same time. In the starry sky, Zhou Xuanji was meditating, cultivating while admiring the might of the sage display formation. At this moment he suddenly began to break through. He had absorbed the soul source. Although it hadn't completely fused with his saint form of absolute infiltration, it was enough for him to break through to Origin Fusion Divine Lord level 5. With the saint form of absolute infiltration, he wasn't afraid of the heavenly tribulation. Suddenly he narrowed his eyes. Following his gaze, he saw two meteors flashing past, rushing toward the sage display formation at the top of the Origin Court. One was black and the other was silver. Sovereign Darkness and Sword Emperor. The aura of the two sovereigns was very powerful, but it was completely covered by the sage display formation. Under Zhou Xuanji's gaze, the two meteors broke through the sea of clouds and destroyed several figures of the sages. Next, a powerful light burst out and swept across the Kunlun Origin Court, forcing Zhou Xuanji to close his eyes. Humph! You overestimate yourself. Sovereign Wu Zhou's cold snort resounded like a great bell, resounding in Zhou Xuanji's ears. Zhou Xuanji's Dao heart trembled. Zhou Xuanji wanted to open his eyes, but the scorching light forced him to close them instinctively. He was an Origin Fusion Divine Lord. What kind of light forced him to close his eyes? After a long while, Zhou Xuanji successfully broke through to Origin Fusion Divine Lord level 5. His Origin Fusion Divine energy skyrocketed, and the speed at which the soul source in his body fused with his muscles and bones increased tremendously. His cultivation was still growing. Suddenly, he felt that the light had weakened enough for him to open his eyes. After he opened his eyes, the scene before him made him open his eyes wide. His pupils dilated. Zhou Xuanji was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe his eyes. Chapter 844. In front of Zhou Xuanji, countless figures of light floated in the vast starry sky. Within the light were countless creatures, and their souls were starting to form fleshly bodies. Revive! The dead were really being resurrected. Zhou Xuanji looked around and caught sight of Nan Mutianyi, Beast Sovereign Li Xianhuang, Wang Buao, and the others. It was a dazzling sight, and his soul covered the entire starry sky. Exactly what kind of cultivation would be able to achieve such enormous power? Zhou Xuanji looked up and saw that the magnificent figure of the divine display formation had disappeared above the sea of clouds. Supreme Wu Zhou, the Sword Emperor, and Supreme Darkness were nowhere to be seen. As expected of the creation realm, this junior is amazing. His voice rang in Zhou Xuanji's ear. Even if he didn't see Sovereign Wu Zhou, he didn't dare to show himself. Zhou Xuanji snorted in his heart. Impressive indeed. You're both sovereigns, but why is the gap between you two so big? Little Sovereign was silent, obviously agitated. Zhou Xuanji did not leave but continued to cultivate, feeling Sovereign Wu Zhou's mighty power. Soon, his cultivation level stabilized at the Origin Fusion Divine Lord 5th Enlightened stage, and continued to grow. The souls floating in the sky gradually regained their vitality. Whenever a soul was about to condense into a physical body, they would suddenly fly in different directions and disappear into the end of the universe. Zhou Xuanji was confused but did not think too much about it. Most likely, Autark Wu Zhou wanted them to return to where they had died. Otherwise, he could directly send them back to their respective god ranges. With Paragon Wu Zhou's abilities, he could see through the origins and pasts of all living beings with a single glance. The Supreme Being realm is really something to look forward to. Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. He had no idea how far away he was from the sovereign after absorbing the soul source. However, according to his previous understanding, there seemed to be some external conditions to become a supremacy. The power of a supreme being, perhaps it was like the power of the god of war, it existed on its own. While he was lost in thought, the people of the Kunlun Origin Court cheered. Those destroyed divine ranges were being rebuilt at a speed visible to the naked eye. Countless living beings unconsciously flew back to their original divine ranges. Densely packed living beings and souls appeared around the Emperor Sword Divine Range. They were all divine range living beings from the Emperor Sword Divine Range. When they woke up, They all hugged each other and cried in joy. Then they wanted to return to the God Range, but the God Range had already changed owners. They couldn't even break through the pulse-protecting array. Damn it! Who is it that is occupying our home? We must rush in. Jizun has already returned. He will make the decision for us. Let's investigate which bastard did it first. There aren't many living beings in the God Range, but why is there such a powerful formation? They were extremely sullen as they looked at the majestic Emperor Sword Divine Range. No matter how angry they were, they could not rush in. Inside the Emperor Sword Divine Range, all the higher-ups gathered together to discuss this matter. Xian Daoya smiled and said, "Young master has obtained the inheritance of a sovereign. Even if this matter was brought to the sovereign, it would be useless. Just ignore them." Everyone nodded. It wasn't easy for them to obtain a place to stay, so how could they give it up? Ren Niming asked curiously, "Why hasn't master returned yet?" Zhou Xuanji had been gone for many years, and after causing such a ruckus, he should have returned by now. "Don't worry, he will be fine. I have already divined his aura. He is in the Kunlun Origin Court, and he is still growing stronger," Daoya Old Man said with a smile. His divination ability was far inferior to Ren Niming's, but his fate was connected to Zhou Xuanji's, and he had changed Zhou Xuanji's fate. He could calculate Zhou Xuanji's aura more accurately than Ren Niming. But that was all. If he wanted to divine Zhou Xuanji's future, he would only suffer a backlash. Zhou Xiaoxuan's eyes lit up as she said, "Father is going to grow stronger again?" Everyone became excited when they heard this. They had absolute trust in Zhou Xuanji. How much stronger would he become this time? While the Kunlun Origin Court was cheering for Sovereign Wu Zhou, Zhou Xuanji was still trying to fuse with the Soul Origin. At this moment, he had entered a state of epiphany. He could really feel the existence of the Soul Origin coiling around his soul. Soul Origin, controlling the souls of all living beings. At this moment his fate began to transform. Rumble, Zhou Xuanji, who was meditating, began to tremble violently. More accurately, the surrounding space was trembling. Even the space of the Kunlun universe could not withstand his aura. A silhouette appeared in front of him, less than 100 meters away. It was Sovereign Wu Zhou. He sized up Zhou Xuanji and looked surprised. "Exalted Invasion Saint Physique," he mumbled. This brat absorbed the soul source completely. Is he going to become the soul sovereign? A smile appeared on his face. It was a meaningful smile. Zhou Xuanji did not know that Sovereign Wu Zhou had arrived. He was in a very mysterious state. Countless soul memories flowed into his mind, making him feel as though he was dreaming of Zhou Xuanji. Fortunately, he had a strong will and did not lose himself. His cultivation continued to soar. In less than 5 days, he forcefully broke through to Origin Fusion Divine Lord Level 6 comprehensions. His black hair turned into thousands of silver strands that danced in the wind. A silver rune appeared on his forehead. It was the shape of the Emperor Sword of Life and Death. Above him, billowing thunderclouds gathered. Countless illusory figures flew from all directions of the Kunlun Origin Court like celestial beings. It was too much for the eyes to take in. Soul power. Fate of everyone. Billions of souls flew into the sky and became the soul sovereign. Zhou Xuanji looked up suddenly. His eyes were filled with a dazzling purple radiance. He could no longer control himself and let out a loud roar. "Break!" His roar resounded across the entire Kunlun Origin Court. Countless living beings looked up in shock. Within the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range, in the Meridian Gathering Tower, all the Range Lords had woken up. They were talking to each other when they were shocked by Zhou Xuanji's roar. "This is Zhou Xuanji." Namutiani opened his eyes wide in astonishment. The other Range Lords were stunned too. Zhou Xuanji? Why wasn't he here? Billions of souls flew into the thundercloud vortex and gathered into a gigantic ball of light. A powerful beam of light shot down and shone on Zhou Xuanji. Within the light, Zhou Xuanji stood up slowly. He looked down at his own body and murmured, "What a powerful strength!" His body was radiating a silver radiance like a god. His body was filled with explosive power. This was the first time he had felt such a powerful and invincible feeling. He suddenly caught a glimpse of Sovereign Wu Zhou's figure. He couldn't help but be stunned. Sovereign Wuzhou smiled at him and said, "You are becoming the Soul Sovereign. Make a good breakthrough. This is a very rare opportunity. When you succeed, this sovereign will give you a big gift." Soul Sovereign. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. He didn't answer but focused on fusing with the soul source power in his body. His extermination body was transforming. This feeling was very wonderful. He couldn't explain it clearly. Only he could feel it. The Soul Sovereign belongs to the extreme of the source laws, just like the mortal sovereign. However, there is an insurmountable gap between it and the true great sovereign. To become a great sovereign like me and Wu Zhou, you need to master the source laws of the entire Kunlun origin court to reach a perfect state. Little Sovereign's voice resounded, introducing Zhou Xuanji to the Soul Sovereign. Chapter 845. Soul Sovereign. Great Sovereign. Zhou Xuanji memorized these two names. His goal was naturally Great Sovereign. He continued to break through. Under the gaze of Sovereign Wu Zhou, it didn't take long for him to break through to the Origin Fusion Divine Lord 7 comprehensions. The beam of light descending from the sea of clouds had yet to dissipate. The soul origin was passing on to Zhou Xuanji, crowning him and helping him become the Soul Sovereign. The Kunlun origin court's fate was surging. When everyone's fate recognized Zhou Xuanji as the Soul Sovereign, he was the Soul Sovereign and had mastered the soul rules. Sovereign Wu Zhou nodded slightly and said, "When you become the Soul Sovereign, come to the peak of the origin court. This sovereign has prepared a big gift for you." Having said this, he disappeared into thin air. Zhou Xuanji didn't open his eyes. He was immersed in the soul origin. On the same day, he successfully broke through to the Origin Fusion Divine Lord 7 comprehensions. The speed at which his cultivation soared slowed down. He had completely integrated the soul origin and become the Soul Sovereign. The Soul Sovereign controlled the soul. He could see the soul world when he opened his eyes. In this world, the creatures in the Kunlun origin court were only in soul form. And those lonely souls and wild ghosts floating in the Kunlun universe were like Tao energy in his eyes. He could easily control them. This feeling was extremely wonderful. He felt like he was in control of everything. This was the sovereign, the only one. As the beam of light dissipated, his fluttering robe and silver hair fell to the ground. The light in his eyes began to converge, returning to his purple eyes. Compared to before, he had a more sacred temperament. But now he really looked like a sovereign, just like Sovereign Wu Zhou, the Sword Emperor, and Sovereign Hong Chan. They had a kind of domineering aura. Perhaps it was the domineering aura exclusive to sovereigns. Such a powerful feeling. This is just the Soul Sovereign. If I become the Great Sovereign, Zhou Xuanji looked at his hands and mumbled to himself with a fascinated look on his face. The Life and Death Emperor sword emerged from his back and circled around him. He smiled and suddenly flew up, breaking through the sea of clouds and flying toward the peak of the origin court. He didn't know where Sovereign Wu Zhou was, but as soon as he arrived at the peak of the origin court, he sensed Sovereign Wu Zhou's aura. Could it be that only sovereigns can sense sovereigns? Zhou Xuanji thought in doubt. Previously, it was all thanks to Little Sovereign that he could find the Sword Emperor. Now he could rely on himself to capture the aura of a supreme being. With that thought in mind, his figure flashed, and he directly teleported in front of Supreme Wu Zhou. There was a pagoda here that only had 2 floors. The door was open and it was completely unguarded. Sovereign Wu Zhou sat on the blue jade throne and looked at Zhou Xuanji with a smile. He praised in amazement. Very well fused. As expected of the absolute invasion saint physique. The fusion is so perfect, and it doesn't require a long time to consolidate. Zhou Xuanji, your serendipity is really amazing. This kid really had too many fortuitous encounters, so many that it made him somewhat envious. Back then, he had relied on the world's serendipity to rise up, and he could not compare to Zhou Xuanji at all. Perhaps the world's serendipity had been perfected after going through him, which was why Zhou Xuanji's path was so smooth. No matter what, in Sovereign Wu Zhou's eyes, Zhou Xuanji was the best candidate to be the sovereign. I'll cut to the chase. It won't be long before I leave again. You'll have to rely on yourself to become a supreme being, understand? Sovereign Wu Zhou said as he stared at Zhou Xuanji. The smile on his face disappeared and was replaced with a serious look. Zhou Xuanji nodded and asked, "What gift are you going to give me?" Sovereign Wu Zhou rolled his eyes at him and said, Why are you in such a hurry? Let me finish my explanation first. Explain? Zhou Xuanji frowned. The Kunlun Origin Court's calamity had just ended, and Sovereign Wu Zhou was in a hurry to leave. Could it be that something had happened? Even if he was unwilling to be left out, there was no need to leave so quickly. In another place I have enemies. I'm taking a risk by coming back this time, so I must hurry back. From now on I won't be coming back again. Sovereign Wu Zhou could see through Zhou Xuanji's doubts and said. Zhou Xuanji asked curiously, is the other place a universe created by the sovereigns of the past, or is it an unknown domain that has always existed? Sovereign Wu Zhou looked at him with a faint smile and said, are you interested? Then you should go and take a look yourself. Don't regret it. Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. What was hidden in the unknown domain? Who was Sovereign Wu Zhou's enemy? Was it the sovereigns of the past? Or was it someone from another place? The more he thought about it, the more curious he felt. This sovereign has suppressed the Sword Emperor and Sovereign Darkness in an independent space. Their cultivation has been sealed by this sovereign, suppressing them to Origin Fusion Divine Lord Jiuming. I will let you in later, and their lives will be in your hands. What do you think of this gift? Sovereign Wu Zhou said with a smile, as though he was giving Zhou Xuanji a great deal. Zhou Xuanji rejoiced in his heart, but he pretended to be confused and asked, aren't you afraid that they will kill me? Sovereign Wu Zhou shook his head and said, impossible. Don't pretend. As long as they die, you can come out. Of course, you can come out anytime you want. As for them, they will either die or be trapped here forever. He said it casually, but Zhou Xuanji could sense his domineeringness. They were all sovereigns, but he did not take the Sword Emperor and Sovereign Darkness seriously at all. Zhou Xuanji sighed in his heart. He did not even see how Sovereign Wu Zhou won. Are you ready? Sovereign Wu Zhou asked. After that he stood up. Zhou Xuanji nodded. Sovereign Wu Zhou waved his right hand, and Zhou Xuanji disappeared from the tower. A mysterious smile appeared on his face as he mumbled. Zhou Xuanji, will you be the hope of Kunlun Origin Court? I will wait for you over there. In a pale space there were no mountains or islands other than the surging ocean. The Sword Emperor and Sovereign Darkness were sitting in the air to recover from their injuries. They were 1,000 miles apart and did not disturb each other. Zhou Xuanji's sudden appearance above the ocean shocked them so much that they opened their eyes at the same time. Sensing Zhou Xuanji's aura, they heaved a sigh of relief. He was captured too? The Sword Emperor frowned with a grave expression. Sovereign Darkness smiled mockingly. He was already prepared to kill Zhou Xuanji. Now was the perfect time. Sovereign Wu Zhou threw him in, giving him a chance. Do you want to come at me together? Or do you want me to kill you one by one? Zhou Xuanji's voice resounded across the ocean, and the two sovereigns' faces darkened. This brat. So arrogant. The two sovereigns charged toward Zhou Xuanji. When they saw Zhou Xuanji clearly, they stopped. Now Zhou Xuanji had a head of silver hair, and an extraordinary aura. He was completely different from before. This is the sole sovereign. The Sword Emperor's expression changed slightly as he muttered to himself. No wonder this brat was so arrogant. Sovereign Darkness snorted. Brat, you think you can kill me just because you have become the sole sovereign? I'm afraid you're still asleep. After that he attacked. Chapter 846. Zhou Xuanji glanced at the Sword Emperor and Sovereign Darkness and said with a condescending smile, are you panicking now? Weren't you very arrogant before? Now that he looked at the Sword Emperor and Sovereign Darkness, Zhou Xuanji's mood was completely different. In his eyes, these two sovereigns were no longer a threat. Although their cultivation was still higher than his, he did not feel that they were much of a threat, not even a little bit dangerous. Confidence. Absolute confidence. Other than the sovereigns, Zhou Xuanji could look down on everyone. He wanted to test his power too. Boom! Before the Sword Emperor and Sovereign Darkness could speak, Zhou Xuanji unleashed his aura. Silver gales wrapped around his body, creating a tornado on the surface of the ocean. Humph! You are too arrogant. Sovereign Darkness snorted coldly and attacked first. He raised his right hand, and a black trident appeared in his hand. He grasped it with one hand and thrust it toward Zhou Xuanji. Boom! The violent divine energy transformed into a black dragon and charged toward Zhou Xuanji with extreme speed. intending to swallow him whole. Zhou Xuanji swung his right hand, and the Life and Death Emperor sword appeared out of nowhere. His sword qi swept across and dispersed the black dragon. Pa! The Life and Death Emperor sword landed in his hand. He turned around and looked at Sovereign Darkness. The Sword Emperor took this opportunity. Millions of sword shadows appeared in front of him, all pointing at Zhou Xuanji. The millions of swords moved together, shaking the heavens and earth and overturning the seas. Almost instantly, the millions of sword shadows crashed into Zhou Xuanji. Inverse Chaos Divine Ability. The millions of sword shadows turned around and charged toward the Sword Emperor. Now the gap between them was not big. Zhou Xuanji's Inverse Chaos Divine Ability could also work against the Sword Emperor's Origin Fusion Divine Energy. The Sword Emperor's expression changed drastically. He quickly dodged. Just when he stopped, Zhou Xuanji appeared before him. Their eyes met, and their faces were less than 10 centimeters apart. At this moment, the Sword Emperor saw a pair of extremely cold eyes. The purple radiance in those eyes seemed to represent death. He had not seen such eyes for a long time. Boom! Zhou Xuanji's sword qi exploded suddenly and sent the Sword Emperor flying away. Then he slashed with his sword. Ultimate Chaos Dao. Billions of sword qi inundated the Sword Emperor from all directions. The sword qi exploded, sweeping up a vast mist like the sea in the sky. The Darkness Sovereign transformed into a black gust of wind, rushing over with a momentum that could engulf the heavens. Countless black-colored divine weapons shot out from within, densely packed with all sorts of divine weapons. Zhou Xuanji laughed condescendingly as the exterminating divine light shot out from his eyes. With a sweep of the divine light, all the soldiers stopped. He turned around and walked towards the Darkness Supremacy, as if he was taking a leisurely stroll in a courtyard, neither hurried nor slow. The white clothes on his body fluttered in the wind, and his silver hair was like a myriad of silver strands dancing in the wind. The elegant demeanor of a supremacy was fully displayed. During the battle, he had a smile on his face. His smile was so high-spirited and insufferably arrogant. When his smile fell into the eyes of the Dark Sovereign, it was an enormous humiliation. A mere Origin Fusion Divine Lord dared to humiliate him like this. The Dark Sovereign's rage grew exponentially, and he couldn't restrain his anger. He immediately let out a loud roar and penetrated the area sealed by the exterminating divine light, charging toward Zhou Xuanji like a demon that had lost its mind. The Sword Emperor also flew out from the explosion and pincered Zhou Xuanji with the Darkness Sovereign. Boom! 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 The three fought intensely in this pale space. Their figures crisscrossed as they unleashed all kinds of divine abilities. The explosion shook the ocean, and the waves looked like they were going to break through the sky. Inside the Supreme Tower, Autarch Wu Zhou was watching the battle with great interest. Not bad. This brat adapted too quickly. I even suspect that he was a sole sovereign before this, he said with a mocking smile. Such an evaluation was enough to show how satisfied he was with Zhou Xuanji. After that, he waved his right hand, and the 12 Rule Ancestors appeared in the tower. The Rule Ancestors were stunned. Seeing Sovereign Wu Zhou, they knelt down. Greetings, Sovereign. Their voices were trembling. They were excited and anxious, but most of them were ashamed and uneasy. They did not take care of the Kunlun Origin Court, so they were too ashamed to face Sovereign Wu Zhou. Autarch Wu Zhou looked down at them and said, "The sovereign ranking has been reactivated to select the next autarch. All of you must ensure fairness and impartiality. Otherwise, I can kill you with a single thought no matter where I am. Do you understand?" The 12 Rule Ancestors agreed in fear and trepidation. Their hearts were pounding. Could it be that Sovereign Wu Zhou knew about their previous actions? At the thought of this, they could not help but feel a lingering fear. They made up their minds not to have too much private contact with the divine ranges in the future. Sovereign Wu Zhou gave some instructions, and the 12 Rule Ancestors took note of them. Void Boundary. Nam Mutiani wandered around as though he was looking for something. Wang Buao and Young Heavenly Lord followed closely behind him. "Rangemaster, what are you looking for?" Young Heavenly Lord could not help but ask. They had been in this void boundary for more than a dozen days, but Nam Mutiani's cultivation had not improved at all. Nam Mutiani replied without looking back. "You will understand in the future. Follow me closely, Or else don't blame me if you miss this opportunity. Young Heavenly Lord frowned. He was even more curious. Wang Buao said with a smile, "Brat, why are you in such a hurry? Just follow me. Putting everything else aside, you are not as good as Zhou Xuanji in terms of temperament." Zhou Xuanji. Young Heavenly Lord's eyelids twitched wildly. He felt extremely complicated at the mention of this name. When he first met Zhou Xuanji, he did not take Zhou Xuanji seriously at all. But now, Zhou Xuanji had far surpassed him in both strength and reputation. Even Nam Mutiani treated Zhou Xuanji politely. Young Heavenly Lord felt complicated every time he thought of this. Where is he right now? Young Heavenly Lord asked in confusion. Sovereign Wu Zhou had already overcome the crisis and resurrected all the dead. The sovereign list had been reopened. But at this moment Zhou Xuanji, who was the most prestigious among the younger generation, was nowhere to be seen. Wang Buao's eyes flickered as he replied, "I don't know, he should be in closed-door cultivation. Every time that guy appears he becomes stronger. In addition, his son has already shown his brilliance. Maybe he will become a formidable opponent for you and me in the future. Don't underestimate Zhou Tanhua. Although he is Zhou Xuanji's son, the age gap between the two is almost negligible. Zhou Tanhua's aptitude is not inferior to his father's." Hearing this, Young Heavenly Lord's face turned gloomy. Being surpassed by Zhou Xuanji was already hard enough for him. If even Zhou Xuanji's son surpassed him, he would collapse at the thought of it. Nam Mutiani, who was walking in front, listened to their conversation and sighed inwardly. You might really be surpassed by his son. He remembered Zhou Tanhua. When he first met him, he had a strong premonition. This kid will definitely be the next Zhou Xuanji. I must find that thing quickly. Otherwise, the Tianyi divine range will not be able to compete in the upcoming general trend. Nam Mutiani thought in his mind. His eyes became firm. At the same time, Zhou Xuanji was still fighting with the Sword Emperor and the Dark Sovereign. He didn't use his full strength to kill the two sovereigns. Instead, he used them to hone his combat ability. His previous breakthroughs were too fast. He had to digest them through battles. Chapter 847. Above the sea, Zhou Xuanji stood in the air with his eyes closed. No matter how the Darkness Sovereign and the Sword Emperor attacked, they could not break through the inverse chaos divine ability. He returned to where he came from. The two supreme beings were incomparably sullen. Unprecedented humiliation filled their chests, ready to explode at any time. Damn it, this kid is actually still comprehending. Looking at Zhou Xuanji with his eyes closed, the Darkness Sovereign was furious. But no matter how angry he was, he could not harm Zhou Xuanji. At the Origin Fusion Divine Lord realm, he could not break through the inverse chaos divine art. He suddenly turned his head and looked angrily at Sword Monarch. He scolded, "You don't know the divine arts of your anti-Kunlun?" When the Sword Emperor heard this, he nearly exploded in anger. What did that mean? Blame him? He angrily said, "Even without the inverse chaos divine art, can you defeat him?" The situation of this battle wasn't decided by the inverse chaos divine ability, but by the fact that Zhou Xuanji was far stronger than them. If it wasn't for Zhou Xuanji not acting, they would have died long ago. After the Sword Emperor cursed, he started to think of a way to escape. If they continued to fight, only death awaited them. After all, Sovereign Wu Zhou was still watching from outside. Even if he could defeat Zhou Xuanji, he would still be in Sovereign Wu Zhou's hands. Damn it, they're both supremes. Why is he so strong? Wu Zhou from the Kunlun Origin Court isn't this strong. He gritted his teeth. In the anti-Kunlun, he had also met Paragon Wu Zhou. In fact, he had even stepped on Paragon Wu Zhou to rise to the top. The two Kunlun Origin Courts regarded each other as anti-Kunlun and felt superior to each other. The other party was just an illusion. The Sword Emperor's Dao heart was completely shaken. Was there really no way to escape? Zhou Xuanji did not know what his enemy was thinking. He was currently comprehending the source of his soul. During the battle, he could clearly see the souls of the Sword Emperor and the Darkness Sovereign. The Sword Emperor's soul color was different from the souls of the Kunlun Origin Court. As for the Darkness Sovereign, only a wisp of black gas was left of his soul. He had long lost his sense of self. Since he could peer into the soul, he could directly absorb it. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that if he wanted to kill the Sword Emperor and the Darkness Sovereign, it would only take a single thought. But he needed a whetstone now. The battle continued. 10 hours later, Zhou Xuanji suddenly opened his eyes and coldly laughed. Are you ready to die? Hearing this, the Sword Emperor and the Darkness Supremacy suddenly retreated, distancing themselves from him. Zhou Xuanji raised the Emperor's Sword of Life and Death, and held the blade vertically in front of him. The cold light in his eyes and the blade's cold light reflected off each other, and killing intent instantly filled the entire pale white space. You won't die in vain. Your cultivation will help me go further. Zhou Xuanji's lips curled up in a condescending smile. The eyelids of the Sword Emperor and the Dark Sovereign twitched. Within the Supreme Tower, Autarch Wu Zhou sat cross-legged in midair, quietly cultivating. He suddenly opened his eyes and saw Zhou Xuanji in the palace. Just like when he entered, other than the fact that his aura had become more reserved, there were no other changes. Even his white clothes were not wrinkled. His face was calm and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. He was neither arrogant nor sharp. Origin Fusion Monarch Ba Ming, not bad. However, you only increased your cultivation by this much after absorbing their cultivation. It seems like the invading venerable physique has a huge appetite. The more he looked at Zhou Xuanji, the more satisfied he was. He had lived for so long, and there were not many geniuses who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Zhou Xuanji. If Zhou Xuanji could become the Kunlun Origin Court, he would be completely at ease. Thank you, Autarch, for this great gift. Zhou Xuanji cupped his fist with a smile. He was sincere in his words. Absorbing the Sword Emperor's cultivation had transformed his sword's way, and absorbing the Darkness Sovereign's cultivation had added a trace of Darkness Law to his body. Although it was just a trace, it was always difficult at the beginning. At least it helped him build the foundation for cultivating the Darkness Law. Sovereign Wu Zhou nodded and said, It's time for you to go back. Did your divine range encounter any trouble recently? It's not a big deal. It's just being surrounded by the original divine range. I hope you don't start killing too early. Zhou Xuanji nodded and left with a bow. After he left the Supreme Tower, Sovereign Wu Zhou smiled and mumbled, It's time for me to go back too. Just when he finished speaking, a beam of light flew out from his body and quickly disappeared from the top of the tower. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji came to the Kunlun Origin Court. He took out the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage and drove it. Since Sovereign Wu Zhou said that it was not a big deal, it meant that his Divine Range Guardian formation worked and blocked the enemies outside the Divine Range. Zhou Xuanji sat on the bed and focused his attention on the Darkness Law. After comprehending the Soul Origin, he became very interested in this kind of law. Once he could master the 3,000 origins, he would become a great sovereign. The fusion of 3,000 origins was the sovereign law. However, he still had a lot of doubts about the sovereign law. He took out the Lesser Supreme Sword and asked, After you leave the Kunlun Origin Court, will your strength drop a lot? Little Sovereign flew out and replied, What will happen? The Sovereign's divine power is cultivated by us. Before we leave, we will give up a strand of the Sovereign's divine power to protect the Kunlun Origin Court. As long as the next Sovereign appears, this strand of divine power will help the next Sovereign soar. Zhou Xuanji immediately felt relieved. Little Sovereign looked at him and sighed. Kid, you are really powerful. You have already obtained the Darkness Law. Your path to the Sovereign has officially begun. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and replied with a smile. That's natural. But I'm still far from the great Sovereign realm. Take your time. Next, I will develop the Emperor Sword Divine Range. He must make the Emperor Sword Divine Range a super divine range. If possible, he even hoped that the Emperor Sword Divine Range would become a Sovereign Divine Range. Little Sovereign said meaningfully, The Sovereign's divine range often doesn't have a good ending. You have to think about it carefully. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He had long heard about this. A divine range that had given birth to a sovereign would always be targeted by future generations. Stepping on the predecessors to rise was the norm no matter where it was. But Zhou Xuanji still had to do it. As for the future, he would leave it to future generations. Even if the Emperor Sword Divine Range was destroyed, it was because the future generations didn't live up to expectations. Void Boundary. Namutiani suddenly stopped and cried out in pleasant surprise. I found it! I found it! Haha! He laughed crazily as his body trembled. Wang Buao and young Heavenly Lord looked at each other in dismay. Namutiani turned around and laughed maniacally. I found a treasure that can make the Tiani divine range dominate. I will make you stand shoulder to shoulder with Zhou Xuanji. The two were pleasantly surprised when they heard this. But they still had doubts in their hearts. What made Namutiani so excited? It was the first time they saw Namutiani lose control like this. Follow me. Namutiani waved his right hand and disappeared with Wang Buao and young Heavenly Lord. Not long after they disappeared, a figure flew over. Surprisingly, it was Luan Pinnacle. Luan Pinnacle was in a weird state. His body was stiff and his face was dull. There was a black worm lying on his forehead. It was half the size of a palm and had 8 legs. It looked hideous and terrifying. His mouth was half open as he mumbled, I must find you. I must find him. Chapter 848. Kunlun Universe. It had been decades since Sovereign Wuzhou returned and suppressed the Sword Emperor and the Darkness Sovereign. The Kunlun Origin Court had regained its peace. Every origin city was bustling with activity again. Because of Sovereign Wuzhou's divine ability, the dead could be resurrected. The Kunlun Origin Court didn't need time to recover. However, there were still fights in the peace. Especially after the Sovereign list was released, the competition for geniuses began. At this moment, the Emperor's Sword Divine Range was surrounded by billions of creatures. At a glance, the Emperor's Sword Divine Range was surrounded by countless creatures. Enchanted artifacts and mounts were everywhere. The massive Emperor's Sword Divine Range was completely surrounded. The Emperor's Sword Divine Range's protective array was still open, preventing these creatures from rushing in. Other than the original Divine Range creatures, many geniuses were stationed here, waiting for Zhou Xuanji to appear so that they could use him as a stepping stone to fame. When do you think Zhou Xuanji will appear? What is he doing? Is he afraid? A man in blue asked impatiently with his arms crossed in front of his chest. There were 6 geniuses in front of him, and they were equally impatient. They had been waiting here for too long. Not only them, but many creatures were complaining about this every day. Let's wait a little longer, a lady in red said softly. She looked cold. She was Emperor Red Dragon, who brought Zhou Xuanji and the others to the Kunlun Origin Court. At that time, she was stopped by the Void Boundary 13 Emperors. She had no choice but to hand Zhou Xuanji and the others over to Old Ancestor Xin, which eventually led to them being sold to the Longbow Divine Range. Ever since Zhou Xuanji's rise, she had been paying special attention to his news. This guy, who was once as insignificant as a bug, had become someone she couldn't even look up to. This made her feel extremely complicated. Emperor Red Dragon looked toward the Emperor's Sword Divine Range. At this moment, the Emperor's Sword Divine Range was so majestic. It wasn't any weaker than her Sacred Red Divine Range. When would she be able to establish such a supreme force? Tri-Phoenix Qilin Carriage. Zhou Xuanji is here. A cry of surprise suddenly rang out, causing countless living beings to turn their heads to look. The Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage came galloping over. The 3 phoenixes and the Qilin looked so majestic and awe-inspiring. The living beings stood up one after another, setting off magnificent waves in this part of the Kunlun cosmos. Zhou Xuanji. He's an existence that sits in the same row as the Sovereign Bloodline Master. How strong do you think he is right now? No matter how strong he is just a heaven's favorite. Now that we have so many people here, what is there to fear? He's here. What are you waiting for? Prepare for battle. Let's defeat Zhou Xuanji together and pull him down from his godly altar. Ha ha ha, that's right. Let's work together first. When Zhou Xuanji's momentum drops, no one will be able to bully him. An uproar broke out. Everyone thought that they could defeat Zhou Xuanji with their combined strength. Emperor Red Dragon gazed at the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage with a complicated expression. She felt both anticipation and apprehension. The Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage sped towards the Emperor's Sword Divine Range without any intention of stopping. Immediately, several Origin Fusion Divine Lords rushed towards the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage with unstoppable momentum. Humph! A cold snort came from within the carriage. Its might shook the entire universe, suppressing all living beings to the point of suffocation. How could this be? All the living beings widened their eyes. The Origin Fusion Divine Lords who were charging ahead also stopped in fright. A vast and boundless aura enveloped this part of the universe. So strong. Emperor Red Dragon was covered in cold sweat. She looked at the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage in horror. He really grew stronger again. The most mysterious legend about Zhou Xuanji was his speed of growth. Every time he disappeared, his power would grow explosively. This was also the reason why he could continue to dominate the top of the sovereign list. If you don't want to die, retreat now. Zhou Xuanji's cold voice came. Just when he finished speaking, the curtains in front of the carriage were lifted. Two heads flew out and landed on the billions of living beings ahead. All eyes fell on these two people's heads. Many living beings had seen Zhou Xuanji before. Seeing the Sword Emperor's head, they were stunned. Why did Zhou Xuanji throw out his own head? Hold on, wasn't that Zhou Xuanji? Was it Zhou Fa? No, that head's eyes were emitting a horrifying murderous aura. It was definitely not Zhou Fa. And the head beside it was equally terrifying. It's the Sword Emperor and the Darkness Sovereign. An Origin Fusion Divine Lord cried out in horror. His voice resounded across the entire universe. What, the heads of two sovereigns? Billions of living beings fled immediately. In less than 5 breaths, the entire universe quieted down. Such a spectacular scene was witnessed by the living beings in the nearby divine ranges. All the divine ranges were in an uproar. Panic and shock filled the air. The disciples of the Emperor Sword Divine Range also saw it with their divine will. They were more excited than anything else. Their grand teacher had returned. Father is too powerful. How did he pick up the heads of two sovereigns? Zhou Xiaoxian hugged Jiang Shue's arm and said excitedly. They stood in the courtyard and looked at the horizon like a pair of sisters. Jiang Shue smiled proudly and said, "What do you mean picked up? They must have been killed by your father. Don't you know how powerful your father's poison is? No matter how unbelievable it is, he can do it." Zhou Xiaoxian felt that it made sense. Her father might have really killed the Sword Emperor and the Darkness Sovereign with his own hands. Thinking of this, she became even more curious. How did her father do it? Before she could continue speaking, Zhou Xuanji's voice came. All disciples, listen up. From now on, no one is allowed to leave without my order. Cultivate with peace of mind. I hope that the Emperor Sword Divine Range can become a superior divine range, or even a super divine range. And I want to fight for the sovereign. His tone was so overbearing, so insufferably arrogant. All the disciples felt their blood boiling after hearing this. They couldn't hold back their excitement. Super divine range. Sovereign. Even Zhou Tanhua, Chang Xian, Daoya Old Man, Ren Niming, Shangtian Dao, and the others were overwhelmed with emotions after hearing this. What surprised them the most wasn't Zhou Xuanji's ambition, but that Zhou Xuanji dared to say it out loud. Even with the Divine Range Guardian array, there must be many powerful cultivators who could spy on the inside of the Emperor Sword Divine Range. Zhou Xuanji had yet to enter and he said it in public. This was obviously a declaration of war. A declaration of war against the entire sovereign list. A declaration of war against the entire Kunlun Origin Court. Our grand teacher is so mighty, so domineering. I must become someone like him. Impossible. There is only one grand teacher in the universe. Only one person deserves to be called Zhou Xuanji. Yeah, you dare to dream about it? You are courting death. Without our grand teacher, we would still be mortals. This body of ours lives for our grand teacher. All the realms in the Emperor Sword Divine Range were in an uproar. All the disciples were excitedly discussing Zhou Xuanji's words. At the same time, the Tri-Phoenix Qilin carriage landed in the courtyard where Jiang Shue lived. After landing, Jiang Shue and Zhou Xiaoxian came up to him. Wow, father, what happened to your hair? Zhou Xiaoxian asked in surprise. She looked at Zhou Xuanji with eyes full of excitement. She suddenly wanted to have hair like Zhou Xuanji's. Chapter 849. This is a symbol of growing stronger. Zhou Xuanji smiled as he looked at Jiang Shue. His eyes were full of tenderness. Seeing this, Zhou Xiaoxian curled her lips. Every time Zhou Xuanji came back, he would look for her mother. She sighed in her heart. Even though she was full of curiosity, she had no choice but to leave. Only Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shui were left in the courtyard. Zhou Xuanji pulled his wife to sit down at the stone table. "Hurry up and tell me." Jiang Shui propped up her cheeks with her hands and urged him with a smile. Zhou Xuanji pinched her face and told her everything that had happened during this period of time from the beginning. Knowing that Zhou Xuanji had become the sole sovereign and killed the Sword Emperor and the Darkness Sovereign, even Jiang Shui, who was full of confidence in Zhou Xuanji, was stunned. She had guessed many possibilities, but she did not expect him to have such a great opportunity. How long has it been? In just a few decades, Zhou Xuanji was already comparable to the mortal sovereign. She couldn't help but fall into a trance. Seeing her expression, Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but burst into laughter. He liked it when she was so shocked. It gave him a sense of accomplishment. "What are you going to do next? Look for other origin rules?" Jiang Shui asked curiously. Her eyes were filled with anticipation. Zhou Xuanji replied with a smile, "I will accompany you. I will stay in the divine range from now on." With his strength and reputation, there was no need for him to go out and fight for his fame. Next, he only needed to stay in the Emperor Sword Divine Range and wait for the geniuses to challenge him. Without leaving the Emperor Sword Divine Range, he had defeated countless enemies. "Then you have to teach me more cultivation." "I don't care about your cultivation anymore," Jiang Shui said with a smile. Jiang Shui said with a smile. She was in a good mood. Zhou Xuanji staying was naturally what she was most happy to see. The couple continued to chat. Sometimes they talked about their disciples' cultivation, sometimes about the Kunlun origin court, and sometimes about the past. The news about Zhou Xuanji killing the Sword Emperor and the Darkness Sovereign also began to spread in the Kunlun origin court. Most of the creatures treated this as a joke. The Sword Emperor and the Darkness Sovereign were killed by the sovereigns. How could they be killed by Zhou Xuanji? Those creatures who were scared away also came back to their senses. All of them felt humiliated. Immediately, a large wave of creatures began to gather against the Emperor Sword Divine Range. However, Zhou Xuanji's aura was really powerful. Without a powerful cultivator leading them, the Emperor Sword Divine Range was not in danger for the time being. Analyze that the sword owner has reached 1,600 years old. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained Myriad Life Fusion Venerable Breaker Sword, Sword Emperor Divine Crown. The sword spirit's voice resounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind. Zhou Xuanji was currently refining the law of darkness and had obtained a fusion sword, causing him to open his eyes and look at it. Sword name: Venerable Breaker Sword level. Myriad Fusion description: countless paragons have been born in the various courts. There are paragons of laws and grand paragons. The Paragon Destroyer Sword is a sword that specializes in slaying paragons. It will absorb the paragon's divine power to grow stronger. To use this sword, one needs to be at least at the Origin Fusion Divine Lord level. Specialized in killing supremes? Interesting. Zhou Xuanji smiled and asked about the origin of the Sword Emperor Divine Crown. The Sword Emperor Divine Crown was a treasure that the Supreme Legendary Sword System had specially created for him, using special materials. The Divine Crown contained a huge amount of sword intent. When faced with a life or death situation, the sword intent would automatically explode and kill the enemy. Of course, this sword intent wasn't invincible. If the enemy was too strong, killing the enemy would just be a joke. Zhou Xuanji took out the Sword Emperor Divine Crown. The crown was bluish-purple in color. It was very gorgeous and exquisitely carved. There were 3 swords on the top edge, with the tips pointing upward. After he put it on, his entire temperament suddenly changed. His temperament became more majestic, becoming more and more similar to the Sword Emperor. He smiled with satisfaction. After putting on the Sword Emperor Divine Crown, he felt his consciousness become more open-minded. There was an indescribable sense of comfort. Immediately, he closed his eyes and continued to comprehend the law of darkness. Not long after, he was pleasantly surprised to find that after putting on the Sword Emperor Divine Crown, his comprehension of the law of darkness had become faster. What a great treasure! Zhou Xuanji thought. He couldn't help but smile. He was sitting in the courtyard cultivating. Very few people disturbed him. Generally speaking, Chang Xian was the one who came to inform him of anything. As for Jiang Shui, she was busy cultivating. After Zhou Tanhua became a Dao ancestor, Zhou Shaoxian followed closely, and also reached the Tao ancestor realm. The cultivation of most disciples in the Emperor Sword Divine range was constantly improving. On this day, Changxian once again came to find Zhou Xuanji. She stood respectfully to the side and reported in a soft voice. Master, something strange has happened in the Kunlun Origin Court recently. Our Emperor Sword Divine range must pay attention to it. Zhou Xuanji asked without opening his eyes. What is it? Changxian replied. A strange insect has appeared in the Kunlun Origin Court. Anyone who comes into contact with it will lose their mind. Even those at the peak of Almighty will have gone crazy. They are slaughtering creatures everywhere. So far, tens of thousands of creatures have been controlled by this insect. Some have high cultivation, some have low. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes. Even Luan Pinnacle has suffered. Luan Pinnacle was an expert comparable to a sovereign range master. Zhou Xuanji asked, didn't the Origin Court do anything? If it was someone else he might not care. But Luan Pinnacle had taught him a divine ability. He was indebted to him. He had to go and rescue him. They have taken action. The Void Boundary Heavenly Sages and Void Boundary War Gods that were sent out are either dead or under the control of that strange insect. Changxian said with a frown. Changxian said with a frown, worry flashing in her eyes. They had just experienced the sovereign calamity, and now such a strange insect had appeared. It was really disturbing. The most important thing was that there were rumors that Sovereign Wu Zhou had left the Kunlun Origin Court again. Perhaps it was because of this that such a strange insect appeared. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, I understand. I will go out for a while. I will leave the trivial matters of the Emperor Sword Divine range to you. Changxian bowed and agreed. Zhou Xuanji flew out of the Emperor Sword Divine range. Just as he was about to use the 10,000 Worlds Piercer, a figure appeared beside him. It was Li Xianhuang. Xu Longhua was following behind Li Xianhuang. The two had obviously been waiting for some time. Zhou Xuanji, you finally came out. I have something to discuss with you, Li Xianhuang said with a smile. Li Xianhuang smiled as if they were old friends. Zhou Xuanji glanced at them and asked, what's the matter? He didn't feel too much disgust towards Li Xianhuang. The other party was waiting here and didn't disturb the Emperor Sword Divine range. You came out this time because you want to save the Will Peak, right? After all, he has taught you divine abilities. Such kindness should be repaid. I came to find you precisely because of this matter. You have already become the sole sovereign, and your status is higher than mine. The appearance of that strange insect is not a coincidence. I found a clue and I hope you can go check it out and deduce your fate. Li Xianhuang said sincerely, his eyes fixed on Zhou Xuanji. Xu Longhua followed up. That's right. I suspect that the Dark Sovereign isn't dead yet. Or there might be new enemies lurking around. It's also very strange for the Dark Sovereign to leave in such a hurry. The top powerhouses of the Kunlun Origin Court need to stick together. Chapter 850. Where's the clue? What do you know about that insect? Zhou Xuanji asked. He had only been in seclusion for a short while, and the Kunlun Origin Court was in trouble again. It was a problem that even the Sovereign Range Lord could not solve. He felt really helpless. Since when had the Kunlun Origin Court become so weak? Even a little trouble could destroy the Kunlun Origin Court. Li Xianhuang did not know what he was thinking about and replied, we came to you because we don't know much about that insect. We can bring you to the clue. It's in the Sea of Nothingness at the edge of the Kunlun Origin Court. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He was not afraid of their schemes. The three immediately left. Along the way, Li Xianhuang introduced Zhou Xuanji to the powerful cultivators who were possessed by the strange insects, as well as the specific effects of the insects. After Zhou Xuanji understood, he was shocked. In summary, there was only one thing. No matter how powerful the cultivator was, he would lose his mind and become violent and murderous after being possessed by the strange insects. The most confusing thing was that these people seemed to be looking for something. More accurately, they were being controlled by the strange insects. All of them repeated the same sentence. I must find you. I must find him. Zhou Xuanji was interested in the strange insects. Could they have some kind of rule power? Half an hour later, under Li Xianhuang and Xu Longhua's lead, Zhou Xuanji came to the Sea of Nothingness. The place was filled with violet qi, and many asteroids were floating around. They stopped before a stone stele. The stele was charred black and looked like a tree trunk that had been cut in half. There was nothing on it. This is the stele. Someone saw a strange insect crawling out of the stele. Every time this happened, the word punishment would appear on the stele. Li Xianhuang said with a deep voice. He looked at the charred stele warily. Punishment? Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and immediately thought of Zhou Fa. He wondered if that guy had already died. Zhou Xuanji took a step forward and probed into the charred stele with his divine sense. But it was a pity that he found nothing. There was nothing in the charred stele. It was like an ordinary stone without any space-time ripples. Are you sure? Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown. He suspected that there was something wrong with Li Xianhuang's information. Li Xianhuang nodded and said, "It's definitely here. That person is my trusted aide, and I know him very well. He will not lie to me or remember the wrong place." At their level of cultivation, how could they possibly remember things wrongly? The other possibility was that the strange insects had already moved away. Xu Longhua raised his eyebrows and asked, "Don't you feel that the atmosphere here isn't right?" With this, Zhou Xuanji and Li Xianhuang instinctively scanned their surroundings with their divine senses. Soon their expressions changed at the same time. There was not a single trace of Tao energy in the surroundings. The Kunlun universe was filled with Tao energy. Even the passageway between the two realms and the chaotic space-time flows contained Tao energy. "Looks like those bugs aren't completely mindless," Li Xianhuang said with a dark expression. He raised his right hand and a pitch-black halberd appeared in his hand. Lightning coiled around the halberd, shaking the space around it. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes as billions of sword shadows appeared out of thin air. With them as the center, they began to circle recklessly, engulfing the surrounding void boundary sea and dispersing the purple mist. Black bugs the size of human heads appeared one after another. They had 2 pairs of wings and were of different shapes. Their exoskeletons were black and shiny. These strange insects had a pair of dark green eyes, and they all stared fixedly at Zhou Xuanji and the others. Even Zhou Xuanji, who had already become the sole sovereign, sensed danger. He couldn't help but frown. Where did these strange insects come from? Ever since he became the sole sovereign, this was the first time he had such a horrifying feeling. At this moment, spatial cracks began to appear around the strange black bugs. Creatures emanating powerful auras stepped out from the cracks. Among them were great chakra pinnacle cultivators. These creatures looked like walking corpses. Their postures were stiff, and their faces were hideous. They kept muttering, "I must find you. I must find him. I must find you. I must find him. I must find you. I must find him." They were all repeating this sentence. Their voices converged together, making one's scalp numb. Xu Longhua's face turned grim. He slammed his palms together and cried, "Overwhelming righteous energy." Just as he spoke, a powerful radiance burst out from his body. A majestic divine shadow condensed behind him and grew taller. This move was quite similar to the sage manifestation formation. The divine shadow roared furiously. His palms moved like the wind and slammed in all directions. His upper body twisted and countless blue palm shadows shot out with unstoppable momentum. The strange insects and the creatures under his control all dodged. Zhou Xuanji followed suit. The delusion sword sea erupted and covered the entire void boundary. The surging sword will shock Li Xianhuang and Xu Longhua. So powerful. At this moment, waves of shock surged in their hearts. They were already shocked when they learned that Zhou Xuanji had become the sole sovereign. But in their opinion, even if Zhou Xuanji had become the sole sovereign, he should still be weaker than them. He should be about the same as the range lord of a super divine range. But now they were all shocked. Zhou Xuanji ignored their gazes. The delusion sword sea imprisoned all the strange insects and puppet creatures. Just as the delusion sword sea surged, the strange insects trembled violently and let out a strange and hoarse sound. The delusion sword sea was pushed away by their sound and dissipated in an instant. Zhou Xuanji frowned deeply. What were these things? Why was his divine energy dispelled when he approached them? He was now the sole sovereign. His divine energy could be called the Supreme Sovereign's divine energy. This was the divine energy that was second only to the Great Sovereign in the Kunlun origin court. Even such a supreme sovereign's divine energy could do nothing to the strange insects. No wonder those creatures could not withstand it. Let's retreat first, Li Xianhuang said in a deep voice. He noticed that there were more and more strange insects. There were already more than 100,000 of them. This number far exceeded his expectations. Another calamity had descended on the Kunlun origin court. Zhou Xuanji activated the exterminating divine light, which swept out and fixed all the strange insects in place. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the three quickly left. They shuttled through the space-time tunnel with an ugly expression. Xu Longhua sighed and said, "Could it be that another supreme existence has set its eyes on the Kunlun origin court? These strange insects could not have been formed naturally. There must be someone behind this," Li Xianhuang said with a frown. "No matter what, we must deal with it. Next, let's go back and check the history to see if there were such strange insects in the past." Xu Longhua nodded. Zhou Xuanji did not interrupt. He was thinking to himself. Suddenly, his expression changed. He turned around abruptly. Hundreds of thousands of strange insects appeared behind them like a black ocean, chasing them relentlessly. Li Xianhuang and Xu Longhua also turned around, and their expressions changed drastically. Chapter 851. How did they chase us here? I can't sense their aura. Li Xianhuang cried out in shock. Fear was written all over his face. As a sovereign range lord, even he was frightened by the strange black insects. If Zhou Xuanji did not turn back, wouldn't they be controlled by the strange black insects without anyone knowing? At the thought of this, Li Xianhuang shuddered. Even when he faced the Sword Emperor, he did not feel this way. After all, when he faced the Sword Emperor, he was killed instantly by the Sword Emperor despite being accompanied by thousands of range lords. He had no time to feel fear. Xu Longhua glanced at these black insects and said softly, "Something's wrong, they seem to have something to ask of us. From the start to the end they haven't attacked. They can follow us closely so they can definitely attack when we stop." Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji and Li Xianhuang calmed down. It was indeed so. After they stopped, the strange black insects stopped as well. They maintained a certain distance from them and emitted a piercing sound, as though they were transmitting some kind of message. Zhou Xuanji reached out with his divine will and communicated with them telepathically. He was the sovereign of souls after all. Li Xianhuang and Xu Longhua could not compare to him in terms of telepathy. However, the strange black insects did not have souls, so he was not sure if they could communicate. A while later, the strange black insects suddenly flew toward another direction. After some distance, they stopped and turned to look at Zhou Xuanji and the others. It was obvious that they wanted Zhou Xuanji and the others to follow them. The three looked at each other and made a decision with their eyes. They followed the strange black insects together. The strange black insects continued ahead. Suddenly, they broke through the space-time tunnel and opened up a tunnel of absolute darkness. The three's heart sank, but they did not stop. They took out their enchanted artifacts and spread out to illuminate the space within a radius of a few hundred meters. They advanced ahead without any obstruction. About an hour later, light finally appeared in front of them, and the three's eyes regained their focus. "What's next?" Li Xianhuang mumbled. He had never come to a cosmic space like this before, so he felt a little uneasy. Zhou Xuanji and Xu Longhua were calm, but they were more curious. After flying out of the light, they came to a dark blue universe filled with dazzling starlight. The stars here glowed with different colors, and it was as beautiful as a dream. The strange black insects continued onwards, and looking at where they were going, Zhou Xuanji and the others' expressions once again changed. A gigantic black tree stood in the center of the cosmos. Its height was impossible to estimate with the naked eye. Every leaf on it had stars and even suns of different sizes. It was an extremely spectacular sight. The most terrifying thing was that most of the stars had the aura of living beings. They were worlds with complete ecological laws. What tree is this? Divine tree of creation? Good fortune saint tree? Li Xianhuang asked with a frown. Xu Longhua shook his head, saying, "I am not too sure either, but it is definitely not a natural creation of the world, most likely an inauspicious object. We have to be careful. We do not know if those worlds were created by this tree, or if they were captured by this tree. If it was the latter, then it would be horrifying and horrifying." Even Zhou Xuanji and Li Xianhuang were fearful. What was the purpose of this tree's existence? Although they were doubtful, they still followed. Soon they arrived at the base of the huge black tree. The strange black insects scattered and burrowed into the leaves, quickly disappearing. The atmosphere became strange, and the entire universe fell silent. Zhou Xuanji and the other two looked around and were prepared to fight at any moment. They began communicating telepathically to prevent others from hearing them. Should we destroy this tree? No, we do not know how powerful this tree is. This is too uncanny. Should we retreat? Since we are already here, why should we retreat? Just as they muttered, some of the leaves on the massive black tree began swaying. The Luan Peak appeared with the puppets. They walked over in the air, looking extremely strange. This time they did not repeat the same sentence. Instead, they kept their mouths shut and looked ahead without blinking. More accurately, they were looking at Zhou Xuanji and the other two. Zhou Xuanji and the other two stood back to back, each looking in a different direction. They took out their enchanted artifacts and prepared for battle. The Life and Death Emperor sword appeared by Zhou Xuanji's side and spun on its own, which caught Li Xianhuang and Xu Longhua's attention. This sword. Li Xianhuang's pupils contracted. He immediately guessed that it was a supreme treasure formed from the fusion of the All Lives brush and the soul bead. He had wielded the All Lives brush before. Although it was only for a short period of time, that power was still fresh in his mind. He did not expect this brat to refine two supreme treasures of the Kunlun origin court. He was too daring. Wasn't he afraid of the sovereign's punishment? It would definitely take time to refine these two supreme treasures. The sovereign had just left not long ago, which meant that the sovereign had tacitly approved of his actions. When Li Xianhuang thought of Zhou Tanhua obtaining the sovereign's inheritance, his heart was shrouded in a shadow. Although he was cooperating with Zhou Xuanji, he still had a strong ambition to compete for the sovereign's position. Look over there. Xu Longhua suddenly cried out, pointing at the massive black tree. Zhou Xuanji and Li Xianhuang immediately turned around. They saw a huge seed emerging from the main trunk of the massive black tree, rapidly expanding. In less than 10 breaths of time, the seed was tens of thousands of meters tall. It was crystal clear and looked like a peach. Its surface began to crack, and a bright red juice gushed out like blood. It was a ghastly sight. A horrifying aura leaked out of the seed. Even though they were far away, Zhou Xuanji and the other two could feel it. Sure enough, those insects lured us here as prey, Li Xianhuang said, gritting his teeth with a gloomy expression. He was the range lord of the sovereign range. How could he tolerate being tricked by insects? Zhou Xuanji and Xu Longhua's eyes turned cold. The three's eyes were locked on the bleeding seed. I must find you. I must find him. I have already found him. Luan Feng suddenly shouted, startling Zhou Xuanji and the other two. His murderous aura soared into the sky. His face was hideous and he had a horrifying smile on his face. He charged straight at Zhou Xuanji and the other two. The puppets followed suit, each of them bursting out with their full speed. Just as they were about to reach Zhou Xuanji and the other two, they suddenly stopped. Their expressions froze, making the atmosphere even more gloomy. Zhou Xuanji, Li Xianhuang, and Xu Longhua kept their composure. They didn't act immediately. They didn't understand the current situation. Naturally, they couldn't act recklessly. Zhou Xuanji took out the Lesser Supreme Sword and asked in his heart, "Do you know about this tree?" Little Sovereign didn't answer immediately. After a few breaths of time, his exclamation suddenly rang in Zhou Xuanji's ears. The evil tree outside the courtyard. Wasn't this thing suppressed by the sovereigns? Every generation of sovereigns would strengthen the seal. How did you find it? His panic tone made Zhou Xuanji's heart even heavier. After all, this guy was a sovereign. Even a sovereign would panic in the face of this tree. Chapter 852. What's the origin of the extra-court evil tree? Why does it need every sovereign to suppress it? Zhou Xuanji asked in his heart. Apart from fear, he was more curious about the extra-court evil tree. Why didn't Sovereign Wu Zhou mention this? How long has it been since the strange insects from the extra-court evil tree entered the Kunlun origin court? There must have been signs before this. How could Sovereign Wu Zhou not notice it? Could it be that Sovereign Wu Zhou deliberately left this disaster behind? When he thought of Sovereign Wu Zhou's previous actions, he felt that it was very possible. This guy was too conceited. He always wanted to let the future generations bear the burden. He called it testing the future generations. However, he forgot that back then, before he grew up, it was also thanks to the previous supreme being that protected everyone from above. But now, Sovereign Wu Zhou only served for a few 100 million years before leaving. He didn't fulfill his responsibilities as a sovereign at all. No one knows the origin of the extra-court evil tree, but it contains spirit-controlling evil insects. Any creature that is possessed by the spirit-controlling evil insects will lose their mind. All the spirit-controlling evil insects are controlled by the spirit-controlling evil mother. The spirit-controlling evil mother seems to be looking for something. The world on the tree is the spoils of war she found on the way. Little Sovereign's voice resounded in Zhou Xuanji's ear. His voice was trembling. He gritted his teeth and said, "Brat, leave quickly, lest you get into unnecessary trouble." That brat Wu Zhou not only didn't strengthen the seal, but he also released it. Zhou Xuanji's eyes flickered as he fell into deep thought. Immediately, he told Li Xianhuang and Xu Longhua what Little Sovereign had said, shocking them. The extra-court evil tree. Isn't that a legend? Does it really exist? I have only seen it in the Origin Court's History Pavilion. There are very few records. It only says that when the extra-court evil tree appears, the Kunlun Origin Court will be destroyed. There are too many legends like this. I thought they were all nonsense, Li Xianhuang sighed. His face was ugly. He already had the intention to retreat in his heart. This is an existence that even sovereigns fear. Xu Longhua said in a low voice, "Retreat." Their eyes were still locked on the huge seed. It had already bloomed. There seemed to be something hidden in the bud. They could vaguely see a figure through the petals. The spirit-controlling evil mother. That peerlessly horrifying aura grew more and more powerful, to the point where Zhou Xuanji and the other two's hearts palpitated. Zhou Xuanji said in a deep voice, "Let's retreat, but before we retreat, let's use our most powerful divine abilities. Even if we can't destroy this tree, we must at least severely injure it and buy some time for the Kunlun Origin Court." All right. Li Xianhuang and Xu Longhua had no objections. The three of them circulated their divine power and prepared to attack. Zhou Xuanji activated the Sword Fusion Technique and 9 Soul Fusion Technique. He raised the Emperor Sword of Life and Death with his right hand, and his aura reached its peak. Beside him, Li Xianhuang and Xu Longhua were inwardly alarmed. How did this brat's aura suddenly soar so much? Could it be that he had been suppressing his aura? Zhou Xuanji slashed with the Great Awareness Divine Slash. Li Xianhuang and Xu Longhua also took action. 3 extremely powerful divine powers gathered together and rushed towards the evil tree outside the courtyard with absolute power. There was a loud bang. The evil tree outside the courtyard shook violently as the 3 divine powers collided with it. Ah! A shrill cry came out from the flower bud. Countless leaves of the evil tree outside the courtyard began to shake, making a strange sound. The 3 of them glanced at each other before disappearing from where they were at the same time. In the mortal plane, Xian Xianghua sat in the air, focusing on cultivation. More than 36 Dao flowers appeared on top of her head. Above the Dao flowers, there were 8 layers of purple clouds. She was trying to break through to the 9 vast heavens stage. Sovereign red dust was hovering at the side, watching quietly. She nodded slightly, showing a look of admiration as she mumbled, "It seems like he has become a lot stronger." She was confident in her teachings and inheritance. But every time Xian Xianghua's cultivation skyrocketed, it was definitely related to Zhou Xuanji. Thinking of Zhou Xuanji, she couldn't help but pinch her fingers to calculate. The next second she furrowed her brow. She had always been able to calculate Zhou Xuanji's whereabouts. This was also the reason why she could often rescue Zhou Xuanji. But now she couldn't calculate it at all. There was only one possibility. That was, Zhou Xuanji had already left the Kunlun Origin Court. Where did he go? Sovereign Red Dust was puzzled. She knew Zhou Xuanji's recent plans. He was competing for the Sovereign Spirit Nurturing range. There was no reason for him to leave the Kunlun Origin Court. He didn't have the ability to leave either. Could he have been attacked? Sovereign Red Dust immediately flew up to Xian Xianghua and said, "Don't move. This sovereign will calculate your husband's whereabouts through you. After that, she placed her right hand on Xian Xianghua's forehead. Within the dark realm, Zhou Xuanji and the other two were flying at an extremely high speed. The three looked gloomy because countless spirit-controlling evil insects were chasing after them. The controlled cultivators were also following closely behind. Damn, that spirit-controlling evil mother should be here soon, Li Xianhuang said with gritted teeth. They could all sense the terrifying and oppressive aura behind them. At this moment he was extremely regretful. If he knew this, he wouldn't have followed the spirit-controlling evil insects. He looked at Zhou Xuanji and asked, "What should we do?" Zhou Xuanji was knowledgeable. He could recognize the evil tree outside the court, and he was also the sole sovereign. He might have a way to escape. "Keep going, don't slow down," Zhou Xuanji replied calmly. Li Xianhuang frowned but had no other choice but to acquiesce. As Xu Longhua flew, he looked around in all directions as though he was guarding against something. "Where are you going to escape to?" A cold, old woman's voice came, and the three looked back in shock. A woman wrapped in withered leaves appeared above the swarm of spirit-controlling evil insects. She had a head full of black hair and looked very young and graceful. But her face was very old, and her skin was shriveled like an old woman in her 60s or 70s. Spirit-controlling evil mother. Her eyes were cold, and tiny spirit-controlling evil insects were crawling all over her forehead. She looked extremely horrifying. Seeing her, Zhou Xuanji and the other two's hearts beat wildly. Such an spirit-controlling evil mother would make anyone tremble in fear. The spirit-controlling evil mother sped up and was getting closer and closer to them. At this moment, a ball of red qi appeared in front of them. It charged toward Zhou Xuanji and the other two with unstoppable momentum. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and immediately guessed the other party's identity. "Mortal sovereign. Why are you running? Start the battle, or else you will lure her into the Kunlun origin court." Mortal sovereign's cold voice came into their ears, and Li Xianhuang and Xu Longhua's expressions changed slightly. They recognized mortal sovereign too. Supreme crimson dust flew over their heads, heading straight for the evil mother of spirit manipulation. Zhou Xuanji turned around and charged with his sword. Li Xianhuang and Xu Longhua glanced at each other. Almost instantly they reached a unanimous decision. "Fight!" The two moved like two meteors and charged into the swarm of spirit-controlling evil insects. Boom! Mortal qi exploded, sending countless spirit-controlling evil insects flying away. Mortal sovereign and the spirit-controlling evil mother's palms clashed. Two extremely powerful forces clashed, shaking the dark universe. Chapter 853. Red Dust Sovereign was the most powerful cultivator below the sovereign after all. Even Zhou Xuanji, who had become the sole sovereign, was far inferior to her. She and the evil spirit-controlling mother clashed, and it was hard to tell who had the upper hand. Both sides fought fiercely, surging with divine power. The spirit-controlling evil insects had no choice but to distance themselves from them. They vacated the void for tens of thousands of miles, allowing them to fight. Zhou Xuanji clashed with Luan Feng, while Li Xianhuang and Xu Longhua dealt with the other creatures controlled by the spirit-controlling evil insects. This dark space was desolate to begin with. It was like a world of living creatures, a place where they could fight to their heart's content. Facing a wheel-top cultivator who could be considered half his master, Zhou Xuanji was very domineering. With the life and death emperor sword in hand, Luan Feng was forced to retreat step by step. The wheel pinnacle divine ability was also very powerful, but it was a pity that it was reflected by the inverse chaos divine ability. His destiny manifestation technique was completely ineffective against Zhou Xuanji, who had a sovereign soul. The life and death emperor sword blocked the wheel's summit, and Zhou Xuanji cast the destiny manifestation technique. Rolling thunderclouds gathered above the wheel's summit. A gigantic figure stood above the sea of clouds, wielding a gigantic sword as it slashed down. This was the death tribulation of the peak of chakra. Zhou Xuanji looked over and realized that this figure was very similar to himself. Could it be that in the future, he would be the one to kill the Luan pinnacle? Li Xianhuang and Xu Longhua also noticed the fate manifestation. This wasn't the first time they had seen it, so they knew what it meant. "That's not Zhou Xuanji, it's Zhou Tanhua," Li Xianhuang said solemnly. His voice was so weak that no one could hear him. Xu Longhua also recognized Zhou Tanhua. Zhou Tanhua had left a deep impression on him that day at the Pulse Convergence Pagoda. Good lad, he can even kill a Pequel expert. Isn't his bloodline inheritance too perfect? Xu Longhua muttered to himself, and a murderous glint flashed in his eyes. How could they allow such a prodigy to grow? Zhou Xuanji recognized that the mighty figure was his son, and he felt that it was quite funny. This kid won't be simple in the future. This posture was indeed his style. As for the hatred between him and Luanding, he didn't think too much about it. Although he was indebted to Luanding, he understood his son. Future grievances will be dealt with in the future. Facing the fate manifestation technique, even though Luan Feng was being controlled by the soul-controlling evil insect, he couldn't help but scream in agony. The killing tribulation pressure enveloped him, causing his soul and body to suffer extreme pain. He couldn't endure it at all. On this side, Zhou Xuanji had already suppressed the Wheel Summit, while Li Xianhuang and Xu Longhua had gained the upper hand. Only Autarch Crimson Dust was still locked in battle. Zhou Xuanji and the others did not look down on her because of this. Instead, they admired her even more. The evil spirit controlling Mother's aura was simply too powerful, so powerful that it made their hearts palpitate. However, it was precisely in the face of such a powerful being that Crimson Dust's supremacy displayed an extremely domineering performance, and he was evenly matched with the evil spirit manipulation Mother. Zhou Xuanji directly charged over. He performed the greatly divine suppressor art, creating hundreds of thousands of greatly clones to support the entire battlefield, while his true self charged toward the evil Mother. In the state of the sword fusion technique, his strength had already reached the pinnacle of the origin fusion divine sovereign level. Even if he were to face the evil spirit manipulation Mother, he would still be able to fight it head-on, not to mention that he had Supreme Crimson Dust's help. The two of them joined forces and their aura surged. The evil Mother spirit manipulation was forced to defend. Your strength has risen so quickly. Autarch Crimson Dust said softly, the corners of his lips curling up slightly. He was clearly in a very good mood. She liked this kind of Zhou Xuanji. Back then, when she fell in love with him, he was far stronger than Zhou Xuanji. So she could not bear to see Zhou Xuanji weaker than her. In her heart, Zhou Xuanji was indomitable and fearless. No matter what kind of predicament he faced, he could deal with it calmly. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "It's okay, but I still can't beat you." These words were spoken from the bottom of his heart. Fighting alongside Autarch Crimson Dust, at such a close distance, he could feel her vast aura. With such an aura, no wonder she was fearless in the Kunlun origin court. Without Sovereign Wu Zhou, she was the sovereign. The greatly avatar, Li Xianhuang, and Xu Longhua killed the spirit-controlling evil insect one after another. Li Xianhuang and Xu Longhua soon became invincible. They began to watch the battle between Zhou Xuanji, Autarch Crimson Dust, and the evil Mother. The more they watched, the more shocked they became. They were not surprised by Autarch Crimson Dust's power. What surprised them was Zhou Xuanji. His sword's way and strange divine abilities were really unpredictable. The evil Mother spirit manipulation evil insect often couldn't dodge in time. "I will kill you." The evil Mother spirit manipulation evil insect suddenly let out a shrill cry. A gust of wind came from the darkness which shocked everyone. Zhou Xuanji looked over and saw the evil tree outside the courtyard flying toward them with a majestic momentum, as though it was going to break through all the universes. Autarch Crimson Dust's expression changed slightly. Suddenly he grabbed Zhou Xuanji's right shoulder, and the two disappeared. Li Xianhuang and Xu Longhua were stunned. Escape? They immediately came back to their senses. Cursing in their hearts, they quickly retreated. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji and Autarch Crimson Dust traveled through the mortal qi. Zhou Xuanji didn't even need to fly with divine energy. He felt that Autarch Crimson Dust was pushing him forward. He asked curiously, "What channel is this?" He felt that the mortal qi here was like a channel of time and space. It was very mysterious. "The mortal spacetime is a divine ability that I created. It's not bound by the rules of time and space. I don't think the evil Mother spirit manipulation evil insect will find this place." Autarch Crimson Dust replied. Autarch Crimson Dust replied in a proud tone. Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. "Can I create such a channel with my soul source?" You have already become the sole sovereign. If you want to leave the Kunlun origin court in the future, you must take me with you. I guess Nianxing might have gone outside the court. Autark Crimson Dust changed the topic and said meaningfully. She stayed in the Kunlun origin court to wait for Zhou Xuanji. Except for Zhou Xuanji, she had nothing else to miss. Zhou Xuanji asked, "You can already leave the Kunlun origin court? Isn't that an ability only great sovereigns have?" "Of course. When you absorb 10 more origin rules, you can do it too," Autark Crimson Dust replied. Autark Crimson Dust replied. His eyes filled with anticipation. No matter how long it had been, she still couldn't give up divine Nianxing. Zhou Xuanji calmly said, "If I become the sovereign, I won't leave the Kunlun origin court soon. But I can promise you that I will leave sooner or later." Autark Crimson Dust nodded and said no more. The two fell into silence. About the time it takes to burn half an incense stick had passed. They returned to the Kunlun origin court. The evil mother spirit manipulation didn't chase after them. Li Xianhuang and Xu Longhua were nowhere to be seen. Zhou Xuanji didn't ask about their whereabouts. After all, they were acquaintances. "When can Xian Xianghua come back to me?" Zhou Xuanji stopped and asked Autark Crimson Dust. Autark Crimson Dust snorted and said, "Is there such a hurry? When she becomes an origin fusion divine lord, I will let her go back. At that time, she can share the pressure for you and the Emperor Sword divine range." Without waiting for Zhou Xuanji to speak again, she directly turned into a wisp of mortal qi and dissipated. Zhou Xuanji stayed in place, shaking his head and laughing. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly furrowed his brow. He looked into the depths of the universe and saw a figure in the void boundary looking at him. Chapter 854. The figure standing in the void boundary had disheveled hair and ragged clothes. His head was slightly lowered, revealing only his bloodshot right eye. He stared fixedly at Zhou Xuanji, as though there was a deep hatred in his heart. Zhou Xuanji sized him up and was curious. Who was this guy? His aura was very strong, and he had the cultivation of origin fusion divine Lord Wu Ming. However, it didn't look right. It was as if he had been possessed by a spirit-controlling evil insect. Zhou Xuanji raised his hand suddenly with a sharp look in his eyes. Puchi! The long-haired man's chest was pierced through, and black blood spurted out from his back. However, no weapon could be seen throughout the entire process. The vanishing divine sword. Shadowless, formless, and soundless. The long-haired man did not die because of this, nor did he fly into a rage. He only twisted his neck and continued to stare at Zhou Xuanji from afar. Zhou Xuanji laughed and waved his right hand. The invincible sword pierced through the man's body from behind and flew in front of Zhou Xuanji. He had used the world internalization, but he didn't absorb the divine power of the man with the loose hair. It was really strange. Could it be that this fellow's divine power is different from others? Zhou Xuanji raised his eyebrows and immediately flew towards the disheveled man. As soon as he saw him flying over, the long-haired man immediately fled. How could Zhou Xuanji let him escape? However, after coming to the void boundary, Zhou Xuanji could no longer sense his aura. Strange, why did it suddenly disappear? Zhou Xuanji mumbled. He first thought of the red dust passageway. Could it be that the long-haired man also grasped some sort of special rule, and had already opened up a space-time passageway that belonged solely to him? Other than that, he couldn't think of any other reason. If he moved in the Kunlun origin court, he would definitely leave behind traces of aura and soul fluctuations. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and flew toward the Emperor Sword divine range. The Kunlun origin court had a lot of things to deal with recently, so he was too lazy to think about it. He had just dealt with the evil spirit controlling mother, so he didn't want to cause any more trouble. In any case, the Kunlun origin court's range masters had been resurrected, so it was time to let them take action. After returning to the Emperor Sword divine range, Zhou Xuanji did not disturb the others. He returned to the cultivation hall and continued his seclusion. However, this trip had changed his opinion of Zhou Tanhua. Therefore, he began to carefully observe his son in addition to his cultivation. Zhou Tanhua's temperament had become more and more stable with the improvement of his cultivation. Although he still looked like a teenager, he appeared very mature. He didn't have Zhou Xuanji's high-spirited spirit, nor did he feel inferior. He was always thinking alone, and no one knew what he was thinking. When I leave in the future, I can be at ease leaving the Emperor's sword divine range to him, Zhou Xuanji said with a satisfied smile. Compared to Zhou Tanhua, his elder sister Zhou Shaoxian seemed to never grow up. She always gave him a headache. Meanwhile, Zhou Tanhua sat by the lake and looked at the lake. He rested his chin on his right hand as he racked his brains. He was thinking about his sword path. He wanted to create his own sword Dao and not copy his father's path. Somehow he seemed to have grasped something, but he couldn't clearly capture it. This feeling drove him crazy. The more he thought about it, the more he wanted it. Therefore, his mood began to calm down. The sword that was stuck in the soil beside him suddenly came out of its sheath and hovered above his head. The grass beneath him burst into light and spread out in a circle. He began comprehending the Tao. Evil Sky Divine Range Sovereign Palace. Beast Sovereign was sitting on the main seat, looking at the figure in the palace. It was the disheveled man who had been staring at Zhou Xuanji before. His face was still covered by his grass-like hair, only revealing a pair of eyes. "Are you sure?" Beast Sovereign asked in a cold voice with a cold face. The disheveled man said with a strange smile, "Yes, Zhou Xuanji has power that surpasses the sovereign." Hearing this, Beast Sovereign furrowed his brow and fell into silence. Such an existence has appeared in the Kunlun Origin Court. If he doesn't die, he will definitely become a great sovereign. You either find a way to eradicate him and seize his opportunity or leave the Kunlun Origin Court and go to another court realm to make a comeback, the disheveled man said leisurely. The disheveled man said slowly and closed his eyes. After a long while Beast Sovereign asked, "What are the other court realms like?" The disheveled man opened his eyes and replied with a smile, "It's more exciting than the Kunlun Origin Court. The sovereigns of the Kunlun Origin Court are opening up court realms outside, constantly creating. The outside world is far more exciting than the Kunlun Origin Court. Of course, it's also more dangerous than the Kunlun Origin Court. All the sovereigns are chasing after a supreme treasure. Once you get that supreme treasure, you can command all the sovereigns and become a supreme ruler." Beast Sovereign furrowed his brow and asked, "Why can you command all the sovereigns?" The sovereigns were the strongest experts of an era. How could they be controlled by a supreme treasure? The disheveled man replied, "Everything has a starting point. The same is true for the origin of the sovereigns. In the vast court realms there are 3 supreme opportunities. One of them is the sovereign divine power. Once you grasp the sovereign divine power, all the sovereigns must surrender. Otherwise they will turn into ashes. After all, the establishment of the sovereigns is derived from the 3,000 origin rules. Rules can make the sovereigns, but they can also overthrow the sovereigns." Beast Sovereign's eyes widened. He was shocked by the other party's words. His eyes lit up with the fire of hope. He curiously asked, "Apart from the sovereign divine power, what are the other 2 great opportunities and supreme treasures?" The disheveled man shook his head and replied, "No one knows." His tone was a little sad. He couldn't tell the vicissitudes of life outside the court. Many supremes had risked their lives for the sake of the 3 supreme fortuitous encounters. The sovereign divine power alone was enough to make the sovereigns fight to the death. If the other 2 supreme opportunities appeared, what kind of scene would it be? All right, this sovereign has decided to go outside the court. But before that, an eye for an eye. An eye for an eye. The corner of Beast Sovereign's mouth rose as he declared with a murderous smile. After 3 years, Zhou Xuanji sent Chang Xian to inquire about the news. Li Xianhuang and Xu Longhua had returned. The spirit-controlling evil insects had strangely disappeared. The creatures controlled by them were also nowhere to be seen. It was as if they had evaporated. This matter didn't cause too much of a stir in the Kunlun Origin Court. The main theme was still the sovereign list. The Qianxiong Divine Range, which had always been low-key, suddenly made a high-profile announcement. They wanted to gather all the powerful cultivators and geniuses on the sovereign list in one place to fight for the position of the new sovereign. The Qianxiong Divine Range was also a sovereign divine range. Their words carried a lot of weight. As soon as this statement came out, many creatures expressed their support. The emergence of the sovereign list had caused powerful cultivators and geniuses to fight everywhere. Although it was very lively, it would also make all living beings bored after a long time. The Qianxiong Divine Range also sent invitations to everyone on the sovereign list to fight in the universe area, at the center of the Kunlun origin court. Zhou Xuanji took the invitation from Chang Xian's hand and asked with a faint smile, "Are there any people from the Qianxiong Divine Range on the sovereign list?" Chang Xian nodded and replied, "Yes, there are about 800 of them. All of them are above the 5 vast heavens realm. Although they are not as many as the super divine ranges, each and every one of them is a powerful existence. The highest ranked is Chu Jing, who is ranked 4th on the sovereign list. He broke through to the Origin Fusion Divine Lord 8 comprehensions 200 years ago." Chapter 855. There are so few people. No wonder they did this. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said disdainfully. He did not have a deep impression of the Qianxiong Divine Range. Back then, at the Meridian Gathering Tower, the Range Lord of the Qianxiong Divine Range, Chu Xingquang, was very low-key and did not fight for anything. Facing the Sword Emperor, he didn't dare to ask for the position of Heavenly King of the Origin Court. Now that things were peaceful, he was eyeing the position of an exalted exalt. How thick-skinned. Chang Xian whispered, "Master, if most of the people on the sovereign list go, will you go?" Now Zhou Xuanji was ranked 1st on the sovereign list. If he did not go, this battle would become a joke, and he would offend the Qianxiong Divine Range. "Not going," Zhou Xuanji said without hesitation. He was not afraid of the Hidden Hero Divine Range. Although the Emperor Sword Divine Range was weak, the Tianyi Divine Range still supported them. Among the sovereign divine ranges, the Tianyi Divine Range was one of the top 3, slightly stronger than the Qianxiong Divine Range. Chang Xian nodded. She didn't try to persuade Zhou Xuanji but obediently retreated, not wanting to disturb his cultivation. Zhou Xuanji continued to comprehend the law of darkness and did not think too much. On the other side, the Qianxiong Divine Range had set up a battlefield in the center of the Kunlun origin court. Most of the rankers went to participate. After all, this battle was also a chance for them to showcase themselves. Of course, the reputation of the Hidden Hero Divine Range was also a big factor. The Emperor Sword Divine Range did not have any veins sealed, so many disciples wanted to take a look. Zhou Xuanji did not stop them. However, he didn't expect the Emperor Sword Divine Range to shine in the sovereign meet. To be precise, it was Zhou Tanhua. Zhou Tanhua and a group of Emperor Sword Divine Range disciples were originally there to watch the show. But because Zhou Xuanji didn't come, they were ridiculed a lot. Out of indignation, Zhou Tanhua joined the battle and shone brilliantly by relying on his swordsmanship and exterminating divine eyes. In just a few years, the entire Kunlun origin court knew of Zhou Tanhua. After all, his father was Zhou Xuanji, who ranked 1st on the sovereign list, and he himself had received the sovereign's inheritance. How could he not soar into the sky after displaying his strength? Zhou Xuanji witnessed Zhou Tanhua's performance through the 10,000 Worlds Piercer. He was very satisfied. This kid had his own style. On Zhou Tanhua's way back, he had been keeping an eye on him to prevent any mighty experts from targeting Zhou Tanhua. During this period, there were indeed people who wanted to attack Zhou Xuanji, but all of them disappeared into thin air, undetected by Zhou Tanhua. It was not Zhou Xuanji who did it. Strange, who is protecting him? Could it be Supreme Wu Zhou? Zhou Xuanji rubbed his chin and thought. Among the experts who wanted to attack Zhou Tanhua, there were many Origin Fusion Divine Lords. But they still disappeared without anyone noticing. It could be seen that the attacker was very strong. At least he was stronger than Zhou Xuanji because he could not pinpoint his opponent's position at all. In the end, Zhou Tanhua and the others came back safe and sound. Zhou Xuanji didn't ask Zhou Tanhua. He continued to cultivate in the cultivation palace. As Zhou Xuanji expected, the one who benefited the most from this battle was Chu Jing from the Qianxiong Divine Range. He had used his absolute strength to suppress the entire audience, and all the spectators were convinced. He only defeated his enemies, not killed them. He didn't rely on any helpers and fought alone. Now, the clamor for him to become the sovereign was very loud. In the eyes of everyone, he only needed to defeat Zhou Xuanji to prove that he was the first on the sovereign list. Zhou Xuanji's number 1 position wasn't just for show. Putting aside his fame, he wasn't strong enough to be number 1 on the sovereign list. For a time, the Kunlun origin court was in turmoil. The matter of the sovereign was also getting more and more intense. Sovereign Wu Zhou left again. The Kunlun Origin Court urgently needed a new sovereign. On this day, the cultivation palace shook violently. The entire mountain was submerged in black clouds, making it look like a demonic domain. Jiang Shui, Changxian, Zhou Tanhua, Zhou Shaoxian, Daoya Old Man, Ran Niming and the others gathered. All of them looked terrified. They felt an extremely oppressive aura, which almost suffocated them. Dark Law. What a powerful aura. Is Father breaking through, or is there an enemy? Zhou Shaoxian asked nervously. This dark aura made her feel uneasy. Everyone mistakenly thought that the enemy had arrived. Even Daoya Old Man and Xian Daoya couldn't divine it. The black clouds coiled around the mountain, forming a spectacular black tornado that swept across the sky with great momentum. Thunder and lightning roared along with it. Everyone looked up and saw the black clouds condensing into a mighty figure. It was Zhou Xuanji. They didn't breathe a sigh of relief. On the contrary, they became even more nervous. After all, the Sword Emperor and Zhou Fa who had appeared before looked exactly the same as Zhou Xuanji. Darkness complete. Zhou Xuanji's voice resounded as the majestic black clouds directly exploded, restoring peace and tranquility. Next, his figure appeared above the cultivation palace. His silver hair had turned black, even darker than before. There was a black line at the edge of his purple pupils, which made him look a little more evil. He looked down. Everyone felt a stinging pain in their eyes. They lowered their heads subconsciously. I'm just breaking through. Everyone disperse, Zhou Xuanji said with a faint smile. Zhou Xuanji said with a faint smile. After speaking, he entered the cultivation palace. He had completely mastered the Dark Law. He was one step closer to the great sovereign realm. Everyone looked at each other and could only leave. Master has become stronger again. Judging from the momentum just now, it must be a big breakthrough. At this rate, guess how long it will take for him to become the sovereign? I'm not sure. The sovereign might not be in the same realm. We have to work harder too. We can't be left further and further behind by Master. At the peak of the Origin Court, above the sea of clouds, one could overlook the magnificent scenery of the divine ranges. The evil spirit controlling mother suddenly appeared. She stood on top of the clouds. Evil spirit controlling insects emerged from behind her and surrounded her. Kunlun Origin Court. I'm finally back. Wu Zhou, you brat, you made a mistake. Now the Kunlun Origin Court will become my hunting ground. The corners of her mouth curled up as she muttered to herself. Her smile was extremely sinister. She raised her right hand, and countless spirit-controlling evil insects flew out from her sleeves. Spatial cracks appeared behind her as powerful cultivators with powerful auras stepped out. There were hundreds of them, including the Wheel Summit. The Wheel Summit looked so mediocre among them. Every one of these puppets looked extraordinary, especially the leader. He was hundreds of meters tall and held a golden staff in his hand. He wore a golden-red scale armor and a crown with horns on his head. His eyes were pitch black and looked extremely domineering. He stood there as though he could break through the peak of the Kunlun Origin Court. The other puppets instinctively distanced themselves from him. Kill, the evil mother said softly. The evil mother spirit controller said softly. As soon as it said that, the hundreds of powerful puppets behind it disappeared at the same time. Boom! A horrifying explosion came from below. Fiery light shone on the old face of the evil mother. She narrowed her eyes and mumbled, Sovereign Heaven, I will destroy everything you care about. Whether you are alive or not, I will make you regret it. After she finished speaking, her face became extremely sinister. She turned into countless spirit-controlling evil insects and flew in all directions. Chapter 856. The majestic divine range was like a pillar that maintained the stability of the universe in the Kunlun universe. It stood tall and immortal. Boom! A huge fireball that was as large as the sun collided with this divine vein, directly breaking it in half. This scene was extremely shocking. Not only this divine range, but the surrounding divine ranges were also attacked and collapsed one after another. The Kunlun Origin Court once again faced a great calamity. Zhou Xuanji, who was far away in the Emperor Sword divine range, saw this scene. He couldn't help but frown, but he wasn't too shocked in his heart. The evil mother controlling spirit was really coming. Just what was the background of those puppets? Why were they all so ridiculously powerful? Among them, there were a dozen creatures whose auras were not inferior to mortal sovereign. He couldn't help but think of the battles with the heroes of the past and present in the northern wilderness region. Could it be that these puppets were powerful cultivators from different eras? Like the Chakra Summit, they were refined into puppets by the evil mother controlling spirit? This was the only possibility. Apart from the Chakra Summit, it was his first time seeing other powerful cultivators. The Kunlun Origin Court is going to be chaotic again. Zhou Xuanji muttered to himself before slowly closing his eyes. He was busy trying to break through to Origin Fusion Divine Lord Jiuming. As long as the war didn't affect the Emperor Sword Divine range, he couldn't be bothered. The Kunlun Origin Court wasn't that weak. The evil mother controlling spirit wasn't as powerful as the Sword Emperor. When the evil mother controlling spirit launched its attack, all the sovereign divine ranges and super divine ranges went to support it. A super war swept through the Kunlun Origin Court. However, things didn't go as Zhou Xuanji wished. He didn't look for trouble with the evil mother controlling spirit, but the evil mother controlling spirit had its eyes on him. A burly figure holding a golden staff stepped forward in the air. His long hair danced in the wind, and his golden red scale armor flickered with a chilling radiance. Wherever he passed, the space twisted like ripples on the surface of a lake. Boom! A god whose figure wasn't any weaker than the man with the golden staff suddenly appeared and slammed into him from the side. The man with the golden staff didn't move at all. He was like the divine mountain of creation that would never move. Old ancestor, wake up! The man with the golden staff roared furiously. His arms were bare, and he was wearing a dark purple armor. A pair of bronze wings grew on his back. His face looked somewhat similar to the man with the golden staff. Hearing his call, the man with the golden staff waved the giant staff in his hand. In an instant, the violent golden divine power swept out like an ocean and collided head-on with deity Qingyu, causing him to vomit blood and fly backward. From the beginning to the end, the man with the golden staff did not stop. Innumerable Emperor Sword Divine Range disciples flew out from the divine range. They spread out and formed a giant net, waiting for the enemy to arrive. Their leader was Barbaric Ultimate God. He was still in his black cat form, standing on Chongming Demon Monarch's right shoulder, while the little black snake was on his left shoulder. Listen to my command, prepare for battle. Barbaric Ultimate God shouted in high spirits. Millions of elite disciples unsheathed their swords at the same time. The sound of swords being unsheathed was loud and clear. The little black snake could not help but spit. Who do you think you are? Who allowed you to give orders? Barbaric Ultimate God glared at him and snorted. Don't think that you can insult this god just because you are the mascot of Emperor Sword Divine Range. Back then, if it weren't for my guidance, how could Zhou Xuanji have survived the Great Elimination? If he had died, you wouldn't be here today. The little black snake was dismissive, while Chongming Demon Monarch found it funny and didn't participate in the bickering. At this time, Zhou Tianhua suddenly flew past them and flew to the forefront. Young master! Be careful, young master, the opponent is very strong. You can't act recklessly. Stop the young master. What does the young master want to do? Don't let anything happen to the young master. The disciples cried out in alarm and followed suit, wanting to stop Zhou Tianhua. Zhou Tianhua directly unsheathed his sword. His speed suddenly increased as he rushed toward the man with the golden staff without hesitation. Clang! The golden staff and the sword collided. Zhou Tianhua only felt a sharp pain in his palm. His pupils suddenly shrank as he saw the man with the golden staff appear in front of him. So fast. He was secretly shocked. He didn't dare to take it lightly anymore. Just as he was about to make his next move, the man with the golden staff grabbed him with one hand. Zhou Tianhua suddenly turned into white smoke and disappeared in the giant hand. The man with the golden staff didn't have any consciousness and didn't have any emotional fluctuations. Zhou Tianhua appeared behind the man with the golden staff out of thin air, and thousands of silver clones flew out of his body. Greatly doppelgangers. He quickly waved his sword, and countless sword energies shot out. The same was true for his greatly doppelgangers. Great awareness divine slash. The man with the golden staff was submerged by countless sword energies. The sword energies exploded and turned into a sea of fog. Zhou Tanhua's eyes turned cold as he followed suit. As soon as he disappeared, the golden staff came out of the sea of fog and just happened to pass by him. He moved to the front of the Emperor's Sword Divine Range and heaved a sigh of relief. That was close. The man with the golden staff turned to look at him, and his empty eyes made him shudder with fear. I'm still not strong enough, Zhou Tanhua thought to himself, but there was no fear in his eyes. He is my ancestor. He used to be the previous Origin Court War God. Everyone calls him Heartless War God. His strength surpasses Origin Fusion Divine Lord. Don't fight him head-on. Otherwise you will suffer heavy losses. Don't look for trouble with our Qinxiong Divine Range. Deity Qingyu flew over and said in a deep voice. His voice clearly reached the ears of all the disciples of the Emperor's Sword Divine Range. Origin Court War God. Surpasses Origin Fusion Divine Lord. Everyone was shocked. At this time Heartless War God suddenly charged at the Emperor's Sword Divine Range with unstoppable momentum. Deity Qingyu immediately cast his divine ability, and a giant bronze bell appeared in front of the Emperor's Sword Divine Range. Bang! The giant bronze bell was directly smashed into pieces. Heartless War God's speed didn't decrease. He was about to hit the disciples. Heartless War God's throat was pierced, and his figure came to a stop. Heartless War God? It reminds me of an old friend. Zhou Xuanji's chuckle came from the divine range as sword shadows flew out from the divine range, converging into a river of swords. His sleeves fluttered in the wind as he walked over. His posture looked so elegant. The Life and Death Emperor sword levitated beside him, radiating a cold black and white radiance. Seeing Zhou Xuanji, all the disciples of the Emperor's Sword Divine Range heaved a sigh of relief. In their hearts, Zhou Xuanji was invincible. Even if his cultivation wasn't as high as the enemy's, he could turn any danger into safety. Deity Qingyu was stunned. He was shocked by Zhou Xuanji's attack. He didn't even see Zhou Xuanji's divine ability clearly. Such a feeling made him revere Zhou Xuanji. When Heartless War God saw Zhou Xuanji, he immediately let out a furious roar. His face turned sinister. The evil mother controlling spirit gave him the order to kill Zhou Xuanji. He held the golden staff with both hands and swung it at Zhou Xuanji with all his might. The surging divine energy transformed into countless dragons and tigers that charged forward, stepping on billions of lightning bolts. It was majestic and extremely oppressive. Zhou Xuanji smiled. The non-existence legendary sword moved again and attacked Heartless War God crazily. Heartless War God was like a target and he was constantly being attacked. Chapter 857. In the eyes of the others, the Heartless War God twisted and turned crazily. The wounds on his body increased, and in a short while they were densely packed. Deity Qingyu was horrified. He knew Zhou Xuanji, the top cultivator on the sovereign list. But wasn't this guy a prodigy? It was already incredible that he had reached the Origin Fusion Divine Sovereign Realm before the age of 2000. Now, he actually had strength that surpassed the Heartless War God. Didn't that mean that Zhou Xuanji was really qualified to become the sovereign? The disciples of Emperor Sword Divine Range were extremely excited. The Heartless War God's aura was too strong. So strong that it made them feel intimidated. But with Zhou Xuanji's appearance, the Heartless War God was nothing. What did this mean? This meant that their ancestor had surpassed the Origin Court War God. What was the status of Origin Court War God? The number one person below Supreme Being. How could the Emperor Sword Divine Range disciples not be excited? Zhou Tanhua was also very excited. After all, he had fought against the Heartless War God and knew how terrifying he was. Now that he saw the Heartless War God being beaten to the point where he couldn't even resist, his heart was filled with emotions. His father's strength was truly unfathomable. Every time he thought that his cultivation had made a great leap, it was nothing compared to his father's. He did not feel defeated. Instead, he was full of fighting spirit. Heartless Battle God roared. He tried his best to struggle, but the speed of the vanishing God sword was too fast. He couldn't use any techniques at all. The most important thing was that the invincible divine sword was invisible and formless. The Heartless War God couldn't catch it at all. He couldn't even sense where it was. Although being controlled by the spirit manipulation demonic insect would make one fearless, it would also cause one to lose one's judgment in battle. There are pros and cons. Zhou Xuanji walked on the river of swords and sized up the heartless war god. For some reason, he felt that the heartless war god was similar to the heartless emperor Bai Hao Yisan. In terms of appearance, the two of them were worlds apart. However, he always felt that the two of them were somewhat similar. Could it be that Bai Hao Yisan had obtained the heartless war god's inheritance? Just as he was thinking, the heartless god of war roared again. His body exploded, turning into wisps of green smoke that dissipated. The invincible godly sword could no longer hurt him, let alone track him down. Interesting. Zhou Xuanji smiled. Numerous greatly avatars flew out from his body and charged toward the green smoke formed by the heartless war god. His greatly doppelganger was much stronger than Zhou Tanhua. Zhou Tanhua's eyes lit up, and his emotions surged like the waves of the sea. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the clones of the Dali dynasty waved their swords to extinguish the wisps of green smoke, forcing the heartless god of war to roar in agony. Hee hee kid, you've actually become stronger again. An eerie laughter rang out. Everyone turned their heads and saw the evil mother descending from above. Its robes and withered hair danced in the wind. Her peerlessly horrifying aura silenced the entire Kunlun cosmos. Everyone was frightened by her aura and could not move, feeling a chill in their hearts. Deity Qingyu was stunned. He looked at the evil mother spirit controller in fear. This aura deity Qingyu suddenly recalled the fear he felt when he faced the Sword Emperor. Could it be that this demonic woman had strength comparable to a supreme being? The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. Supreme Wu Zhou had just left, and now the Kunlun Origin Court was facing such a calamity. He could not help but let his imagination run wild. Could it be that Supreme Wu Zhou had left because there was an enemy he couldn't defeat? Otherwise, why would Supreme Wu Zhou be in such a hurry? Thinking of this, deity Qingyu could not help but feel despair. At this moment, it was not just the Emperor Sword Divine Range. Battles were happening everywhere in the Kunlun Origin Court. Countless spirit-controlling evil insects were capturing living beings everywhere. Any living being that they attached themselves to would be turned into puppets. The evil mother spirit controller's subordinates were increasing rapidly, and the living beings in the Kunlun Origin Court were also decreasing. The Kunlun Origin Court was in a precarious situation. Evil mother spirit controller, you are really difficult to deal with. What do you want to do? Replace the Kunlun Origin Court? Zhou Xuanji looked up at the evil mother spirit controller and asked with a smile. He looked calm on the surface, but his heart was heavy. Although he had comprehended the Dark Rule, there was still a huge gap between him and the evil mother spirit controller. At least, facing the evil mother spirit controller, Zhou Xuanji felt immense pressure. The evil mother controlling spirit said contemptuously, "The one who offended this seat is a sovereign of your Kunlun Origin Court. This seat destroyed the Kunlun Origin Court to take revenge on him. You pitiful creatures should hate him." After that, she raised her hand and slapped Zhou Xuanji. Boom! Zhou Xuanji's sovereign divine energy burst out and blocked the wind from her palm. But the disciples below were all blown away. The majestic Emperor Sword Divine Range shook violently. The greatly avatars dissipated, and the heartless war god regathered his body. The situation of the battle was reversed in an instant. The Emperor Sword Divine Range was in a critical situation. God Qingyu looked at the heartless war god, and then at the evil mother spirit controller. Gnashing his teeth, he turned around and fled. He had no friendship with the Emperor Sword Divine Range. This trip was just for the reputation of the Qianxiong Divine Range. But the enemy was too powerful. He had no choice but to retreat. Zhou Xuanji endured the wind from the evil mother spirit controller's palm. His brows were tightly knitted as he kept thinking of countermeasures. Swoosh! A red arrow tore through the universe and flew toward him. The evil mother spirit controller raised her left hand and caught the arrow with two of her fingers. She glanced over and saw waves of red dust chi sweeping toward her like a vast ocean. Sovereign Hong Qian was in the middle of it. The domineering aura of a sovereign was on full display. She looked at the evil mother spirit controller disdainfully and said with a proud smile, "A bug like you wants to destroy the Kunlun Origin Court. Do you think you are a sovereign?" The evil mother spirit controller's face darkened. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent. Zhou Xuanji waved his right hand and sent everyone back to the Emperor Sword Divine Range. At the same time, he activated the Divine Range Guardian Array, leaving him alone in the universe. Seems like we still have to fight together, Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. With the arrival of Sovereign Hong Chan, the pressure on him was greatly reduced. Not only you. A familiar voice came. It was Li Xianhuang. A giant golden gate that was tens of thousands of meters tall appeared out of nowhere. Li Xianhuang stepped out with his giant halberd, followed by Yuan Ruzhen, Xu Longhua, and the powerhouses of the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range. There were also a few giant figures inside the gate. It was like a miracle. The evil Mother Spirit Controller's face darkened. A look of shock flashed in her eyes. You didn't expect this, right? It's not that the Kunlun origin cord is getting weaker with each generation, but each generation is stronger than the last. Although the Kunlun origin cord was almost destroyed, that was against the sovereign. It's more than enough to deal with you, Sovereign Hong Chan said with a mocking smile. The sea of red dust transformed into countless phoenixes that soared around recklessly. It's more than enough to deal with you. Li Xianhuang raised his halberd and pointed it at the evil Mother Spirit Controller, shouting, You dare to touch the Kunlun origin court. You must be tired of living. Don't even think about escaping today. As soon as he spoke, the Kunlun universe fluctuated like an illusion. Zhou Xuanji keenly sensed that the surrounding space was filled with a strange energy. When the space-time rules approached it, they froze immediately. It was very strange. Li Xianhuang was freezing the universe space to prevent the evil Mother Spirit Controller from escaping. He narrowed his eyes. His gaze was a little cold. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but even the Emperor's Sword Divine Range was frozen. Chapter 858. With Li Xianhuang's order, the powerful cultivators of the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range surrounded the evil Mother. The evil Mother Spirit Controller did not panic, nor did she go berserk. She scanned her surroundings and prepared for battle. Kill! Li Xianhuang roared. In an instant, a powerful radiance burst out, dazzling the divine wills of all living beings in the Divine Range. Over 1,000 figures exuding powerful auras began to surround and attack the evil Spirit Mother. Zhou Xuanji watched quietly. He was shocked by the power of the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range. All of them were Origin Fusion Divine Lords. There were more than 200 cultivators who were stronger than level 5. Back in the Meridian Connection Tower, he had not seen such a powerful force. Boom! 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 The sound of explosions continued. The powerful cultivators of the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range unleashed their divine abilities, forcing the evil Mother to defend with its own divine energy. Sovereign Hongqin was also observing and did not make a move. She wanted to see if the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range could kill the evil Mother. Yuan Ruzhen bellowed as his entire body was engulfed in dark red flames. 6 arms grew out of his body, each holding a divine weapon. His long hair turned into flames and burned fiercely. The intensity of the flames rose rapidly and condensed into a dark red sun that hung above his head. He charged forward, passing through the divine ability bombardment, and crashed into the evil Mother. The evil Mother blocked him with a palm and said with a mocking smile, So it's you. Your body is still in my hands. Do you miss it? Yuan Ruzhen was also an Origin Court war god in his previous life, and he died in the hands of the evil Mother. He did not mention this to anyone because it was a humiliation to him. Now the opportunity for revenge had come. Yuan Ruzhen's eyes glowed fiercely as he launched a powerful attack. Violent divine energy blasted toward the evil Mother. Facing such attacks, the evil Mother dealt with them with ease. At the same time, it was defending against attacks from other directions. Sovereign Hongqin appeared beside Zhou Xuanji and asked softly, What do you plan to do? Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and asked with a smile, What do you mean? With them around, I just need to watch. Sovereign Hongqin gave a faint smile and did not speak anymore. The battle continued. Under the suppression of the revered Emperor Divine Meridians, the heartless war god was killed very quickly. Although the evil Mother Spirit Controller's divine power was boundless, it could only resist. Gradually it started to get injured. Xu Longhua said softly, Branchmaster, I feel that things aren't that simple. With her strength, how can she charge into the Kunlun Origin Court? It's impossible for her not to know about the situation in the Kunlun Origin Court. Previously, A large wave of soul-controlling evil insects had intruded into the Kunlun origin court, so the evil spirit-controlling mother must have known about it. Looking at the evil mother of soul manipulation, it was clear that she was not flustered at all. There must be a trap. Humph, no matter what kind of conspiracy it is, our revered Emperor Divine Range will destroy it. After all, we are the Divine Range that gave birth to the next sovereign. Li Xianhuang snorted disdainfully. Golden scales appeared on his face and quickly covered his entire body, forming a set of divine armor that emitted golden and silver divine light that illuminated the universe. As his aura exploded, he raised the giant halberd in his hand and charged forward. Xu Longhua did not act and remained where he was, glancing at Zhou Xuanji indistinctly. Zhou Xuanji noticed his gaze but did not mind. It seemed that the revered Emperor Divine Range wanted to take this opportunity to suppress the Emperor Sword Divine Range. The 10,000-meter-tall Golden Gate had yet to dissipate. There was a majestic aura inside. Apparently an army was waiting. They were not targeting the evil spirit-controlling mother but the Emperor Sword Divine Range. If you want to deal with me, you will have to destroy the evil spirit-controlling mother first. The corner of Zhou Xuanji's mouth rose into an extremely contemptuous smile. Boom, the evil spirit-controlling mother suddenly spread out its arms, sending all the enemies around it flying away. Following that, it raised its hands and crossed its palms, muttering a strange incantation that other creatures could not understand. The revered Emperor Divine Range's experts rushed up again but were blocked by an invisible force. With the evil spirit-controlling mother as the center, no divine energy could penetrate within a radius of 100 feet. A bad feeling emerged in Zhou Xuanji's heart. Xu Longhua and Li Xianhuang also furrowed their brows. Inside the Emperor Sword Divine Range, standing above the sea of clouds, Zhou Tanhua muttered with a frown. Is the person that the sovereign mentioned coming? Zhou Shaoxian, who was next to him, asked in confusion. What are you talking about? Did you get a reminder from the sovereign when you accepted the sovereign's inheritance? Zhou Tanhua nodded and took a deep breath, trying to control his emotions. Zhou Shaoxian asked, why didn't you say it before? She looked at Zhou Tanhua with a suspicious expression as if to say, Kid, are you betraying us? It doesn't matter if I say it or not. You will understand in a while. Zhou Tanhua rolled his eyes and said in a bad mood. His words made Zhou Shaoxian even more curious. The others around them looked at each other in dismay. In their eyes, Zhou Tanhua was becoming more and more like Zhou Xuanji, unfathomable and always calm. He's here, Mortal Sovereign said in a soft voice. He had a complicated look on his face. Zhou Xuanji asked curiously, who is coming? Does the evil spirit-controlling mother have other stronger puppets? A ruthless character. He used to be the sovereign, and his master is also the sovereign, Mortal Sovereign replied. His expression was thought-provoking, which made Zhou Xuanji raise his brow. Throughout history, there were not many cases where both master and disciple were sovereigns. Zhou Xuanji asked curiously, what's his name, and who is his revered master? He is called Sovereign Kong Sheng. His revered master's name is very mysterious, but it should be very familiar to you, Mortal Sovereign explained with a meaningful smile. Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. He suddenly had an answer in his heart. He asked with his eyes and Mortal Sovereign nodded. Zhou Xuanji was moved, and his expression became strange. Little Sovereign. Sovereign Kong Sheng belongs to the few sovereigns who didn't leave the Kunlun origin court. He has been sleeping in an independent plane. When I faced the Sword Emperor, I went to find him but I couldn't wake him up. This person used to be the adopted son of the evil spirit-controlling mother. He once sealed the evil spirit-controlling mother with his own hands, so he felt very guilty. He claimed that if the evil spirit-controlling mother escaped again, he wouldn't do anything. He would even help the evil spirit-controlling mother to repay the kindness of raising him. Mortal Sovereign explained leisurely. She didn't use a sound transmission technique, but Xu Longhua, who was in the distance, could hear her. Sovereign Kong Sheng. Xu Longhua's expression changed drastically. He had guessed many possibilities, but he didn't expect that the evil spirit-controlling mother's backer was a sovereign. Sovereign Kong Sheng. He was a famous sovereign who had shocked history. He was the first sovereign to initiate the Great Elimination. But at that time it wasn't called the Great Elimination. The rules of the Great Elimination only existed in the super divine ranges. This is going to be troublesome. Xu Longhua's expression was gloomy as he tried to think of a countermeasure. If Sovereign Kong Shang came, they would definitely lose. The Sovereign Emperor Divine Range also stopped attacking. Everyone became restless. They could feel an extremely strong pressure coming at them, which made them panic as if a great calamity was coming. Li Xianhuang furrowed his brow. He was fighting just now and didn't pay attention to Mortal Sovereign's words. He was looking around, guarding against the enemy's sneak attack. The evil spirit controlling Mother's face was gloomy. Her eyes were filled with killing intent. She was looking at all the experts of the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range, as if she wanted to remember all their faces. Chapter 859. It's Sovereign Kong Shang. Xu Longhua transmitted his voice to Li Xianhuang. Hearing this, Li Xuanhuang's expression changed drastically. How is this possible? Why would Sovereign Kong Shang help the demons who want to destroy the Kunlun Origin Court? He still remembered all kinds of legends about Sovereign Kong Shang. When he was young, he even regarded Sovereign Kong Shang as his lifelong goal. Now that such an ancient powerhouse was about to arrive, the pressure on him suddenly increased. Damn it, we must retreat. Li Xianhuang quickly made a decision. Once Sovereign Kong Shang arrived, let alone the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range, even all the Sovereign Divine Ranges together wouldn't be able to stop him. Just as he was about to give an order, a boundless pressure that seemed to come from ancient times descended. He felt as if his throat was being strangled, making him unable to speak. He turned his head in horror. The same was true for all the Sovereign Emperor Divine Ranges experts. Zhou Xuanji and Sovereign Hong Chan also looked in the direction they were looking. They saw a giant shadow appear in the darkness at the end of the universe. Seemed to be some kind of giant bird. It was flying so fast that only its shadow could be seen. Just its shadow alone was much larger than the divine ranges next to it. Looking from afar, it gave off a strong sense of oppression. Sovereign Kong Shang hadn't even appeared yet, but the Sovereign Emperor Divine Ranges experts were already in despair. How could they defeat such an imposing aura? Zhou Xuanji silently took out the Lesser Supreme Sword. Together with the Emperor Sword of Life and Death, they were suspended on both sides. Little Sovereign, wake up! He called Little Sovereign in his heart. After a while, Little Sovereign woke up lazily. Kid, what's wrong? He cried out in dissatisfaction. He was having an unspeakable dream and was interrupted. He was a little angry. Zhou Xuanji replied in his heart. Look who's here. Little Sovereign was stunned for a moment before he released his divine will. In the distance, the giant bird's shadow was still looming. It didn't come close, but the pressure was getting stronger. All the experts under the Origin Fusion Divine Lord 5 Enlightened Ones were shivering. All the Enlightened Ones directly knelt in the void. Whoosh! 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 Ear-piercing sounds could be heard coming from all directions. Everyone looked left and right and saw many strong cultivators gathering around them. Nam Mutiani, Chu Xingquang, Ancestor Hongchan, the 12 Law Ancestors, and so on. All the top experts of various forces had gathered. Every one of them had a solemn look on their faces. Zhou Xuanji looked around, and his gaze fell on Nam Mutiani's face. Why is there something wrong with this fellow? Zhou Xuanji frowned and thought in confusion. Nam Mutiani's forehead was covered with strange black dots. They were densely packed and looked very evil. Not only him, but young Heavenly Lord and Wang Buao also felt the same way. What did the three of them encounter? Why did they all look like this? Nam Mutiani did not notice Zhou Xuanji's gaze. His face was dark as he mumbled. Sovereign's aura. Could that legend be true? Young Heavenly Lord asked curiously. What are you talking about? What legend? He looked at the shadow of the giant bird in the depths of the universe, and his scalp went numb. Why did another super-strong enemy appear? In just a short span of 100 years, the Kunlun Origin Court had encountered two great calamities that were hard to come by in a billion years. This was not a good sign. The evil mother snorted coldly. Brat, get over here! Her impatient tone was like a heavy hammer pounding on everyone's heart. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud and clear sound of footsteps could be heard. It was clearly in the void, but the sound of footsteps could be heard. making the atmosphere even more horrifying. Sovereign Kongsheng's figure soon appeared in everyone's sight. He was wearing a white robe and dressed like a scholar. He had an elegant temperament and looked to be in his 40s. He was extraordinarily handsome and had a pair of eagle-like eyes, brimming with vigor. Everyone's heart shuddered at the sight of him. Sovereign Kongsheng was the kind of existence that would scare people with just a glance. Even if he looked gentle and elegant, this impression was hard to erase. "Mother, your hatred is too great," Sovereign Kongsheng sighed. Autarch Kongsheng sighed, the light in his eyes fading away. Facing the evil mother spirit controller, he felt guilty. He continued to sigh. "You were so graceful back then. But now you have become like this. Why bother? As long as you are willing to give up, I can save you." Everyone held their breath as cold sweat overflowed from their foreheads. "Damn! How come it's this brat?" Little Sovereign's exclamation resounded in Zhou Xuanji's mind. He then muttered, "No wonder the evil mother looked so familiar. It turned out to be her. Back then, she was a rare beauty in the Kunlun origin court. I didn't expect that girl to embark on this evil path. TSK, she used to be full of kindness. She adopted many homeless children and established her own sect. How did she end up like this?" His tone was filled with disdain. Zhou Xuanji asked in his heart. In Sovereign Kongsheng's heart, who is more important, you or his adoptive mother? He could tell from Sovereign Kongsheng's attitude that he was a filial son. How could his master be more important than his mother? "Of course it's me," Little Sovereign proudly said in Zhou Xuanji's mind. His adoptive mother has been with him for 16 years, and I have taught him for 30,000 years. He has escaped from death many times thanks to me. While they were talking, Sovereign Kongsheng had already arrived beside the evil mother. The evil mother coldly said, "What? You don't keep your promise? Do you know what kind of suffering I had to go through to save you? How many difficulties did I have to go through to let you become Little Sovereign's disciple?" Hearing this, Sovereign Kongsheng felt guilty. He sighed and turned his head to look at the people in front of him. He faintly said, "As the sovereign, I should think about the people of the origin court. I don't owe the origin court anymore. Now it's time to repay the kindness of raising me. I'm sorry." After saying this, he raised his right hand. "You are Sovereign Kongsheng? Do you want to attack your descendants?" Namutiani suddenly shouted. His tone was extremely disrespectful. He was denouncing Sovereign Kongsheng. No one blamed him in their heart. On the contrary, they were indignant. It wasn't wrong to die in the hands of the demons outside the court. What was wrong was to die in the hands of the sovereign they believed in. Sovereign Kongsheng looked at Namutiani and replied, "Being the sovereign for a while doesn't mean that I will be the sovereign forever. The path to becoming the sovereign is not to be supported by all living beings but to suppress all living beings to reach the top, and then bless all living beings. Apart from your cheap faith, all living beings have not given me anything in return. You mortals will never understand how many things I have lost for all living beings." He said it very calmly and casually. But such an attitude made people feel bitterly disappointed. This world-shaking supreme being did not have any pity for the common people. The evil mother coldly snorted and said, "Why didn't you realize this at the beginning? It seems that you have encountered a lot of difficulties after I was sealed." Sovereign Kongsheng shook his head and stepped forward. "Kill them all. Leave no one alive. As long as I kill them, I don't need you to do anything." The evil mother laughed mockingly. Hearing this, Sovereign Kongsheng rolled his eyes. If these people were killed, what threat would the Kunlun origin court have to the evil mother? "Damn it, let's fight it out," Yuan Ruzhen roared. He was once the origin court war god and most respected the sovereign. How could he tolerate the sovereign's betrayal? Chapter 860. Yuan Ruzhen's roar ignited everyone's anger. Looking at Sovereign Kongsheng, they were no longer afraid. Their blood was boiling. Yeah, so what if he's a sovereign? If the sovereign wants to kill us, then we will kill the sovereign. Yeah, we have already faced the Sword Emperor. Why should we be afraid of him? I can't stand this cowardice. At worst I will die. Let's do it together. The experts of each divine range were filled with indignation. They all roared and cheered each other on. Sovereign Kongsheng was expressionless. He didn't stop. At this critical moment, Zhou Xuanji suddenly stepped forward and asked in a loud voice, Sovereign Kong Sheng, in your heart, do you owe your adoptive mother the most? As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes fell on Zhou Xuanji, including Sovereign Kong Sheng. The evil mother also looked at Zhou Xuanji in surprise. She wondered what this kid wanted to say. In the Emperor's Sword Divine Range, Zhang Shui, Zhou Tianhua, and the others were anxious. What is father doing? The bird that sticks out gets shot. Zhou Xiaoxian couldn't wait. She wanted to rush out, but the Divine Range Guardian array was blocking her way. No one could break through. Zhang Shui patted her chest and said calmly, Xuanji must have a way. The others couldn't help but look forward to it. What do you mean? Sovereign Kong Sheng stared at Zhou Xuanji and asked calmly. He could hear the underlying meaning. Zhou Xuanji obviously knew something. If your revered master asks you to help your mother, what will you do? Zhou Xuanji stared at him without fear. His tone was thought-provoking. The evil mother's expression changed. She instantly guessed who Zhou Xuanji was talking about. Little Sovereign. It had been so long. Shouldn't Little Sovereign have been forgotten by everyone? After all, Little Sovereign didn't make any significant contributions. He wasn't outstanding in history. Not many people remembered him. She asked in a cold voice. Brat, where did you come from? Sovereign Kong Sheng furrowed his brow. He stared at Zhou Xuanji as if he wanted to see through him. Sovereign Kong Sheng. I'm asking you a question. Which is more important, your teacher's kindness or your upbringing? Zhou Xuanji stared at Sovereign Kong Sheng and asked forcefully. The Lesser Supreme Sword suddenly flew in front of him and rotated at high speed. The powerful aura of Little Sovereign leaked out. Sovereign Kong Sheng's expression changed drastically. Even the evil mother couldn't help but be shocked. Could it be impossible? Yuan Ruzin's eyes widened. When he was still the Origin Court war god, he had seen Little Supreme's glory. That arrogant and contemptuous existence was still alive? The other creatures were both nervous and curious. Could that divine sword be the keepsake of Supreme Kong Sheng's master? What is your relationship with my master? Autarch Kong Sheng asked, but he already had an answer in his heart. Could it be that this child had obtained his master's inheritance? No wonder he could become a sole sovereign. Therefore, his heart was filled with confusion. On one side was his master, and on the other side was his adoptive mother. Who should he choose? A soul flew out of the Lesser Supreme Sword. It was Little Supreme Sword. He glared angrily at Supreme Exalt Kong Sheng and cursed loudly. You bastard! Have you forgotten what I taught you? He learned about Sovereign Kong Sheng's words from Zhou Xuanji. I don't betray all living beings owe me. This sentence was 2F** King Heartless. When Supreme Kong Sheng saw him, he hurriedly knelt down and cupped his fists. Greetings, master. He was very excited. His master was actually still alive. Don't call me master. You are going to destroy the Kunlun Origin Court for the sake of the demons. Are you crazy? Don't say that you are betraying your duty as a sovereign. Once you do this and leave the Kunlun Origin Court, you will die without a doubt. Little Supreme angrily rebuked Supreme Kong Sheng in a tone of exasperation and disappointment. All the creatures in the universe were dumbfounded. This is Sovereign Kong Sheng's master? In other words, Zhou Xuanji and Sovereign Kong Sheng are very likely to be brothers? The Emperor's Sword Divine Range was in an uproar. This kid actually has such a backer. Daoya Old Man said excitedly. The others were also pleasantly surprised, including Jiang Shui, Zhou Tianhua, and Zhou Xiaoxian. Zhou Xiaoxian said excitedly, Tianhua has the inheritance of the current sovereign. Father has the backing of an ancient sovereign. Our Emperor's Sword Divine Range is going to take off. Looking at Sovereign Kong Sheng's attitude, he was obviously in awe of Little Supreme. He is really a treasure. How many powerful cultivators are helping him? Ren Niming sighed with emotion. Ever since he knew Zhou Xuanji, many powerful cultivators had taken a liking to Zhou Xuanji and risked their lives to save him. This was the terrifying effect of aptitude. He couldn't even be jealous. Revered master, Facing Little Sovereign's scolding, Sovereign Kong Sheng felt very ashamed. He didn't know how to answer. Little Sovereign crossed his arms over his chest and snorted. I don't ask you to kill her, but you can't help her harm the world. Once a sovereign, forever a sovereign. Sovereign Kong Sheng lowered his head. He wished he could find a hole to hide in. The evil mother controlling spirit said in a cold voice. What? Are you going to kill your mother again? Sovereign Kong Sheng shuddered. He didn't answer. At this moment he fell into a dilemma. He didn't know how to choose. His heart was filled with regret. If I had known this earlier, I would have stayed in seclusion and never come out. Seeing Sovereign Kong Sheng in such a sorry state, everyone looked at each other in dismay. All of them found it unbelievable. At the same time they were curious about little sovereign. Who is this person? Li Xianhuang asked Shu Longhua in a low voice. Shu Longhua furrowed his brow and said hesitantly, Sovereign Kong Sheng has many masters, but the one he respects the most is Little Sovereign. Little Sovereign? Li Xianhuang was moved. The name Little Sovereign sounded worse than ordinary sovereigns. But if one knew Little Sovereign's past, they would understand that Little Sovereign's strength surpassed most grand sovereigns. The other sovereign range masters and super divine range masters were discussing Little Sovereign's identity. Sovereign Kong Sheng gritted his teeth and said, Then I won't help her, but I hope revered master won't do anything to her either. This was the biggest concession he could make. The evil mother controlling spirit sneered. You are still so weak. As a sovereign you are so respectful. You are really a disgrace to the sovereigns. No matter how she ridiculed Sovereign Kong Sheng, he remained unmoved. He looked up at Little Sovereign with a complicated expression and asked, Revered master, how did you end up like this? Before he could finish his words, Little Sovereign glared at him. What do you know? This is called cultivation. Cultivating sovereigns is my hobby. This kid named Zhou Xuanji will become a sovereign. Moreover, he will become a sovereign that has never been seen before. You will see it in the future. Little Sovereign snorted. His words made everyone's expression drastically change. Zhou Xuanji looked calm as he watched Little Sovereign build momentum for him. This old kid is quite tactful. Sovereign Kong Sheng turned to look at Zhou Xuanji and carefully sized him up. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. What kind of power is in his body? I can't even see through it. He exclaimed in his heart. He suddenly developed a strong interest in Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji said, Sovereign Kong Sheng, since you don't want to help her, then you should leave, lest you get into trouble again. Chapter 861. Zhou Xuanji's words made Sovereign Kong Sheng fall into silence. He didn't respond immediately. He was still thinking about Zhou Xuanji's origin. The atmosphere became extremely solemn. Little Sovereign, on the other hand, was very upset. He scolded. Why are you being so wishy-washy? Are you going to get lost or not? His irritation made all the students break out in a cold sweat. Little Sovereign might have a very powerful origin, but he was only left with a soul, while Sovereign Kong Sheng was still in his peak state. If he angered Sovereign Kong Sheng, could Little Sovereign bear it? Sovereign Kong Sheng's eyes flickered. In the end, he bowed to Little Sovereign before turning around and leaving. Brat! You heartless brat! How dare you abandon me again? The evil mother controlling spirit angrily rebuked. Her eyes were bloodshot, looking very ferocious. However, no matter what she said, Sovereign Kong Sheng didn't look back. Kill! Namu Tianyi immediately ordered. The Tianyi Divine Range's experts took the lead. Next were the Sovereign Emperor Divine Range, Qianxiong Divine Range, Mortal Divine Range, and so on. As soon as the Sovereign Divine Ranges attacked, the other Super Divine Ranges also made their moves. The great battle broke out once again. All kinds of divine abilities bombarded the evil mother controlling spirit. The evil mother controlling spirit didn't sit still and wait for death. It immediately manipulated its puppets to fight. Zhou Xuanji didn't intervene in the rest of the battle. As long as Sovereign Kong Sheng didn't intervene, the evil mother controlling spirit was dead. The evil mother controlling spirit's plan was good. Unfortunately, it ran into Zhou Xuanji and Little Sovereign. Otherwise, Sovereign Kong Sheng might really kill the Kunlun origin court for the sake of nurturing her. Yuan Ruzhen was the most violent and furious. He rushed to the front and was repelled by the evil mother controlling spirit again and again. Yet, he could still launch attacks. The other powerful cultivators were also very strong. They suppressed the evil mother controlling spirit to the point that it couldn't resist. Zhou Xuanji and Little Sovereign quietly watched the battle. I really didn't expect her to end up like this. Little Sovereign sighed with emotion. His tone was full of sorrow. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "It's all fate." Little Sovereign curled his lips and said, "You are already a soul sovereign. Do you still believe in fate?" Zhou Xuanji could hear that he was really sad. It seemed like the evil spirit controlling mother was really a peerless beauty in the past. Now she had fallen into a state that was neither a human nor a ghost. Otherwise, how could a supreme martial artist of a generation sigh in admiration? Little Sovereign didn't let him make a move. They watched the defeat of the evil spirit controlling mother together. In less than an hour, the evil spirit controlling mother was suppressed by Nanmutiani with a golden alms bowl. The other almighty experts from the various divine ranges also applied sealing techniques. In the blink of an eye, the golden alms bowl was covered with tens of thousands of different seals. It was impossible for the evil spirit controlling mother to break free on its own. The creatures controlled by the mind-controlling evil insects were also sealed one after another. This calamity ended just like that. However, the atmosphere was still quite strange, and all of the creatures looked at Zhou Xuanji with complicated expressions. Li Xianhuang took a step forward and asked, "May I know Senior's name? Are you the little sovereign who has shaken the ages?" Little Supreme Sovereign. Some creatures were immediately moved, but most of them were very curious. What was the origin of Little Supreme Being? The word little made them feel that Little Sovereign was just a half-step sovereign. "So what if I am?" Little Sovereign said with an arrogant look on his face. This was his nature, but in fact he was just pretending. The stronger he appeared, the less people would dare to plot against him. Nanmutiani then asked, "Are you going to make Zhou Xuanji the sovereign?" These words tugged at the hearts of all the living beings present. The competition for the sovereign's position was the hottest topic at the moment. "I naturally hope that he can succeed, but the sovereign's position depends on the people. You can play with him as much as you want, but you will die easily. Whether it's worth it or not, it all depends on you. There is only one sovereign in each era. If you don't become the sovereign, it doesn't mean that you can't achieve great things." Little Sovereign replied, his voice reaching the ears of all the living beings. These words didn't surprise everyone. Instead, they fell into contemplation. They felt that what Little Sovereign said made sense. No matter how they fought, there was only one sovereign. Thousands of troops crossing a single log bridge wasn't even enough to describe it. If they didn't become the sovereign, they could still live freely. If they wanted to become the sovereign, they would have to fight all over the Kunlun origin court. Yeah, in fact, we don't have any hope of becoming the sovereign. There are only a few people who are really qualified to become the sovereign. Why should we offend Little Sovereign for this? Zhou Xuanji is indeed powerful. He also contributed to the battle against the Sword Emperor and Dark Sovereign. I heard from the 12 ancestors that Zhou Xuanji indeed killed the Sword Emperor and Dark Sovereign. But at that time, the cultivation of the two sovereigns was suppressed to the Origin Fusion Divine Lord realm. Doesn't it mean that he is invincible in the same realm? In this catastrophe, it's all thanks to his appearance that Sovereign Kong Sheng was forced to retreat. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow as he listened to the discussions of all living beings. He didn't expect Little Sovereign's words to be so useful. Nanmutiani flew over and said with a smile, "Brother Xuanji, your progress is beyond my expectations every time. I don't even dare to speculate about your possibilities." In his opinion, Zhou Xuanji already had the qualifications to become the sovereign. However, Zhou Xuanji's limit wasn't as simple as Great Sovereign Lord. "I think Brother Namu also has an opportunity," Zhou Xuanji said with a faint smile. Zhou Xuanji said with a faint smile as he exchanged pleasantries with Nanmutiani. Nanmutiani burst into laughter. The two chatted for a while before Nanmutiani suddenly turned to look at all living beings and shouted, "I, Nanmutiani, on behalf of the Tiani Divine Range, declare that I strongly support Zhou Xuanji to become the sovereign. Whoever dares to stop Zhou Xuanji from becoming the sovereign will be the enemy of the Tiani Divine Range." Wah! Everyone was in an uproar. Even Li Xianhuang, Chu Xingquang, Old Ancestor Hongchun, the 12 Law Ancestors, and other peerless powerhouses had their expressions drastically changed. Xu Longhua's eyes flickered as he mumbled, "Nanmutiani, you are using the same trick you used in the past again." When Sovereign Wu Zhou rose, Nanmutiani supported Sovereign Wu Zhou. and helped him become the sovereign. After that, the originally desolate Tianyi divine range began to rise and became one of the top 3. Yuan Ruzhen furrowed his brow. His eyes were burning with anger. He hated Zhou Xuanji and he believed in the position of the sovereign. How could he hope for Zhou Xuanji to become the sovereign? Okay, everyone, please disperse. My Emperor Sword divine range can't bear your presence here. I reckon many disciples have been overwhelmed by your divine might, Zhou Xuanji said, cupping his fists. Zhou Xuanji said as he cupped his fist. He tried to resolve the tense atmosphere with a joke. All the powerhouses burst into laughter and left one after another. In less than the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, there were no other divine ranges in this universe. Zhou Xuanji, Little Sovereign, and Mortal Sovereign were floating in front of the Emperor Sword divine range. Brat, whether or not you can become a sovereign will depend on yourself. You already have 2 nomological powers, and you're only 1 step away from becoming a sovereign. You don't have to collect nomological powers one by one. All you need to do is cultivate the soul nomological powers to the extreme and absorb 3,000 nomological powers into your soul. Little Sovereign stared at Zhou Xuanji and said seriously. Autarch Crimson Dust nodded. I will help you become an autarch. Hearing this, Little Sovereign glanced at her and said with a faint smile, Are you going to use the cultivation method this sovereign taught you in the past? Chapter 862. Seeing the weird smile on Little Sovereign's face, Zhou Xuanji was speechless. But Mortal Sovereign pretended not to hear him. He stared at Zhou Xuanji and said, You reach Origin Fusion Divine Lord 10 clears first, then I will help you. Shimming? Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. He thought that Origin Fusion Divine Lord only had 9 enlightened realms, and did not expect him to have 10 enlightened realms. Supreme Hongchan coldly glanced at Little Sovereign before disappearing from the spot. TSK, she's really interesting. She wasn't like this in the past. Little Sovereign teased with a gloating tone. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes at him before turning around and entering the Emperor Sword divine range. The shock of the Kunlun Origin Court had just begun. After all, this battle involved 2 supremes. After returning to the divine range, Zhou Xuanji received deafening cheers. All the disciples were shouting Zhou Xuanji's name to express their excitement and surprise. Zhou Shaoxian and Zhou Tanhua suddenly became very interested in Zhou Xuanji. They began to pester him, hoping to get his teachings. The disciples of the Emperor Sword divine range became even more excited as they cultivated diligently. In just a few days, a slogan spread in the divine range. Cultivate for the sake of the supremacy. Help divine ranges become venerables. Most of the disciples changed their mindset to not drag Zhou Xuanji down. Judging from the current situation, Zhou Xuanji was almost certain to become the sovereign. With the help of a supreme being, his aptitude was unprecedented. If he couldn't become a supreme being, who could? At the same time, Sovereign Kongshang, Little Sovereign, and Zhou Xuanji became the most frequently mentioned names in the Kunlun Origin Court. Everyone was shocked. Was Zhou Xuanji really going to become the sovereign? If he succeeded, he would be the fastest person in history to become a supreme. There was no other. Now, Zhou Xuanji was not even 2,000 years old. Ever since he broke into the Kunlun Origin Court, he had amazed the world with a single brilliant feat by now. All living beings were already used to his existence. Speaking of Zhou Xuanji, everyone's impression was that he was a peerless genius. Now, this prodigy had already launched a powerful attack towards the position of a supreme being. This kind of qualitative change would cause an extremely strong shock to the hearts of all living beings. And this kind of shock would give rise to extreme worship. More and more creatures began to worship Zhou Xuanji and even cheered for him. Zhou Xuanji should become the sovereign. That's right. Looking at Zhou Xuanji's rise, if he's not the sovereign, who is worthy to be the sovereign? Among all the sovereigns in history, none of them is as legendary as Zhou Xuanji. His path to the supremacy stage has gone through 5 supremacies. The Sword Emperor is the sovereign of Anti-Kunlun. This proves that Zhou Xuanji is qualified to become the sovereign. Who can tell me what happened before Zhou Xuanji entered the Kunlun Origin Court? Zhou Xuanji's voice began to spread throughout the Kunlun Origin Court. Many divine ranges were discussing this matter. Some range masters wanted to suppress him, but this kind of voice had already gained momentum. It was impossible to suppress it. Of course, more divine ranges were supporting and even promoting such a call. If they could gain Zhou Xuanji's favor, their future development would be even smoother. This was standing on the supreme martial artist's side. Although Zhou Xuanji was cultivating in the Emperor Sword divine range, with Chang Xian as his spy, he could clearly understand the movements of the Kunlun origin court. After knowing all of this, he didn't seem too excited and remained very calm. He only had one goal now: breaking through to the Origin Fusion Divine Monarch 10th Brilliance. His current cultivation was Origin Fusion Divine Lord 8 Comprehensions. It seemed close, but in fact the gap was like heaven and earth. It was very difficult to surpass. Little Sovereign fell into a deep sleep again. If Zhou Xuanji didn't call him, he wouldn't wake up. In the blink of an eye, 10 years passed. A palace in the Origin Court was filled with clouds and mist. The 12 technique ancestors stood in a circle looking solemn. Each of them was holding 3 jade slips. They looked at each other in dismay. No one spoke. After a long while, a technique ancestor who looked like a young man said, "What's there to hesitate about? I recommend Zhou Xuanji. This kid has talent, ability, background, benevolence, decisiveness, and ruthlessness. He is the most suitable candidate to become the sovereign." As soon as he said this, the other technique ancestors also spoke up. "I also choose Zhou Xuanji. The sovereigns who are related to Zhou Xuanji are the Sword Emperor, Sovereign Kongsheng, and Little Sovereign. Who else should we choose but him? Don't forget that the sovereign asked him to kill the Sword Emperor and the Darkness Sovereign with his own hands. Let's choose Zhou Xuanji. Only his divine range is established for the first time. God knows how much trouble will be involved if he chooses another divine range. Let's vote." After chatting for a while, the 12 technique ancestors raised their hands to vote. In the end, 9 people chose Zhou Xuanji to be the sovereign. In that case, let's start building momentum for Zhou Xuanji. His current cultivation is Origin Fusion Divine Lord 8 Comprehensions, and he's ranked first on the sovereign list. "It's very easy to build momentum," said an old technique ancestor. The other technique ancestors nodded upon hearing this. They immediately took action. This year, the Origin Court announced that Zhou Xuanji was ranked first on the sovereign list and had never tasted defeat. They elected Zhou Xuanji as the first candidate for sovereign. As soon as this statement came out, the Kunlun Origin Court was shocked. Countless creatures were talking about this matter. Most of them expressed their support. A new sovereign ascended to the top meant that a new era had arrived. When the news reached the Emperor Sword Divine Range, it shocked the entire Origin Court. Daoya Old Man held a celebration for Zhou Xuanji. All the disciples of the range celebrated together. Although Zhou Xuanji didn't attend, the disciples were still very excited. On this day, a technique ancestor came in person to congratulate Zhou Xuanji. He led 100 Origin Fusion Divine Lords and brought all kinds of gifts. Jiang Shui, Chang Xian, and the others welcomed them and gathered in the conference hall. "Senior Mei, how can we trouble you to come in person?" Jiang Shui said with a smile. Her tone was very calm. She didn't seem to be humble or arrogant. Senior Mei waved his hand, smiled, and said, "If nothing goes wrong, Zhou Xuanji will become the next sovereign. In the future, he will be the leader of the 12 technique ancestors. The technique ancestors only sent me, which is already disrespectful. It's just that they are busy with the ascension of the sovereign." Jiang Shui gave Chang Xian a look. Chang Xian immediately understood and left quietly. Senior Mei continued with a smile. "In today's Origin Court, there is no genius who can rival Zhou Xuanji. It's no exaggeration to say that there is no genius who can rival Zhou Xuanji in history." He began to flatter Zhou Xuanji without holding back. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. At first, Jiang Shui was able to keep calm, but toward the end she was beaming with joy. Daoya Old Man, the Little Black Snake, Beixiao Wangjian, and the others also began to flatter Zhou Xuanji. The more powerful Zhou Xuanji was, the more glorious they looked. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, Zhou Xuanji appeared in the hall. As soon as he appeared, Senior Mei stood up. In the previous battle with the spirit-controlling evil mother, Senior Mei had seen Zhou Xuanji's elegance. He cupped his fists and said with a smile, "Brother Zhou, we meet again. The next time we meet, I may have to call you sovereign." The compliment had already turned into a positive expression. Chapter 863. Zhou Xuanji sat on the main seat with his hands on his knees. He looked at Senior Plum and asked with a smile, "So the Origin Court has already recognized me as the sovereign, or are there other tests later?" He noticed the title of the first candidate. Senior Plum nodded and said, "There is indeed a test, but judging from the current momentum of the Kunlun Origin Court, it is almost certain that you will become a supreme." When the others heard this, they all became excited. They had long dreamed of Zhou Xuanji becoming the sovereign, and this day finally became clear to them. Zhou Xuanji nodded and asked, "What do I need to prepare next? Do I need to wait until I reach the sovereign's power, or?" Senior Mei waved his hand and transmitted his voice. "Once you become a supreme being, you will obtain supreme god force. As long as you have the cultivation of an origin fusion divine monarch, you will be able to obtain supreme god force. This matter must not be spread." For him to reveal such a secret, it could be said that he was treating Zhou Xuanji like a sovereign. Zhou Xuanji nodded and began to exchange pleasantries with Senior Mei. After chatting for almost an hour, Senior Mei finally left with her people. Zhou Xuanji asked Beixiao Wangjian and the others to take inventory of the ancestors' gifts. Looking at Beixiao Wangjian and Huang Lianxin, he suddenly thought of Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Congjian, and the rest. He wondered how they had been lately. They had not returned for a long time. Wow, the ancestor of technique is so generous. So many high-grade Dao stones, magic treasures, and origin court techniques and magical powers. Zhou Xiaoxian exclaimed in surprise, holding a golden silk bag. The others were also holding different bags and rings of holding, all of them very excited. Jiang Shui walked to Zhou Xuanji's side and asked softly, "You don't seem to be happy. You're about to become the sovereign. Are you still afraid that something will go wrong before that?" Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and asked with a smile, "How do you know?" Jiang Shui curled her lips and said, "I can guess it just by looking at your serious expression." Zhou Xuanji pulled her into his embrace and smiled. His eyes became clear. He began to think about how to break through to the Origin Fusion Divine Lord 10th Brightness. With his current rate of growth, it would take a very long time. As for absorbing other living beings to become stronger, that was temporarily out of the question. Right now, he was trying to break through to the Supreme Exalt realm. How could he lift a rock and smash his own foot? No matter how discreet he was, he would still be exposed. Haste makes waste. Forget it. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Looking at his trusted subordinates who were having fun in the palace, he could not help but smile. The news about the technique ancestors coming to the Emperor Sword Divine Range spread like wildfire in the Kunlun Origin Court. This confirmed that Zhou Xuanji had become a sovereign candidate, and not just any ordinary candidate. The technique ancestors treated Zhou Xuanji as the next sovereign. For a time, a storm was brewing in the Kunlun Origin Court. Those on the sovereign ranking, on the other hand, were having a hard time. Being on the sovereign ranking had given rise to their ambitions for the position of sovereign. But now their ambitions had no choice but to be destroyed. They suffered a great blow and felt very uncomfortable. They wanted to give up on this thought, but they felt extremely reluctant, as if they were cutting off a part of their heart. Void Boundary Palace. A void boundary heavenly venerate sat on the main seat. He had a dignified expression as he looked at the void boundary war gods in the hall. He said, "That's all I have to say. Go and make preparations. Remember, do not provoke the Emperor Sword Divine Range." Yes. The group of emptiness boundary martial gods immediately obeyed the order and left. When the void boundary heavenly venerate was the only one left in the hall, Zhou Fei's figure appeared beside him. Zhou Fei's face was pale, and his eyes were bloodshot. He said in a cold voice, "Something is wrong. Why didn't the Origin Court investigate the Void Boundary Palace?" The Void Boundary Heavenly Venerate shook his head and said, "I don't know. Maybe they are busy with the new sovereign. The order of the Kunlun Origin Court is already in chaos. They are too busy to deal with it. They want to establish the sovereign first before sweeping away all the heretics." He looked up at Zhou Fei and asked seriously, "Are you sure that Zhou Xuanji will not deal with you after becoming the sovereign?" He didn't know much about Zhou Xuanji, but in his eyes, Zhou Xuanji was undoubtedly an extremely powerful existence. He was decisive in killing and even dared to contradict the sovereign. Would such a proud son of heaven tolerate Zhou Fei's existence? Not only did Zhou Fei look exactly like Zhou Xuanji, but he had also threatened to eliminate Zhou Xuanji. If he were Zhou Xuanji, the first thing he would do after becoming the sovereign would be to eliminate Zhou Fei. Don't worry, I know him, Zhou Fei said, shaking his head. Zhou Fei shook his head. Then he changed the topic and coldly snorted. Beast Sovereign is too vicious. We must destroy the evil Sky Divine range before he leaves. Let's see if he will still pursue his great Tao. The Void Boundary Heavenly Venerate nodded upon hearing this. Inside the Emperor Sword Divine range, Zhou Xuanji stood by the lake and taught Zhou Tianhua. He was giving pointers to the greatly divine suppressor technique. Zhou Shaoxian was practicing swordsmanship not far away. She looked like a female immortal waving her sword on the lake. Her posture was elegant and full of celestial aura. The scene was harmonious like a painting. Zhou Tianhua opened his eyes and asked, "Father, will you create a new cultivation technique after becoming the sovereign? I feel that although the greatly divine suppressor technique's avatar ability is exquisite, its strength is only on par with the main body. You need to create a better cultivation technique." Zhou Xuanji found it funny and asked, "Why? You already looked down on the greatly divine suppressor technique?" This kid was indeed powerful. The greatly divine suppressor technique had already reached the 4th level. He could break through to the 5th level at any time. Everyone in Emperor Sword Court thought that he would be as powerful as his father. "No, I feel that your aura has changed. It seems that you have cultivated a new cultivation technique," Zhou Tianhua said with a smile. Zhou Tianhua said with a smile full of confidence. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile that wasn't quite a smile, "Kid, your senses are very sharp. I wonder if it's innate or acquired." This kid's growth rate was visible to the naked eye. He was getting stronger almost every day. When Zhou Xuanji became the sovereign, he could let Zhou Tianhua take the position of range master with peace of mind. "They are all sovereigns' inheritances, but compared to you, father, they are definitely far inferior," Zhou Tianhua said, scratching his head with a smile. Zhou Tianhua scratched his head and smiled. Then he became a little shy. At this moment, strands of red dust chi appeared in the air above their heads, quickly condensing into a red hole. Then Mortal Sovereign and Xian Xianghua stepped out of it. "Mother!" Zhou Tianhua cried out excitedly and immediately rushed over. Mortal Sovereign came to Zhou Xuanji's side in a flash. She stared into Zhou Xuanji's eyes and asked, "Have you had any contact with Sovereign Kong Sheng during this time?" Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "He doesn't hate me. How could I have any contact with him?" "Sovereign Kong Sheng has fallen," Mortal Sovereign said in a low voice, her eyes cold. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji was stunned. "Sovereign Kong Sheng has fallen? How is this possible? He was a sovereign, and even if he had fallen, how could there be no movement? Could it be that Sovereign Kong Sheng was killed outside the Kunlun Origin Court?" Zhou Xuanji's sword-like eyebrows furrowed as he fell into deep thought. How strong was the existence that could kill Sovereign Kong Sheng? "I went to visit Sovereign Kong Sheng. His independent plane was destroyed. His body was left in the cave intact. But his soul had been taken away, and all his divine energy had been sucked away." Mortal Sovereign's face was solemn. There was a hint of uneasiness in her voice. Chapter 864. His body was unharmed, but his soul was extracted? Zhou Xuanji's brow furrowed even tighter. He was even more astonished. From the looks of it, there were only 2 possibilities. One was that Sovereign Kong Sheng deliberately left his body. The other was that he encountered an enemy far stronger than him, and had no power to resist. The former was still okay, but the latter was unimaginable. Sovereign Kong Sheng was a sovereign, and a famous one in history. His strength was unfathomable and unpredictable. An existence that could kill him. Just thinking about it made people shudder. "Then why are you looking for me?" Zhou Xuanji looked up and asked. He had no friendship with Sovereign Kong Sheng. It didn't matter if he died. Sovereign Hong Chan stared at him and said, "Have you forgotten that you will soon become a sovereign? The mysterious existence who killed Sovereign Kong Sheng might attack you." Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "The other party did not harm the Kunlun Origin Court. It's either a personal grudge, or he is only targeting the sovereigns. It was impossible for him not to feel pressured, but he had to stay calm. He couldn't be afraid before even seeing the enemy. Now, the other party seemed invincible. But when Zhou Xuanji became a great sovereign lord, it was still unknown who would be the winner. He had encountered such an invincible enemy at every stage of his growth. "I will remind you to be careful," Sovereign Hong Chan said softly. Autarch Crimson Dust said softly. With these words she vanished from where she stood. Xian Xianghua and Zhou Tanhua landed in front of Zhou Xuanji. "What did the sovereign say to you?" Xian Xianghua asked curiously. She had always wanted to know the relationship between Zhou Xuanji and Sovereign Hong Chan. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. He and Sovereign Hong Chan weren't communicating telepathically. Why didn't the others hear it? He shook his head and said with a smile, "Nothing. You have already reached Origin Fusion, Divine Lord? How did you cultivate?" Although he and Xian Xianghua's exterminating divine eyes were connected, it had only been a short time. She had already reached Origin Fusion, Divine Lord, by leaps and bounds. There must be other reasons. I have already become half a mortal god. It won't be long before I become a complete mortal god. At that time you can leave the Emperor Sword Divine Range if you want. I will help you guard the Emperor Sword Divine Range," Xian Xianghua said excitedly. She rubbed her hands, looking eager. It was as if she couldn't wait to help Zhou Xuanji take the position of Range Master. After all, she had the heart of a powerhouse and wanted to be independent. She already knew that Zhou Xuanji had become the first candidate to become the sovereign. In the future, the Emperor Sword Divine Range would naturally need someone new to shoulder the heavy responsibility. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and said with a smile, "Oh, you want to be the Range Master, then what about your son? Your son is now the supernova of the Kunlun Origin Court, just like me back then." Hearing this, Xian Xianghua turned to look at Zhou Tanhua with a surprised expression. Did this kid's cultivation catch up again? Zhou Tanhua smiled shyly and said, "I still can't compare to you." Xian Xianghua curled her lips and was instantly displeased. She pinched Zhou Tanhua's ear and snorted. "Brat, do you know how hard your mother has been cultivating recently? How did you catch up with her? It seems like you inherited your father's talent perfectly. Sigh, should I be happy or disappointed?" She was both angry and amused. She should be happy that her son was so powerful. But she was also a person who was unwilling to be left alone. "Forget it. I'll just be the branch master's mother." Xian Xianghua sighed inwardly. The former number one in the northern wilderness region was at a loss. The idea of being the sole ruler in her heart began to collapse. Zhou Tanhua said seriously, "I'm still too young. Although my cultivation has improved quickly, I don't have much experience. Give the position of the range master to my mother. I will learn from her." He really didn't have much desire for status and power. He even found it troublesome. Every time he thought of how many creatures there were in the Emperor Sword Divine Range and how many powers there were, he would have a headache. "Humph, does your mother need you to give in?" Xian Xianghua said disdainfully, twisting Zhou Tanhua's ear half a circle. Zhou Xuanji glared at her and scolded with a smile. "Your son has grown up. You can't bully him like this in public." Xian Xianghua was disdainful, but she still obediently let go. Only in front of Zhou Xuanji would she be obedient. Zhou Xiaoxian flew over and hugged Xian Xianghua's arm. She giggled and said, "Aunt Xian, have you learned any powerful divine abilities? Teach me. Teach me." "Okay, let's go, little girl." Xian Xianghua hooked her nose and said with a chuckle. The two women left hand in hand and quickly disappeared into the horizon. Zhou Tanhua sighed helplessly and said, "Father, my sister is my mother's biological daughter, right?" Zhou Xuanji glared at him and scolded. "Get lost. Hurry up and cultivate. You must become an Origin Fusion Divine Lord within 100 years. If you can't do it, you will stay in the Emperor Sword Divine Range for the rest of your life." Zhou Tanhua smiled bitterly upon hearing this. 100 years. This is going to trap me to death. After Xian Xianghua's return, the Emperor Sword Divine Range became restless. This woman fought with people everywhere. Except for Zhou Xuanji, no one in the Emperor Sword Divine Range was her opponent. Even if everyone joined forces, they still wouldn't be able to defeat her. Therefore, she began to challenge the surrounding divine ranges. In less than 3 years, She had defeated dozens of divine ranges in the vicinity. Xian Xianghua's name also began to spread. She even called herself the Devil's Sovereign. No matter how she won, whether it was because of Zhou Xuanji's fame or not, she had already become famous. Zhou Xuanji learned of this news while he was cultivating. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He used his divine will to probe Xian Xianghua's cultivation. To his surprise, she was constantly improving in battle. It seemed that the cultivation technique passed down by mortal sovereign was amazing. He didn't interfere and let Xian Xianghua do as she pleased. On this day, the Void Boundary Palace began to move. They mobilized their army to attack the Evil Sky Divine Range. This war came quickly and sensationally. Countless creatures threw themselves into the war. Many divine ranges could hear the commotion. Zhou Xuanji remained unmoved after receiving the news. Chang Xian asked hesitantly, "The Void Boundary Palace has enmity with us, and the Evil Sky Divine Range is our old friend. Are we not going to make a move?" Although she was loyal to Zhou Xuanji, the Evil Sky Divine Range was her hometown after all. Zhou Xuanji replied without opening his eyes, "Beast Sovereign hasn't made a move." Chang Xian immediately furrowed her brow when she heard this. That's right. Why hasn't Beast Sovereign appeared? Could this be a conspiracy? Chang Xian asked nervously. She carefully recalled the details of this war. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that something was wrong. Zhou Xuanji continued, "Just wait and see. Beast Sovereign will appear. At that time, he will definitely shock the Kunlun Origin Court." The reason why he dared to say this was that he had seen Beast Sovereign leave the Kunlun Origin Court. He even appeared in Sovereign Kongsheng's independent plane. His whereabouts were very secretive. In his opinion, Beast Sovereign must have something to do with Sovereign Kongsheng's death. Perhaps there was a mysterious and powerful existence plotting against the Kunlun Origin Court. After all, Sovereign Wu Zhou had also said that he had enemies outside the Kunlun Origin Court. Chang Xian wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, she chose to leave. Zhou Xuanji suddenly opened his eyes. The corner of his mouth rose as he murmured, "Very good, you are actually plotting against me. You will regret it." Chapter 865. Zhou Xuanji saw Beast Sovereign appear around the Emperor Sword Divine Range. He was shrouded in black qi, hiding his true appearance. Beast Sovereign seemed to be looking for something. He kept wandering around the Emperor Sword Divine Range. If not for Zhou Xuanji's powerful exterminating divine eyes, he might not have been able to see him. At least, the guards of the Emperor Sword Divine Range did not notice his appearance. After a long while, Beast Sovereign left. He didn't take anything with him, nor did he leave any traces. Zhou Xuanji, who was in the palace, noticed his murderous intent. This fellow was already eyeing the Emperor Sword Divine Range. "Originally, I didn't want to be your enemy. However, if you want to harm Emperor Sword Divine Range, then don't bother about me." Zhou Xuanji muttered to himself. He had already repaid the kindness that the Evil Sky Divine Range had given him. He didn't feel the slightest bit guilty facing Beast Sovereign. He had saved the Evil Sky Divine Range and Beast Sovereign. The debt of gratitude had been repaid. If they wanted to start a war, then so be it. After that, Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. The battle between the Void Boundary Palace and the Evil Sky Divine Range continued. The Origin Court didn't intervene, as if they didn't know about it. All the divine ranges were paying attention to this matter. Most of them were curious. After all, the Void Boundary Palace was under the jurisdiction of the Origin Court, which was equivalent to the Imperial Court of the mortal world. The Evil Sky Divine Range was just a city. Could it be that Beast Sovereign had offended the Origin Court? The news of Beast Sovereign being imprisoned by the 12 Law Ancestors was quickly dug out. The news of Zhou Xuanji rescuing Beast Sovereign was also spread by some people, causing an uproar in the Kunlun Origin Court. The Void Boundary Hall's Void Boundary Emperors, Void Boundary Gods, Void Boundary War Gods, and Void Boundary Heavenly Venerables came from different divine ranges. In a short period of time, there were hundreds of divine ranges attacking the Evil Sky Divine Range. In the past, the Evil Sky Divine Range was so overbearing that it had made countless enemies. Now that the Origin Court's Void Boundary Palace was attacking them, those enemies naturally came to beat them when they were down. The successive defeats of the Evil Sky Divine Range caused the enemies to surround the Evil Sky Divine Range. At first glance, the entire starry sky was filled with the figures of people fighting. In the void outside the Emperor Sword Divine Range, a young man in blue stood with a curved sword in his hand. He shouted, "Zhou Xuanji, come out and fight." As his voice fell, he unleashed the aura of his origin fusion Divine Lord Seven Lights. Boom! The surrounding space twisted as if it was being roasted by a high temperature. After a few moments, a figure flew out from the Emperor Sword Divine Range. It was Xian Xianghua. "Humph, you want to challenge my husband? Are you qualified?" Xian Xianghua raised her palm, and the chi of the mortal world condensed into a heavenly demon. It was as tall as a world and it slapped out. The blue-clothed youth frowned and quickly raised his sword to block the attack. Meanwhile, in the cultivation palace, Zhou Xuanji was communicating with Little Sovereign. "TSK, your little wife is really fierce, aggressive and ambitious. Not bad, not bad." During this time more than one person had come to challenge Zhou Xuanji, but they were all repelled by Xian Xianghua and Zhou Tanhua. The demon sovereign and the small sword emperor were already rather famous. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "Don't bother about her. Tell me, does my energy technique work?" Recently, he had been creating a new cultivation method of his own. Using the greatly divine suppressor art and the world Buddha art as the foundation, he created his own divine technique. Heavenly Separation Saint Suppressing Yuan Slaughtering Art. At first glance, it was obvious that the name was randomly created. The Heavenly Distant Saint Suppressing Origin Slaughtering Art is not bad, but it requires a great fortune to accelerate its growth. You opened it with the origin of your soul. If you want to create it directly, you will need an even stronger divine power. Let's go. Seems like we have to absorb another origin rule. It seems that we have to absorb another origin law. Little Sovereign touched his chin and said in a hesitant tone. Zhou Xuanji's eyes lit up as he asked, "Where is it?" "There is an independent plane outside the Kunlun Origin Court. It is a place of inheritance left by a sovereign. It might be able to cultivate a sovereign candidate in the future. But since you need it, I will give it to you first." Little Sovereign replied helplessly. Little Sovereign replied helplessly. He felt that he had fallen into a pit. Why did he start to obey this kid now? Does he think of this kid as his son? If Zhou Xuanji knew what he was thinking, he would definitely go berserk. "How much do you know about such a place of inheritance?" Zhou Xuanji's eyes lit up as he asked curiously. He was trying to hold back his excitement. "If I can absorb a few origin laws, wouldn't I become extremely powerful?" Little Sovereign glared at him and scolded with a smile. "Greedy. Are you ready? We can go now." Zhou Xuanji nodded and immediately disappeared. After leaving the Emperor Sword Divine Range, he saw that Xian Xianghua and the young man in blue were still fighting. Even if her cultivation was inferior to the other party, Xian Xianghua was still very strong. She wasn't injured. The mortal chi was indeed powerful. It could corrode the enemy's divine power. Zhou Xuanji's eyes narrowed as he cast the Suppressing the Universe. He focused his mind on the young man in blue, accurately locking on to him. The young man in blue paused. Xian Xianghua followed suit and slapped him with her palm. There was a loud bang. The young man in blue was sent flying back, vomiting blood. Xian Xianghua was about to follow up with another attack, when he suddenly shattered the void and disappeared into the turbulence of time and space. Xian Xianghua was stunned. She cursed, gritting her teeth. He escaped. At the same time, in the turbulence of time and space, Zhou Xuanji grabbed the young man in blue, lifted him by the shoulder, and flew with him. The young man in blue looked up in horror. When he saw Zhou Xuanji, his expression changed drastically. How can it be? He was shocked by Zhou Xuanji's strength. Facing Zhou Xuanji, he felt that he was facing his ancestor. "The next time you come to the Emperor Sword Divine Range, you will die," Zhou Xuanji said calmly, looking straight ahead. After speaking, he threw the young man in blue into the turbulence of time and space, into the unknown universe. Zhou Xuanji continued to move forward. He took out the Lesser Supreme Sword as Little Sovereign's soul emerged. "Use your Absolute Time Realm with the Absolute Time Realm," instructed Little Sovereign. Zhou Xuanji immediately did as he was told. With a thought, he directly entered the Absolute Time Realm. With the Absolute Time Realm, He could easily enter the absolute time realm through the turbulence of time and space. The absolute time realm wasn't the only and fixed existence. It was more like a manifestation of a realm. Meditate and keep chanting the Great Phoenix Ruins realm. At the same time, spread out your divine will, continued Little Sovereign. Little Sovereign continued. He closed his eyes and began to mobilize his soul power. Great Phoenix Ruins realm? Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. He felt that this name was familiar. He seemed to have seen it in the history pavilion of the Evil Sky Divine Range. However, he couldn't remember the specific information. He chanted the name again and again. His divine will spread out, covering the entire absolute time realm. After about half an incense stick of time, a space-time crack suddenly appeared in front of him. Zhou Xuanji didn't need Little Sovereign's reminder to know that it was the Great Phoenix Ruins realm. He turned into a sword light and dove into it. When he landed again, he came to a cliff. Below him was a dense forest with undulating mountains. As far as the eye could see, celestial mist filled the air, resembling dragons and tigers. The sky was cloudless. The scenery was magnificent and refreshing. At first glance, the Great Phoenix Ruins realm didn't seem too special. Zhou Xuanji suddenly turned his head and saw a figure standing on the top of a high mountain next to him. His eyes widened as he said in a trembling voice, "How is this possible?" Chapter 866. Shen Yanqing, why is she here? Is she really still alive? Zhou Xuanji frowned as he looked at the figure on the top of the mountain. His face was a little gloomy. When he saw Shen Yanqing again, he was pleasantly surprised at first, but then he became vigilant. Shen Yanqing looked the same as before, but she was exuding an aura that made his heart palpitate. She was even more terrifying than mortal sovereign. TSKSK, this pair of sisters are amazing. They both have great opportunities. Little Sovereign sighed with emotion. Little Sovereign sighed with emotion, but his expression was a bit solemn. Shen Yanqing is very dangerous. Although she looked like a girl, she was no longer as playful and lively as before. Her face was cold and her eyes were filled with killing intent. She wasn't looking at Zhou Xuanji but at the depths of the Great Phoenix Ruins realm. It was unknown what she was looking at. Don't go there, I feel something wrong, Little Sovereign warned. Little Sovereign reminded, his eyes suddenly becoming sharp. He narrowed his eyes and whispered, "This aura is so familiar. I seem to have met it before." The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. At this moment, Shen Yanqing suddenly turned around and looked at Zhou Xuanji and Little Sovereign. Before the two of them could come back to their senses, Shen Yanqing had already appeared in front of Zhou Xuanji. She used her hand as a knife and her fingertips stopped in front of his throat. "Hey, have we met somewhere?" Shen Yanqing asked, staring at Zhou Xuanji's face as if she wanted to remember something. Zhou Xuanji was just about to speak when Little Sovereign answered first. "We haven't. We just accidentally broke into this place." Little Sovereign smiled, pretending to be calm. Zhou Xuanji was surprised. Could it be that Shen Yanqing has lost her memory, or has her body been possessed? An existence that can make Little Sovereign so flustered is definitely not a simple character. "Really? I think I know him. I don't know why, but I actually like him. This feeling isn't good. I must kill him," Shen Yanqing said, staring at Little Sovereign with a faint smile. Shen Yanqing stared at Little Supreme Being with a smile that wasn't a smile. After that, she patted Little Supreme Being's soul with her right hand and directly dispersed it. Zhou Xuanji subconsciously dodged, but he was still slapped to the ground by Shen Yanqing's palm. Cracks began to appear on the mountain like a spider web. Just as Zhou Xuanji was about to stand up, Shen Yanqing stepped on his chest. Layers of black light appeared from the soles of her feet, covering his body. He wanted to stand up, but he couldn't move at all. Shen Yanqing looked down at him and sneered. "You still want to escape? Your cultivation is only at Origin Fusion Divine Lord 8 realms, but your strength surpasses that of an ordinary Origin Source Sovereign. It's a pity that you're just a mortal in front of me. Previously, your Kunlun Origin Court Sovereign Kong Sheng was killed by me. All of his supreme divine power belongs to me." Zhou Xuanji's pupils contracted. She killed Supreme Venerable Kong Sheng? He took a deep breath, stared at Shen Yanqing and said, "Do you want to understand your relationship with me?" With the overbearing strength displayed by Shen Yanqing, she could easily kill him, but she did not do so. This was enough to explain her inner thoughts. Speak, Shen Yanqing ordered expressionlessly as her right foot moved away. Zhou Xuanji didn't hesitate to tell them about his previous experience with Shan Tang and Shen Yanqing. He spoke very calmly and did not deliberately express anything. After he finished speaking, Shen Yanqing sneered. Looking for me? Did that stupid sister think she was amazing just because she became a mortal supremacy? She's nothing in front of us. Her gaze fell on Zhou Xuanji again, and her eyes flickered. She was considering whether to kill Zhou Xuanji. After a while she smiled again. Her smile was very dangerous. Very well, then I will let you live, Shen Yanqing said with a smile. With a wave of her right hand, the black light patterns on Zhou Xuanji's body dissipated. Zhou Xuanji then stood up straight. Zhou Xuanji wasn't surprised. Instead he asked, "Can you tell me why did you spare my life?" Shen Yanqing brushed past him and walked to the front, looking at the horizon. That thing is coming out. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji was curious. What could make Shen Yanqing so concerned? Could it be that the sovereign of the Great Phoenix Ruins realm is still alive? From killing Supreme Venerable Kong Shang, Shen Yanqing seemed to be looking for a sovereign to absorb the sovereign's divine power. Shen Yanqing was lost in thought. She didn't say a word. Zhou Xuanji felt a strong sense of oppression, which made his hair stand on end. He didn't dare to act rashly. He had thought of all kinds of scenes of meeting Shen Yanqing, but he had never thought that he would be in such a sorry state. What has she become? Zhou Xuanji frowned. At the same time, he called out to Little Sovereign in his heart. Little Sovereign wouldn't be killed so easily. He still had a remnant soul in the sword. After an hour, Shen Yanqing suddenly disappeared. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. He was hesitating whether to escape or not. Just as this thought came to his mind, Shen Yanqing returned to him. She was holding a golden feathered rooster in her hand. It was as big as an eagle. She was clutching its neck. Its two eyes were bulging, filled with panic. This thing is transformed from the origin of the crimson flame. It contains the most overbearing energy in the world. After countless years, it has become a spirit. Now, it has the cultivation of a great sovereign, Shen Yanqing introduced. Shen Yanqing introduced with a playful expression, which made Zhou Xuanji's heart twitch. Great sovereign. Someone as strong as great sovereign is being held in her hand like a chicken? This is too exaggerated. Zhou Xuanji was extremely curious. How can Shen Yanqing cultivate to such a level? Could it be that she has traveled through time far longer than Shen Tang? Shen Yanqing threw the golden feathered rooster to Zhou Xuanji and said, "I will leave this guy to you. You can't let him escape, let alone let him die." The golden feathered rooster fell into Zhou Xuanji's arms and cried, "I'm the Golden Crown Divine Lord. Don't humiliate me. I'm not a fowl." Shen Yanqing smiled disdainfully, deeply provoking the Golden Crown Divine Lord. However, his cultivation wasn't good enough. The Golden Crown Divine Lord could only endure it. The corner of Shen Yanqing's mouth rose as a green lotus appeared under her feet. She then left with Zhou Xuanji and the Golden Crown Divine Lord. Flying to the top of the Great Phoenix Ruins realm, she looked down. The mountains and rivers below were directly destroyed, destroying the world with a single glance. The Great Phoenix Ruins realm was like a broken dream, no longer existing. Zhou Xuanji only felt the scene in front of him change. Next, they came to a blue and red universe. He carefully observed his surroundings and found that there was no Tao energy here. Instead, it was filled with another extremely powerful energy gas. There were no stars, no world. Everything was in a state of nothingness. The Golden Crown Divine Lord sent a voice transmission to Zhou Xuanji. "Kid, you and I will join hands and escape together. If we are caught by this crazy woman, we will definitely die." Zhou Xuanji was indifferent. He didn't reply. With Shen Yanqing's ability, she could definitely spy on their voice transmission. Shen Yanqing snorted and said, "Escape? Not even 10 of you can escape." The Golden Crown Divine Lord trembled in fear. He didn't dare to speak anymore. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Where are we going?" Seeing his calm expression, the Golden Crown Divine Lord cursed in his heart. This little bastard is too adaptable to the wind. When Zhou Xuanji entered the Great Phoenix Ruins realm, he had already noticed it. His soul was smashed by Shen Yanqing, but this kid wasn't angry at all. He's too unyielding, a coward. Chapter 867. Let's go to the hiding place of the next sovereign. I'm hunting great sovereigns. My goal is revenge, Shen Yanqing replied. She stood in front looking into the distance. No one knew what she was thinking. Zhou Xuanji became even more curious. Shen Yanqing is hunting great sovereigns. How strong are they? Zhou Xuanji remained silent. He couldn't imagine how a power far beyond that of a sovereign could be cultivated. The source law alone was broad and profound, giving him endless benefits. What kind of essence would a stronger power have? Zhou Xuanji fell into infinite reverie. The Golden Crown Divine Lord angrily rebuked. You treacherous woman, you deserve to be hunted down. Shen Yanqing glanced at him, making him tremble in fear. He didn't dare to scold her anymore. Zhou Xuanji didn't laugh at him but concentrated on thinking. The rules seem to be unfathomable, but they are just the foundation. If you perform well, I can help you surpass great sovereigns in the future and compete for the path of a true expert. Shen Yanqing turned around and said with a smile. Shen Yanqing turned around and smiled. Her smile was thought-provoking, as if she was just joking. Zhou Xuanji didn't dare to chuckle. He did feel a murderous aura from her before. At least, it showed that Shen Yanqing had killing intent toward him. She wasn't as loyal to him as Shen Tang. He sighed in his heart. Back then, Shen Yanqing worshipped him very much. Things are still the same, but people have changed. They continued moving forward. Along the way, Zhou Xuanji was looking for a way to escape. Unfortunately, Shen Yanqing was keeping a close eye on him and the Golden Crown Divine Lord. They couldn't do anything at all. The Golden Crown Divine Lord also settled down. He was no longer stubborn. About 7 days had passed. They came to another independent plain. Here the wind and sand were everywhere. The sky was the sea. It made people feel as if the world had turned upside down. The strong wind was blowing. The Golden Crown Divine Lord shivered. He couldn't help but shout, "There are no source laws here. Why don't you give up?" The sand here was very hard. Even with their physical strength, it was difficult to bear. Zhou Xuanji was feeling this special sandstorm. Shen Yanqing brought them here, which meant that there must be a great sovereign hiding here. Could it be that the special sandstorm here is the power of a great sovereign? Shen Yanqing flew while looking around. Suddenly, Zhou Xuanji felt a powerful divine will sweep past him. It was so powerful that it made him shudder. The Golden Crown Divine Lord's hair stood on end like a golden hedgehog. Humph! How dare you barge into my world? You're courting death. A cold snort sounded out, and it was incomparably dull. Shen Yanqing immediately disappeared. Bang! Suddenly there was a deafening explosion in front of them, only to see the sandstorm swirling up, a blinding light expanding rapidly. Zhou Xuanji activated his exterminating divine eyes and looked carefully. He could vaguely see two figures crossing each other in the bright light. Shen Yanqing and a mysterious Grand Supreme. This time, Shen Yanqing was unable to directly suppress the other party, and the two sides were locked in battle. Zhou Xuanji and the Golden Crown Divine Lord quickly stepped back. The might of the battle made them shudder in fear. If Shen Yanqing started a war in front of them, they would probably be wiped out in an instant. Could there be such a huge gap in the strength of grand sovereigns? Zhou Xuanji asked with gritted teeth. His words almost made Golden Crown Divine Lord vomit blood. He roared. Are you looking down on me? If it weren't for that bitch, I would have killed you with a slap. Her opponent is a tough one. It looks like she's going to lose. Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji was not surprised. If Shen Yanqing died, could they escape? No. This grand sovereign would kill them to vent his anger. Golden Crown Divine Lord was also terrified. Shen Yanqing alone gave him a headache. If there was an even more terrifying existence, wouldn't they be dead for sure? No. I can't sit still and wait for death. Golden Crown Divine Lord gritted his teeth. He suddenly looked back at Zhou Xuanji. His eyes widened as he transmitted his voice. Quickly pour your supreme divine power into my body and help me break the seal. We must take this opportunity to escape. Zhou Xuanji frowned. He only hesitated for half a second before he slammed his palm on Golden Crown Divine Lord. He could endure it before, but he couldn't now. Shen Yanqing's aura was being suppressed. If this continued, she would lose without a doubt. As his supreme divine power entered Golden Crown Divine Lord's body, the golden feathers of Golden Crown Divine Lord fluttered. "No way! Is this all you've got?" Golden Crown Divine Lord cried in dissatisfaction. Zhou Xuanji wanted to strangle him, but things had already come to this. There was no point in arguing. Zhou Xuanji had no choice but to use the sword fusion technique. His aura soared as the violent and boundless supreme divine power wantonly rushed into Golden Crown Divine Lord's body. "Oh, so cool!" Golden Crown Divine Lord cried in a strange voice. Zhou Xuanji felt goosebumps all over his body. This guy, he really deserves a beating. "Little girl, you dare to have killing intent towards me with such little strength? Today I will suck your soul. You have no chance to regret it." The dull voice sounded again. His words were filled with bone-chilling killing intent, dropping the temperature of this independent plane to the freezing point. Boom! 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 The entire world was exploding. So was Golden Crown Divine Lord's body. Zhou Xuanji's supreme divine power was trying to break his seal, but Shen Yanqing's divine power was too strong. Zhou Xuanji's supreme divine power couldn't break through at all. He frowned and said in a deep voice, "No, I can't help you. Trash." Golden Crown Divine Lord was flustered and exasperated. He immediately cursed Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji's eyes turned cold when he heard this. He immediately reversed the technique and began to absorb Golden Crown Divine Lord's divine power. Golden Crown Divine Lord's expression changed drastically. He furiously cursed, "Brat! You dare to offend your superior?" Zhou Xuanji laughed. This guy must be a fool. Zhou Xuanji didn't stop. Instead, he sped up the absorption. His cultivation began to grow rapidly. He had wanted to do this for a long time. Since Golden Crown Divine Lord was willing to help him, he wouldn't stand on ceremony. Shen Yanqing was still fighting over there while Golden Crown Divine Lord kept cursing. As time went by, his cursing became less and less confident, until the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn. "I was wrong. Bro, Dad, Grandpa, please forgive me." Golden Crown Divine Lord wailed. He had become unprincipled. He was like a different chicken compared to his previous arrogant self. Zhou Xuanji ignored him and continued to absorb. He planned to take this opportunity to break through to Origin Fusion Divine Lord Jiuming. Golden Crown Divine Lord became more and more desperate. "It's over. I'm going to die in this kid's hands. How unfair! Unfair!" He roared hysterically in his heart. His eyes seemed to be a little moist. At this moment, Shen Yanqing suddenly appeared in front of them. She wrapped them with her divine power and quickly took them away from this world. "Want to escape? It's not that easy." The dull voice snorted. Immediately, Zhou Xuanji felt a horrifying murderous intent coming from behind. It made him feel like he was in a cold cellar. His invincible saint body stiffened. Boom! Zhou Xuanji felt a heavy blow from behind. He immediately fainted. Before his consciousness disappeared, he vaguely heard Golden Crown Divine Lord's cursing. "I'm not convinced." Chapter 868. Zhou Xuanji's consciousness slowly woke up. He felt powerless and a breeze was flowing around him. He opened his eyes and what entered his field of vision were countless corpses that floated about like stars, densely packed and innumerable. His eyes widened. He subconsciously wanted to move but he couldn't move at all. Zhou Xuanji glanced in other directions and found that this universe was very strange. The space was like water. He could clearly feel the flow of space. It seemed that as long as he exerted force, the surrounding space would explode. He suddenly caught a glimpse of the Golden Crown Divine Lord. His wings had been broken. He looked like a corpse. He also saw Shen Yanqing. This girl's clothes were ragged, her hair was messy, and her body was covered in blood. What the hell happened? Zhou Xuanji frowned and thought in doubt. He couldn't absorb Dao energy here. Fortunately, his Tianxia map stored a massive amount of supreme divine power, which was enough for him to recover. After half an hour, Zhou Xuanji regained his mobility. He was about to leave. "Where are you going?" Shen Yanqing's voice suddenly drifted into Zhou Xuanji's ears. His body instantly stiffened. He looked back with difficulty and saw Shan Yanqing with disheveled hair appear behind him. Her cold eyes were staring at him. "Are you okay?" Zhou Xuanji asked. His expression was calm. He didn't panic at all. Shan Yanqing coldly said, "I almost died, but that guy is really dead." She raised her right hand and pointed. Zhou Xuanji followed her gaze. He saw a headless corpse 100 meters away. It was badly mutilated and looked very miserable. Zhou Xuanji frowned. He thought that Shen Yanqing had been defeated. He didn't expect that the great sovereign had already died. What's going on? He looked at Shan Yanqing in surprise and found that the woman's aura was weak like a candle that was about to be extinguished. "Humph, what are you thinking? No one can get close to me. This guy underestimated me. I will use the divine ability mutual destruction and then use the rebirth technique," Shen Yanqing said with a contemptuous smile. Shen Yanqing smiled contemptuously. As soon as she finished speaking, she coughed. At this moment she looked so weak. Zhou Xuanji had a strong hunch that if he made a move, he would definitely be able to kill her. However, he suppressed this idea. Shen Yanqing was also testing Zhou Xuanji. She wasn't sure and could only bet on her past with Zhou Xuanji. "I want to go back to the Kunlun origin court. Can you show me the way? I can help you recover, and from then on we don't owe each other anything." Zhou Xuanji looked into her eyes and said seriously. He had promised to bring Shen Yanqing back to the Kunlun origin court, but in the end he failed to keep his promise and caused Shen Yanqing to encounter an accident. He had always felt guilty. This was also the reason why he could face Shen Yanqing calmly. "Okay, I'll go back and see my poor sister." Immediately afterward, she closed her eyes and collapsed into Zhou Xuanji's arms. She raised her right hand with difficulty and pointed at the golden-crowned divine lord. She said with a trembling voice, "Take him and leave this place." Before she could finish her sentence, she fainted. Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow and sighed softly. He took out a white robe and put it on Shan Yanqing before sucking the golden-crowned divine lord over. He held Shen Yanqing in his right hand and the golden-crowned divine lord in his left hand as he quickly left. Not long after, he realized that he was unable to enter the absolute time realm directly. The space here was very strange. It looked soft, but it couldn't be completely penetrated. He began to search for the weak space. If they could fall into this place, there must be a space-time node that could lead them out. However, it took him half a year to search for it. Shen Yanqing and the golden-crowned divine lord hadn't woken up yet. They were both in a comatose state. Zhou Xuanji stopped and began cultivating on the spot. Since he couldn't find it, he could only become stronger and look for an opportunity. Another 3 months passed. Shen Yanqing finally woke up. She opened her eyes and found herself wearing a loose white robe, floating in the void. "You are finally awake." Zhou Xuanji's voice came from the side. There was a hint of resentment in his tone. This girl fainted without saying anything, making him waste so much time here. How could he not be resentful? "Why haven't you gone out yet? Are you so weak?" Shen Yanqing asked with a frown. Zhou Xuanji's liver ached when he heard this. "What do you mean I'm so weak?" Shen Yanqing coldly snorted and said, "If you want to leave this place, you don't have to break the space but absorb it." As soon as she said this, Zhou Xuanji's eyes lit up. Absorb space? Why didn't I think of it before? He didn't answer her. Instead, he began to feel the surrounding space and absorb the space that was as soft as water. After half an hour, Zhou Xuanji suddenly opened his eyes. Suppressing the pleasant surprise, he exclaimed, "I found it!" He suddenly stood up. Purple light burst out from his eyes as he took in the entire universe. In the next second, he, Shan Yanqing, and golden-crowned divine lord appeared in the turbulence of space and time. He curiously asked, "What was that place just now? Why can't those corpses be erased?" Shan Yanqing coldly snorted and said, "Those corpses have long been turned into the eyes of the array. This space is a domain created by me. Those corpses are all source sovereigns. There are hundreds of great sovereigns among them. Their vast divine power is gathered together. This is a peerless array that no one can break into. Now this array belongs to you. You have to thank me." Zhou Xuanji hesitated and asked, "Why can I absorb it so easily? If he could, so could other great sovereigns." In this way, this array was like an empty shell. That's because I agreed in my heart that you could absorb it. Otherwise, you would have already broken out. Shen Yanqing snorted disdainfully. Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brows upon hearing this. He suppressed his anger and asked, "In other words, no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't escape unless you woke up and agreed in your heart? Then why didn't you agree before?" He finally understood that this girl was lying to him. She deliberately coaxed him to stay here? Shen Yanqing proudly smiled and said, "Why do you care so much? This array is called the 10,000 Venerables God-slaying array. This kind of good fortune makes you wait a little longer. What's wrong?" Sophistry. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and flew forward with Shen Yanqing and Golden Crown Divine Lord. He swept out his divine will, searching for the aura of the Kunlun origin court. Shen Yanqing was in his arms, staring at his side face thoughtfully. As for Golden Crown Divine Lord, he was still in a coma. "I suddenly feel that I might have liked you before," Shen Yanqing suddenly said. Shen Yanqing suddenly said. Her eyes were intriguing. Zhou Xuanji didn't answer. He just looked ahead. "Little chicken, don't sleep. I don't need you now. You can say your last words." Shen Yanqing changed the topic and said with a soft smile. Golden Crown Divine Lord immediately opened his eyes and struggled in Zhou Xuanji's hands. "Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Since my spiritual wisdom was born, I haven't really left the Great Phoenix Ruins realm. Just treat me as a pitiful worm. Let me go." Golden Crown Divine Lord cried and begged. He felt extremely wronged. Zhou Xuanji was speechless. Turns out that this guy is just a paper tiger. But he can pretend for so long. It's amazing. Shen Yanqing said with a playful smile. "So what? There are many pitiful worms that died in my hands.